Yo, what's going on, everybody?
In this video,
and then you can worry about me. This week you probably might need to worry about me. You probably need to worry about Joe Rogan more. You probably need to worry about other things.
You're on your way to an emo music.
Where are we going, Adam? Austin, Texas, and who's Liver King picking a fight with?
Joe Rogan.
Everybody knows. Whoa.
Just pull.
Well, hopefully you find some fine emo bitches there.
First donation.
Well, thank you, Ivory. Appreciate that. Ooga booga.
Just pull up to the capital of Texas. Guess what? You're dead. You're dead.
I have some vegan jello here. It's not bad. It's black cherry flavored. It's pretty alright.
Dead. You're dead. Because
alright, so as many of you may know by now, the Liver King was just arrested in Austin, Texas yesterday for making terroristic threats towards Joe Rogan.
I'm doing
but I think what a
30
lot of
minutes of
people
cardio
are
per day.
missing here is exactly why the police arrested him for that specific charge. Because they wouldn't just arrest him for threatening to fight Joe Rogan. That doesn't really classify as a terroristic threat. In reality, I believe the Liver King gave away some key details in the 2 hours worth of manic vlogs he posted to Instagram in the last couple days, with the main piece of evidence being inside this mysterious box that the Liver King brought with him to Austin. But before we get into that, if you aren't quite up to speed with why this all happened, basically this whole thing started back in 2022 when Derek from the My Plates More Dates YouTube channel went on to Joe Rogan's podcast to talk about his bombshell expose video on the Liver King.
Hey, Derek, you know how I got so jacked?
How?
I followed the 9 ancestral tenets.
Oh, I heard that works really well.
It's the best way. There's no way you can look like that.
No.
In your 40s, that jacked. I mean, he's preposterously jacked. Do we have a fucking... now that we know that he's full of shit, we're talking about the Liver King, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of people are like, what are they saying? This is all inside stuff.
Yeah.
There's a guy, if you don't know who the Liver King is, there's a guy who calls himself the Liver King, and he's this guy who walks around everywhere with no shirt on. I've seen him in Vegas with no shirt on, big bushy beard, super jacked. And he was telling people that the way he gets that way is by sunning his balls. He literally lays down with his asshole staring at the sun and eats raw liver and just lifts like a maniac. And that's how he's so jacked. But it's preposterous.
So this was kind of the beginning of the end for the Liver King, since Joe Rogan and Derek from My Plates More Dates were the first people to truly blast the Liver King for being a fraud. And so quickly after that, Brian Johnson's brand and business quickly tanked into oblivion. So fast forward 3 years later, and we can now see that Brian Johnson has officially hit rock bottom.
Joe Rogan, you have to invite me, please, I'm asking. Or else I'm going to fight. I'm going to fight for my family, for what's right. And I'm going to fight until... Oh, there's a cockroach. Where'd you go? Oh, there you are. Yeah. Oh, there you little cockroach friend. Yeah. Oh, my friend. Do y'all see him? Yeah. Oh, come here, little cockroach. Record anything and everything. Because Joe Rogan, we don't have to make videos to pretend anything.
This guy's a dumbass loser.
But I want to unite with something.
You see, Joe's already made it abundantly clear that there's no reason for him to ever be a guest on the podcast, since there's nothing that the Liver King could say or do to save himself or his brand at this point.
It's probably never going to come out.
Does he have a team?
Yeah, it's pretty elaborate. Like, his team was, well, he has a media team that he hired to kind of like...
Right, but they're just employees.
Yeah.
One of them came up to me in Vegas.
Oh, really?
Yeah, one of my security guards stopped him. He was like, I'm a producer for the Liver King. I'm like, what the fuck do you produce? What are you producing?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
It's not a
if-
movie.
Like, how many UFC events did he try and kind of like cozy up?
He was front row at one of my shows in Vegas
Oh, damn.
at the MGM. Yeah, and then I saw him again at the Canelo fight. He was trying really hard to get on the podcast, and he's been trying really hard to get on now. He contacted.
Bad news VG. The Super Court gave in to religious pressure and banned LGBT kids' books from public schools.
And another blockbuster ruling on the final day of opinions for the term. This one concerns LGBTQ plus content in elementary school classrooms. The case stemmed from a lawsuit out of Maryland. The question at the heart of the case, do parents have the right to opt their children out of exposure to themed storybooks with that content? All on the grounds that it violates their First Amendment religious rights. The justices decided, yes, the parents can opt out their children. The conservative majority court ruled.
This could set a dangerous precedent. Given this ruling, religious parents could opt their kids out of like biology class if evolution is being taught in school. Like that's not a good thing. These people the Supreme Court's just fucking stupid. And yeah, it's the usual idiots who are voting for this horse shit. Well, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
6-3 along ideological lines. Joining us now, NBC News legal affairs reporter Gary Grumbach. So, Gary, first, how did the justices explain how they ultimately came to this conclusion?
So this is their conclusion right here, Zinkley. It's more than 100 pages, and it includes pictures of the books at the center of this case. And at the center of this is a religious rights case, right? Conservative justices expressed deep concern that parents wouldn't have the ability to opt their children out of some of this content. Justice Samuel Alito, writing in his opinion, quote, the board's introduction of LGBTQ plus inclusive storybooks, along with its decision to withhold opt-outs, places an unconstitutional burden on the parents' rights to free speech of their religion. As you can imagine, because this was split along ideological lines, the liberals were very upset with this decision, and Sonia Sotomayor, the justice, did have something to say about that.
I don't even understand how that argument could be made. Like, gay people exist. So whether that content is shown to kids or not, the actual religious values that these kids would have or could be taught by their parents wouldn't change the fact that gay people exist. So, like, I just don't understand what argument was actually made. Like, you can believe it's wrong to be gay or whatever, but showing some LGBTQ story to kids in school, that doesn't change that ability for the parents to impart those values on kids that being gay is wrong.
That, as she often does in these cases. She wrote in her dissent, quote, the result will be chaos for the nation's public schools, requiring schools to provide advance notice and the chance to opt out of every lesson plan or story time that might implicate a parent's religious beliefs will impose impossible administrative burdens on schools. This is just one of the many wins that the Trump administration had at the Supreme Court today. Zinkley.
And so how broad is this specific ruling? What does it mean for LGBTQ plus content as well as religious rights in classrooms beyond Maryland, but across the country?
Yeah, so I think part of what Justice Sonia Sotomayor was getting out there is the practicality of all of this.
The U.S. Supreme Court is a complete joke. It literally makes absolutely no fucking sense. Really, really stupid. Yeah, they're all corrupt. At least the conservative judges.
Right, Instagram, it's all kicking off, yeah? I don't know what's going on, yeah, but as you can see, that's 4 armed police there with weapons drawn. So whoever the door they're kicking off, yeah, has to be a serious donny. As you can see, yeah, they're getting ready to kick it off now, yeah, and go in. So my imagination's going wild because right now, yeah, the way they're approaching with caution, I'm actually thinking it's a 6'5" donny, 22 stone. His neck, man, right? This is moving think is on that are really about that life. They are shook. Look at the way they're stepping back. Look.
Yeah, that's the UK.
Are you telling me all this is for Mrs. Doubtfire? They could have sent someone from probation.
Do your elbows ever start to hurt and crack when you do heavy weight on tricep pushdowns? I started doing 120 pounds with a straight bar and noticed it.
Yeah, if you're loading it super heavy, you're very likely going to have elbow pain. One way to prevent elbow pain with any tricep exercise is to just change the position of your elbow. So if you tend to have your elbows forward when you're pushing down, try putting them really far back. Same with overhead extension. If you normally have your elbows like pointed up to the ceiling when you're doing overhead extensions, you can put them forward. So you can try that. If you have consistent elbow pain, no matter what you do with some elbow or tricep exercise, you could either just work within a given rep range that doesn't cause that aggravation. So if you start to notice it on like sets of 8, try to do like sets of 10 or 12 and just move up in weight within that rep range. Or you can wear some sort of supportive device. So elbow sleeves or elbow wraps, that might help. Thanks for the donation though, Blair. You want to bet she was just selling weed out of her apartment or something?
Deal with this, man. Instead of sending armed police, fucking alien.
Yeah, that's the UK.
Contacted a few friends of mine, and some of them that have, like Bert Kreischer, that had him on the show.
Yeah, he told me he's trying to get on. As
Yeah, for
well.
what? For what? Say that more? Like, come on, this is dumb, man. This is a fucking, you ran a con game and you got busted.
Yeah.
And it's unfortunate that you feel terrible. I'm sorry you feel bad, because that's just what happens when you get caught lying. But you didn't have to lie.
So being that Rogan never gave Brian Johnson the time of day, Johnson resorted to threatening Joe Rogan's life, as the next day he'd post a video saying that he was going to the city of Austin with this mysterious box with Joe Rogan's face on it.
Beef. It's a real fight, yeah. And they're come bearing a. See if I can. You want to see just a little. I don't. Did I might watch that. Oh, I don't want. I wish if I can live stream, that's what we'll do from now on. We're getting in the.
And this is where I believe the police had enough reason to arrest this guy. He only flashes it for a brief second there, but when you slow down the video, you can actually see that that is a firearm. And so not only does he have a fire...
Yeah, really stupid. Will you ever make a comprehensive guide on how to daily a motorcycle? I don't know what exactly I'd put in a daily motorcycle guide. Like, just get a bike that's comfortable, fits you, and put some storage on it, and then wear protective gear. That's really it.
Firearm and admits to traveling to Austin to find Joe Rogan. He's also clearly lost his mind. I mean, this guy was literally chasing cockroaches around his house and eating random leaves in this garden just days.
Well, that's kale.
Before going to Austin with a deadly weapon in a box with Joe Rogan's face on it.
That's not good and true. Axe, don't eat them. Don't. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, you don't have to eat them. Yeah, it's fine. For more blow. I don't know. Sometimes I don't know the difference. Yeah. Oh,
Framing it like he was challenging Joe Rogan to a celebrity boxing match, I think the police believed that the Liver King had much darker intentions. Because when the Liver King finally made it to Austin, he threatened Joe Rogan's life on video.
just pulling up to the capital of Texas. Guess what? You're dead. You're dead. You're dead. Because A couple of them. If you were to take a picture of this, what do you see? Technology? Technology. Technology.
And So the night before he was finally arrested, the icing on the cake was in another vlog he posted to Instagram where he'd hint that people would no longer see him after tomorrow.
And so that's what I'm fighting for.
Conservatives are once again setting us back to the dark ages. What's even worse, this upsets the next generation of kids.
Yeah, it's kind of just what they do, you know. They're sort of just evil. But what are you gonna do, you know? Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
So it's just unwinnable for you. And Park right here. That's not the secret. The secret is this. It's unwinnable for me too. Oh, that sucks, man, for you. No longer than that, I'm going to record a lot of videos this week. And then I'm not going to record any for a long time. By the way, I don't know if anyone knows, we're going to have free Wi-Fi everywhere we are. We're going to have free Wi-Fi. And the password for this week, only 1 week, is fuck you, Joe Rogan.
So I think it's safe to assume that the Liver King actually thought he was going to go to the mothership and use the weapon in that box, since Joe posted on his Instagram earlier that week that he'd be performing there Tuesday and Wednesday night. So then the very next day, he finally got arrested. And before he was arrested, his wife and his handler were obviously both afraid, in shock, and probably frustrated with Liver King, as this was the obvious result to what he was doing all those days leading up to the arrest.
We know
You're not going to stop recording?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Let's just not have that on your pocket.
What? A Leatherman?
Yeah.
A Leatherman.
A knife in it.
I know, but it's not reasonable to have a Leatherman?
They're going to take it off of you.
Okay, keep protecting me like Peter Nemeth tried to. Don't say anything. You never have to be embarrassed of family. Ancestral honor, it's called reputation. We're the Liver King family, a real king, a real queen who's kind of...
Yeah, they're clearly worried about him.
scared. Kind of scared. Striker over here is kind of scared. Dad's getting arrested again. We've already been through it once.
Do you need anything else? Okay, or any second?
Just a quick glance around the room.
We need to talk as a family.
We don't need to talk as a family. We're gonna record everything. We always talk as a family. Talking is a lie to begin with.
So now he's being held without bond there in jail, which means that the judge believes that he's a true threat to society. I mean, you really can't make this stuff up. It's also crazy that he didn't really factor that Joe Rogan's friends with the mayor.
Oh, dude, if he gets out of jail, he might have shrunk like crazy. So he's held without bond. He may be in there for easily a couple months.
And employs retired Navy SEALs to
shrink.
protect him, the mothership, and his house. So yeah, this is probably one of the wildest stories to come out of this influencer space, and it escalated extremely fast. So overall, I think it's safe to say that this is the official end of the Liver King. But with that being said, that is it for the video, guys. Let me know down in
Womp womp.
You know, stuff like this honestly makes me fear for the future of our species and where it might be headed.
I mean, it's just Republicans being dumb. You know, the pendulum swings left and right. Few years, some of this crap's gonna go away, and then, you know, we'll have other problems. But thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Okay, today is a little bit of a different video, but honestly, I just want to weigh in on something that's been percolating through the online world for a while now, recently coming to a head yet again with regards to a movement that I previously endorsed called Stop Killing Games, which makes me want to say my piece and give my opinion on an individual named Pirate Software, who kind of feels like the internet's current villain, I guess, across a pretty wide variety of communities. Just to get this out of the way, I don't typically talk about drama. I focus on technology, above all else, finance, video games, predatory practices, and sometimes politics. But for this one, instead of a whole investigation or a complicated breakdown, I want to try and give some insights on what I think is really happening with the pirate software situation, and explain why nothing here actually matters, because the internet mob will probably never get what they want. For anyone who's relatively unaware, even though news about this guy has been ping-ponging around various platforms like YouTube and Twitch and TikTok for, 6 months straight, Pirate Software is an ex-Blizzard employee turned streamer, and lately, he's kind of a lolcow. Lolcow, for those of you who don't follow sort of deep internet lore, lolcow is a Kiwi Farms term, which means someone who can be milked for laughs. Actually, it goes even further than that, widely used to refer to someone named Chris Chan initially. But Kiwi Farms is probably the most widely recognized platform where it typically resides. It's basically someone who does stupid things, has ridiculous opinions, or gets easily goaded into various behaviors that other people find to be ridiculous, incorrect, or just plain cringeworthy. Examples of other streamers that are widely considered to be lolcows would be Darkside Phil, of course, also known as DSP, Wings of Redemption, or even maybe Boogie2988 more recently. In all honesty, it's really not a pleasant thing. These people are ridiculed, insulted, and often degraded for entertainment purposes by tens of thousands of viewers. But if we're trying to make sense of the current situation, the pirate software situation that is, we have to understand that widespread mockery and ridicule is a core component of what's happening right now. Here's a lightning-fast summary of how it all went bad for him, before I try to explain, in my opinion, why it will never end in the way that most people seem to want it to. Here goes. Back about 5 or 6 months, as of when this video gets made, Pirate Software was part of a classic WoW guild called OnlyFangs. The guild contained a pretty hefty number of large streamers, that was like the whole purpose of it, and as a result had millions upon millions upon millions of viewers for almost everything that they ever did. During the daily activities of the guild, Pirate Software ran into a situation where his group, or rather the group he was in, he wasn't the leader, made some mistakes. Being that the game is hardcore, if you die, there's no...
Happy birthday, Richard. Love you, buddy. Joey hit it out of the park for you today.
Look at all the hair from Joey's body. It's like a planet, but it's a furry planet created by Joey.
Oh my god.
And then... Oh, look.
Can she his ear?
Look, it's Gaff.
Oh my god. Oh.
Hi.
Oh, Jesus Christ. He's so sentient. Look at his little kitty paws. Oh my god.
Oh, this is really good. This is a good birthday present.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, that's amazing.
It's a good birthday present.
Oh my god.
You're a good boy.
Oh,
and you give
Jesus
good birthday present.
Christ. What?
Why are you so cute?
Oh my god.
Why?
Why is he so handsome?
Who gave you permission to be so cute?
Oh. Oh my god. Everything he touches turns fuzzy. Look, all of this is fuzzy, just like him. It's like he has the Midas touch, only the fuzzy touch. Rather than turning things into gold, he turns his things fuzzy. Oh my god.
You're too much.
Jesus, you can see the sentience right here.
You nailed it, though.
Oh my god.
You nailed it.
Oh. What a beautiful Chonko. Oh my god. He's like a tree Chonko. Oh wow. Wow.
Good boy.
So athletic.
Look.
That's amazing. Well, thanks for the donation, Ethan, now. Appreciate it.
Coming back on that character, you have to make a new one, which can take hundreds of hours. So after the mistakes were made, the group fractured and communication broke down. During the chaos, Pirate Software ran for his life and basically adopted a sort of every man for himself mentality, which didn't necessarily kill his teammates, but he probably could have helped save them. Basically, he just played...
Draw Bella Ramsey. Also, why my forearm hurt 6 months after doing a chin-up. I can't do bicep curls cause it hurty. Do I need some drugs? What kind of drugs do you recommend? VG, it's me, girlfriend.
Your forearm hurts. Wait, after doing a chin-up, I can't do bicep curls because your forearm hurts. I mean, step one ought to be, maybe just letting it rest for a little while. If you want to take, like, healing peptides or something, TB500, BPC157, and GHKCU are probably the 3 you might want to consider, but, I mean, there's a healing process to things, and it can just take some time. So you might just want to be patient first. Let's see. Bella Ramsey, the hideous, hideous freak. Let's draw her. It's a little too angular. Okay, there's my drawing of Bella Ramsey from Last of Us. I'd say that is pretty damn accurate. Pretty much looks exactly like her. I know some of you think I'm fucking joking, but it does actually literally look like her. Fuck, let's see if I can zoom in. See? Looks just like her. So literally what she looks like. Alright, well, hope you enjoyed that gig. Appreciate the donation. James, any tellers, did you receive birthday wishes from your dad or Jasmine? No, did not. Thanks for the donation, James.
Draw Jasmine offering you gummies accurate representation what happened PL0Z.
I guess I could. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Snake. Belly Ramsey could kick you Bracolius Michael Jacksonis Richard Sroller mode land hair like slit lupinizes. Did he ever tell you about my friend Dorian Reader? Wow, sometimes aim drop. I need you to shut the fuck up and listen to everything hey Vito's say I know bitch.
Okay.
This anime nigga. Skip to 6:45. If you say it looks boring I'm gonna literally use instant transmission, Kamehameha you and your whole house and turn you into candy bitch ass nigga.
Yeah, that looks terrible and very boring. Thanks for the donation, Kidboo. Dodo Donatellers, was your dad and mom together when you were little, and when did they separate? Or were they never together? ADH. And wait, did you ever live at your dad's house, or why not? And did he not have custody over you, or what? My parents had like an on again, off again relationship, and at one point they had a house that I lived at with them. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Uh,
Why is it that a live-action drama like The Last of Us has worse action than a cartoon like Primal?
I don't know, Dodo. You'd have to, you'd have to ask the people who made it, I guess. Alright, there you go. There's the picture of Jasmine asking me if I want a gummy. Hope you enjoyed that. Yes, I've seen Primal. It's a good show. Thanks again, Dodo.
Super badly. Okay, that's it. Well, when you're talking about the hardcore online gaming communities, that's like the cardinal sin of group content. Okay, it's like the worst thing that you can do. Not to mention the fact that he purports to be extremely good at the game, which resulted in a tidal wave of criticism against him, on top of nicknames. Everybody called him Roach, things like that, memes, and to be completely honest with you, whether or not you think it's deserved, harassment, okay? People harassed him a lot. Now, I never talked about this back when it first happened because I could not possibly care any less. Some guy made a mistake in a video game, and everyone dogpiled on against him. But the narrative that took shape, which is really stupid in my opinion, because in a vacuum, the entire thing is completely unimportant. The narrative that took shape was that Pirate Software never takes accountability. People love that word. And that's the part that stuck. Over the next few months, his entire online existence got torn apart. People went back through his archives. They found out that he was almost certainly faking his playthrough runs for puzzle games, of all things, looking up answers and then pretending to be oh so smart in front of the camera. People found out that he allegedly sent out DMCA strikes against an indie game that may or may not have actually deserved it for maybe using his voice, but that's not really relevant for today. And something that realistically should have died off pretty quickly, that is the atmosphere of this is the popular person to hate right now. I mean, people should have moved on pretty fast. It sort of kept simmering down below beneath the surface. On a personal note, I think I do understand why that happened. Pirate Software, for many people, is not a likable person. His mannerisms, his cadence, especially his attitude, it's all frankly weird.
Yeah, he's a narcissist. Dodo donated $2, let me see. Yeah, there's a lot of white college girls, I guess, that voted for him.
Oftentimes we've even found as legislators, when we go into these courts, the term violent crime is even used when people are stealing packages. Violent crime is even used when people are accused of burglary and there happens to be a housing unit in that same dwelling. So violence is an artificial construction. And we have to be very clear that what is happening here with these district attorneys, that is violence. That is violence of the highest degree.
Well, every criminal in New York is gonna say, yes, we can do whatever we want now. Oh, what a dipshit. I fucking hate these commies. What do you notice? Yeah, no, one American flag. Yeah, they're all white college students, and they hate America because they're being indoctrinated into fucking communism. Group of Nazis don't know how to react when the savage wasn't intimidated by them.
What's up, nigga? Yeah, we see your gun, bitch. You see that gun? Fight the power. You're going to jail, bitch. Fight the power. Fucking nigga. Fight the power. Fucking nigga. You fucking nigga. Don't do that. You pulling a gun. Hey. Yeah.
What a bunch of fucking losers. Putin bows to Islam. Disrespect the Quran, straight to jail, but the Bible not a chance. Let me see.
Это святыня и мусульманская святыня. И для всех других тоже должна и является святыней. Мы знаем, что в других странах поступают иначе. Не уважают религиозные чувства людей. И еще говорят, что это не преступление. В нашей стране это преступление. И по Конституции, и по 282 статье Уголовного кодекса Российской Федерации.
I'm not sure if that's real or AI. It's kind of hard to tell. It looks a little funny. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo, donate $2. Would you rather get rid of
That
China?
caveman is literally the only strong man shark to release triacantly. He is a prehistoric version of Mad Max, and I mean the Mad Max from the Trilgully, not the crappy reboot series.
Yes. That is true. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Would you rather get rid of China and Russia or Islam? If you have two buttons and those are your choices, and China and Russia become liberal democracies, or Islam vanishes and everyone was Muslim becomes atheist or some other religion, what do you choose? I'd eradicate Islam. Russia and China are good at ruining themselves, you know? So I'd just erase Islam. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Weird and repulsive. You know how sometimes when you meet someone, you can't necessarily explain why, but you just immediately, viscerally, and deeply dislike them? Yeah, a lot of people feel that way about pirate software, myself kind of included, which led to a sort of feedback loop where thousands, maybe tens of thousands of people who already disliked him previously felt vindicated by all of these discoveries, piling onto anything that they could see that would reinforce their pre-existing opinions. It's a vicious cycle, and pirate software was fully immersed in it. But the reason I'm weighing in now, of all times, is because something else happened. I'll keep this part short. There's this movement in video games spearheaded by a channel called Accursed Farms, and a creator named Ross, who is highly intelligent, and I honestly respect him a great deal. And the movement is all about preservation of games. Lately, there's a problem where live service products can sometimes be taken offline completely, thus voiding the purchases that everyone made to begin with. And as an effort to fight against this...
Going Andrews, donate $2. Well, that looks nice and weird. Okay.
Program, and I think the president took decisive action to destroy that program last night.
Congressman Jim Hines from Connecticut, the top Democrat of the House Intelligence Committee.
Bottom line, the president has taken a massive gamble here. Some chance it works out. I'm, as a member of Congress, disturbed that this was undertaken without congressional approval. There's not much ambiguity in the Constitution about who gets to approve these things.
The attacks obliterated Iran's nuclear program, says.
Is that actually a real thing? Because if that's a real radio, I want it. I want a thing that makes it look like everyone's talking as a frog. That's hilarious. That's a good one. Thanks for the donation, Going Anders. Dodo donated $2. Yeah, I've seen this one. Yeah, I've seen that. Yep. The Japanese don't fuck around. Found milk jar. Pretty sure that's not milk jar. I'm pretty sure that's just some dumb white kid who doesn't know what he's getting into. That's gonna get sucked in. There we go. What a dumb bitch. This won't load. And this isn't loading. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
You know, it's funny, I talked about Primal seeing how communism is currently pushing our society back to the prehistoric past.
It is indeed doing that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Ross led a pretty extensive campaign to actually try and get political representatives across the world to take notice and do something about it. Well, Pirate Software was an extremely vocal and bombastically pompous voice against that movement, right? There's stuff you can criticize about it, sure, but he was like one of the main critics trying to like rip it down and demean it. He came out with a couple of videos about how stupid it is, but he just blatantly misrepresented the actual goals. Here's a montage that Ross put together of what that sort of looked like.
Oh shit, now this is actually really dumb. It's used car salesman garbage. This is shit. It's shit. Not only do I not want to back this, I'm going to actively tell people not to. That is awful. That is a horrible goddamn direction. That's awful, dude. Now, eat my entire ass. The level of stupid that I just had to receive was like sitting on Twitter for 12 hours. This shit sucks. That's a really stupid ass move. That's an incredibly stupid ass move. I think this is ass. This is complete garbage. All of this can eat shit then. I dropped the mask entire whole thing. That sounds stupid as shit.
Merits of the argument, with the realization that he was more than likely faking his own accolades with regards to complicated puzzle games, and refusing to shoulder any responsibility in hardcore gaming communities, even when he objectively made mistakes. Hopefully everyone can see the perfect storm that happened. Pirate Software had rapidly become one of the most popular online personalities to hate on. This is the part where I have to step back though, because believe it or not, I actually have a very good idea of what he's going through. And I'm pretty sure that the end result of all this is an internet mob that will never get what they want. Okay? It's not exactly a mistaken assumption.
I have to get a drink. I am very thirsty. So I'm gonna go grab a drink. I'll be right back. What's going on here? Oh my god, you're so big. Gum Gum. Come here, Gum Gum. Yeah, it's a good baby. What are you doing? Hey, what are you doing? Oh my god, you're so huge. Why are you such a big baby? Hey, why are you such a big baby? Ah. Ugh. Nope, we sure as fuck ain't playing Death Stranding. It's not released on PC yet either, so can't play it. Dodo donated $2.
Hi. Good morning. Thank you for taking my call and question. I wanted to ask two very pertinent questions about the threats facing the Jewish community, unfortunately, from Zohran Mamdani. There was a bill that I was reading about that, unfortunately, he wants to target synagogues and Jewish institutions which donate to nonprofits, which are medical institutions like United Hatzalah and Magan David Adam, which is like the Jewish Red Cross. So how do we make sure that Jewish institutions are protected from his plans to punish and fine our institutions which fundraise these medical nonprofits, which do work both here in the United States and in Israel and other countries in the world? And also, how can we hold Mr. Mamdani accountable for his glorifying association of Hamas and other terror bombings of the Intifada in 1990s, where over 1,000 Jewish Israelis were killed, to his revisionist Holocaust knowledge, to the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, where Jews were mass exterminated and faced threats? He compared when Jews were killed to when Jews fought back against Nazis. It's quite despicable. I'm sorry.
Gabe, thank you for your call. There's a lot in there, Senator, some of which may be inaccurate. So I don't know. I can't fact check everything in real time. But do you know any of that to be inaccurate or accurate, including the original premise that he would somehow target synagogues if they were contributing to groups like Hatzalah, ambulance services, in a way that he could hurt the synagogues? I just don't want to give out information that's false, but I also don't want to shrink from information that's true.
Well, the caller is exactly the New York constituents that I've spoken to that are alarmed. They are alarmed by past public statements. They are alarmed by past positions, particularly references to global jihad. This is a very serious issue because people that glorify the slaughter of Jews create fear in our communities. The global intifada is a statement that means destroy Israel and kill all the Jews. So these are the kinds of things that if Mr. Mamdani is elected our mayor, we'll need to assure all New Yorkers that he will protect all Jews and protect houses of worship and protect funding for not-for-profits that meet the needs of these communities. Those are the things he'll have to do as our mayor.
He would certainly say that he has committed to protecting all Jews in New York as mayor of New York. Do you dispute? Do you doubt that?
Well, one of the issues I did talk to him yesterday was exactly this issue, and he has agreed to work with me on this and to protect all residents. So this is something I care deeply about, and so I will be an advocate on these issues. These are things that I think are important to New Yorkers, and I will work with him when he gets elected, if he gets elected, to make.
So these idiots are basically claiming it's racist to accuse him of things that he said? Why did she do this? Is this a Joey Swoles video?
Do you need something? Do you need something? Okay, I thought so. Keep it pushing.
If you're getting rude, you can leave. Nobody was looking at you any type of way. I don't own the gym, I work here.
Okay.
Yes. And
That
if you're
means
getting
what?
rude, then you can leave.
That means what?
I can call the police and have you trespass right now. Would you like that?
Go ahead.
Okay, cool.
Go ahead, let him know.
That's what we'll do. So right now, you can take your stuff and head up front.
Okay. Cut the camera.
It's all for the TikTok, dude.
Of this personality type.
I am great.
It seems that in my lifetime, a new type of enlightened individual has emerged. Claims to be able to channel godlike entities themselves as these social media as.
Yeah, they're just dumb bitches with nothing to do.
I am documenting my journey here in Guadalajara. I am down here to look more refreshed and feel more refreshed. Get a left.
All right, so here I am, no makeup on this scar. Not.
Okay. Alright, that was nice and weird. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
U.S. President Donald Trump has ended all trade talks with Canada. The two nations had agreed on a July 21st deadline to strike a new deal. But the U.S. president says due to the digital services tax, all negotiations are now terminated.
We'll continue to conduct these complex negotiations in the best interest of Canadians. It's a negotiation.
In a post on Truth Social, Trump calls the tax a blatant attack on America. He adds that the U.S. will determine the new tariff rate on Canada within 7 days.
There's no way out of it other than to cede to Trump's demands. And, you know, it's not just Trump. It's Democrats, Republicans have been strongly opposed to the tax for a number of years. You know, we've heard it from congressional leaders. We've heard it from their ambassadors.
The digital services tax is a tax on revenue earned by tech corporations. Companies like Google and Apple earn billions annually, but
like, no shit. So they get to steal, like, they're stealing your data and selling you ads and shit. And it's expected that these American companies don't have to pay taxes to other countries on this shit? Fucking Americans. Dodo, donate $2. Well, that's nice, as VG would say. Yes, somebody sent me this yesterday, I believe. Yes, that's a friendly chimpanzee.
Faster, stronger, more than hour, never ever. After work is over, work is harder, make it better, do it faster, makes us stronger. Work is harder, make it better, do it faster, makes us stronger, more than ever. After hour, work is never over.
Okay.
To my own many days fell away with nothing to
That song sounds like shit.
Cut it the fuck out. That's not okay. Sit. Both y'all.
Oh, I see. So he's a complete and utter abusive scumbag, and he deserves to rot in jail. Well, good riddance, dipshit. Who'd have figured he'd be that big of a cunt? Oh, turtle. Oh, that's a nice turtle. Oh, he likes that brushing. Oh, he didn't say stop. He wants more. Oh, what a nice turtle. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's a nice turtle. Wow. Oh. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. $2 Mexican donated $2. Found your arch nemesis, VG. Yeah, that's fake. That's photoshopped. Yeah, that's clearly faked. Yeah, you can see where they added in the effect.
Allah.
Yep. He's gonna ruin New York, dude. It's gonna absolutely fucked.
Hell no.
You got caught. That's good. Please don't generalize whole community because of whole community. It's true. That's a good one. Oh yeah, I've seen the sea lion. Yeah, that was good. Thanks for the donation, $2 Mexican.
Guess who's full of himself again?
Now let's get to a ridiculous.
I guess we can watch a bit of that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
It's a good thing he's in prison now.
Yeah, and hopefully he stays there for a while. Even if he's in there for like a month, that guy's gonna lose like a good 30-40 pounds guaranteed. He's gonna come out looking a lot different. Thanks for the donation though, Nutmuffin.
Jake Tapper, Brad Lander interview that took place that seemingly was just a hit job on Zoran Mamdani.
Lander, thanks for joining us. So Mamdani is already facing a slew of attacks from Republicans, some of them quite bigoted and offensive. Today, Republican Congressman Andy Ogles of Tennessee posted a letter that he sent to Attorney General Pam Bondi, in which he writes in part, quote, Zoran Little Mohammed Mamdani is an anti-Semitic, socialist, communist who will destroy the great city of New York. He needs to be deported, which is why I'm calling for him to be...
If he was honest, he has this exact same position. I'm sorry. I know Jake Tapper. I know his career. I know his worldview. I've been tracking Jake Tapper for far too long. But I mean...
Meanwhile, you have these other folks who are trying to weaponize anti-Semitism like Donald Trump did in his tweet attacking Zoran, in which, again, he called Chuck Schumer a Palestinian. These are offensive. It's like treating Jews as pawns for political purposes, and it's gross bigotry. And New Yorkers are going to show, just like they did in the primary, that we're better than that.
It would be nice if what happens in the Middle East stays in the Middle East, but obviously there have been a lot of...
What is Jake Tapper? Oh my God. First of all, it would be nice if what happens in the Middle East stays in the Middle East is a disgusting way to approach the subject, especially considering that 70% of all weapons that Israel has used, both in defense and offensively,
He's flat out admitting he wishes the US wouldn't fund Israel's Iron Dome so that more Jews could die. How is this guy allowed on social media?
Against the Palestinian population, the Lebanese population, the Syrian population, since October 7 is ours. 70%. 7.
He literally just said they're using the Iron Dome defensively against Palestinian populations. How do you use something defensively against somebody? It's so that they don't die from rocket and missile attacks.
0. Without us, there is no genocide of the Palestinians.
What I hear in so many is a desperate desire for equality and equal rights in...
It's kind of strange how he said that because pretty sure during the Israeli War of Independence, they didn't get any support from the United States. So they didn't even really get any support during the Six-Day War either.
In standing up for Palestinian human rights. And I think what's difficult also is that the very word has been used by the Holocaust Museum when translating the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising into Arabic, because it's a word that means struggle.
Sure.
And
thinks that this is disagreement here.
I don't care. Son's just a fucking bag of hot air.
Don't report how much of that comes from Canada. Canadians for Tax Fairness says this means Canadians have no way of knowing if those megacorps are paying their fair share of taxes.
Donald Trump had a bad week.
Also, what happens in the Middle East stays in the Middle East. This like saying what happens in Nazi Germany stays in Nazi Germany.
I mean, none of that makes sense. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
He joined a war that he didn't mean to join, then walked it back. He made a big blustery declaration about the success of a military operation. Then his own State Department came out and said that that wasn't actually that successful. And he's got a lot of egg on his face. And he's looking for something to change the channel, and this time it's us.
The development will not be a surprise for retired NDP MP Charlie Angus, who before the news broke warned that Americans have no limits when it comes to manufacturing consent for whatever actions they intend to take next.
This is about building a narrative. This is how MAGA operates, and we've seen this right-wing playbook used so many times. This is not about gaslighting. It's about creating a convenient enemy, an existential threat that must be dealt with. What is it going to be next? Are they going to claim that they found weapons of mass destruction in a garage in Charlottetown or Oakville?
In Ottawa, Xiao Li, City News.
Well, Donald Trump has thrown an absolute curveball into the negotiations between Canada and the U.S. and our upcoming trade agreement, or at least we hope that there would be a trade.
Oh, hey, Destiny's got some updates.
Plaintiff Jane Doe's reply in support of motion for protective order governing public commentary by trial participants. Oh, they want to do a gag order on me, so I'm not allowed to talk about it, which is given. I will write it, man. This will be my final manifesto. I'll do a full write-up on this entire thing from start to finish, because nobody will cover this unless I write it all up clearly, just in terms of like all the unhinged, crazy, depraved behavior that the other side has done in the course of this whole case. But comes now, Plaintiff Jane Doe, by and through undersigned counsel, hereby submits her reply in support of her motion for protective order governing public commentary by trial participants, and respectfully states as follows. Defendant's opposition to plaintiff's motion grossly mischaracterizes the nature of the relief sought, the applicable legal standards, and the relevant facts. Plaintiff does not seek to muzzle the defendant, nor does she seek to prevent him from defending himself in court. Yeah, no Sherlock Holmes. Rather, plaintiff seeks a narrowly tailored protective order that applies equally to all trial participants. Well, because she's already gotten her bullshit out there, but okay. And is only intended to curb the ongoing harassment, intimidation, and misrepresentation that threatens the integrity of these proceedings and deter witness participation. See proposed protective order, blah, blah, blah. Okay. The record is clear. Multiple potential witnesses have withdrawn their willingness to testify due to fear of retaliation and doxing by defendant and his followers. There's never been any evidence of this submitted, ever, but okay. Defendant has made explicit threats of violence against plaintiff's witnesses. Again, Queeman and Dristigal are not witnesses in this case, so it has nothing to do with that at all. But I guess you can just lie over and over and over and over and over and over and over again.
The term Islamophobia is a misnomer because the word phobia means irrational fear or distaste of something. A phobia for Islam isn't irrational, it's based. Islam deserved to be hated, shitted. Islamophobia is no different than Naziphobia, both are shit.
I would very much agree with that, Dodo. It's just a bunch of cucks whining and complaining. Thanks for the... Oh, wait, that was Kid Boo. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
In every single motion, I guess you file, but okay. Disparage plaintiff, true. Her witnesses, kind of true. But I mean, like, all of them are actively and continually chatting in just people's Discord server. Like, what do you... Like, these are the least secretive...
Sometimes I wonder if Destiny has tons of little skeletons running around in a closet, clanking around in there battling to get out the door.
Probably not. Skeletons aren't alive, so... They're probably just lying there. Thanks for the donation, them, though.
People, ever. Her witnesses and her attorneys, in repugnant terms, get over yourself, who cares, disclosed the sealed identity of plaintiff. Her name was literally posted on her GiveSendGo when she initially published it. But also her name was used the same day she filed for a protective order. After that, I haven't done it at all. I've removed it when they've asked, but I like...
Dodo donate till I was very cucked answer.
I'm curious to get your thoughts on HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and his Make America Healthy Again platform. Is there an overlap there? And what do you make of some of the vaccine skepticism, his sort of shunning of established science?
Yeah, I love that he is making a specific effort to try to holistically address the nation's health. As to his specific things, like, everyone's going to disagree about things at a different level, but I like the gist of what he's trying to do. I'm here to help in every way I can. I think that it'd be cool if we said America were to be the #1 country in the world for life expectancy. That'd be a great goal for us to have.
Do you share some of that vaccine skepticism?
The vaccine, that is such a complicated topic, not one that could be addressed in a soundbite. It is a nuance. This is the thing with science, is it's not reducible to a soundbite. You really need to take a measured, comprehensive look. I've learned this myself. Like, when you try to do a trimmed down soundbite version, it just gets destroyed. It needs to be much more measured and comprehensive and nuanced.
Your message, though, is don't die.
Don't die.
That is an easier thing for folks to accomplish, for people to be healthier, if they have disposable income to spend on doctors and research. I wonder what your message.
Yeah, he's just trying to stay friends with people who probably are not worth his time. Oh my God.
So when people say democratic socialist, right? And I'm curious what you think this means. I mean, do you like capitalism?
No, I have many critiques of capitalism. And I think ultimately the definition for me of why I
Yeah, again, this guy is a dirty fucking communist.
call myself a democratic socialist is the words of Dr. King decades ago. He said, call
Dr. King was not a socialist.
it democracy or call it democratic socialism. There must be a better distribution of wealth for all of God's children in this country. And that's what I'm focused on, is dignity and taking on
King was not a socialist.
On income inequality. And for too long, politicians have pretended that we're
That's a complete and utter fucking misquote. King and Malcolm X were complaining about some of the wealth inequality between blacks and whites. And a lot of their critics were accusing them of being communists. And that quote was basically him just shrugging off what he's saying, or what the critics are saying. You can call it whatever you want, but there's got to be some better way to deal with some of this racial inequality. That's all they were really saying. So he's deliberately misquoting Martin Luther King. In no way was he a socialist or a communist.
spectators to that crisis of affordability. We're actually actors, and we have the choice to exacerbate it, like Mayor Adams has done, or to respond to it and resolve it, like I'm planning to.
Yeah, this guy's a piece of shit. Fucking can't stand him. BG's favorite song. No, that is not my favorite song. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Like I should keep saying this over and over again. And published private communications on platforms with hundreds of thousands of viewers. Yeah, this isn't illegal. There's no law against this. But defendant claims that plaintiff continues to attack and malign Bono online, but provides no evidentiary support, nor can he, for this false contention. Defendant opposition further asserts that plaintiff's public statements include vitriolic attacks on Bono and his attorneys, but again provides no evidentiary support, nor can he.
This guy is such an ignorant moron.
He is indeed. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
He for this false statement. I mean, she tweeted about the dead. No? Do they just say that that doesn't count here? Plaintiff requests that these unsupported and false statements by defendant be stricken from the record pursuant to Rule 12F of the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure. Plaintiff also requests that the court admonish defendant's counsel for litigating in bad faith and or impose sanctions pursuant to Rule 11. I see that it looks like they have somebody else writing these now, because this one is formatted quite a bit differently than the other ones. I wonder if they hired somebody else or if one of the other lawyers are writing these now. Are you not allowed to say her username? Pixie, I can say Pixie, I'm just not supposed to use her real name. This is though, like, when people do these cases with protective orders because they don't want to be known or they don't want to be associated publicly with the case, Pixie loves the public association. She wants to be publicly associated. She just doesn't want to be quote unquote doxxed, which is like a child's term that you use online for not wanting people to know your name, but it shouldn't really apply here in a court term. Retroactively, looking back, I wish we would have fought the initial protective order. I don't know if there's a likelihood of success on winning there, but maybe it would just a waste of money. I was representing myself. I would have fought the protective order. How are you going to ask for a protective order when you've already publicized all of this online and wrote a Substack and everything else about it? It's an exceptional use of a protective order. And if you look at any of the other cases around this, like nothing is ever done like this. Like, this is just fucking wild. Instead, even the evidence submitted by defendant shows that plaintiff's limited public updates, in contrast, have been respectful and have not disclosed confidential information, threatened any party, or deterred any participant. Rather, they seek to encourage participants. How do I even get participants on my side of this? I mean, I don't know why would the person not being protected help your destiny? There's a public interest to court proceedings being public. There's a public interest to people's names and reputation.
I found this to be pretty hilarious.
Oh, poor squirrel. Oh no. I'd help that squirrel. Give him some nuts and siege. Poor baby. Well, thanks for the donation, Unicorn Jizz. Dodo donated $2. Destiny isn't on Discord. Also, why don't you play Tormented Souls 2 tonight? Is that out? I thought it was not out yet. Yeah, it's not out yet. Says planned release 2025, so that's code for it'll be out when it'll be out. But I have it wishlisted. We're gonna play Battletoads. I'm gonna set up the emulator like on stream, and I downloaded the Marvel vs. Capcom Classics collection. We'll probably play some of that.
Like if you're filing stuff in public court, you're making a claim. You're basically saying that I think that I've been injured in such a way that I think the state needs to intervene and grant me relief for this particular thing. And all of us have a public interest in having access to the records on that. That's why all the court filings are public. Protective orders and things protecting names should be exceptional, and they are exceptional rather than the rule for these types of things. But defendant's opposition ignores the governing standard, the substantial likelihood of material prejudice test set forth in Gentile v. State Bar of Nevada, which courts in this district routinely apply. The proposed protective order meets the standard and is the least restrictive means of protecting the judicial process. I'm not going to bother reading all the underlying cases. Every time I do, they're horrendously miscited, but I don't know if it is or isn't here. Wait, if they're saying you provide no proof of speaking and lying, why not just submit the tweet to the court as evidence or whatever? We probably did in the last motion, but these guys just say whatever. They just lie over and over and over again. And until the judge starts ruling on things. I mean, I think we're supposed to get some rulings on these motions, hopefully within a week, but the big one will be what the magistrate judge recommends in regards to the preliminary injunction. And then hopefully I get approval to go over that transcript publicly. Contrary to defendant's framing, the proposed protective order is not an asymmetric gag order. It explicitly applies to all trial participants, including plaintiff. Didn't she imply that your lawyer was a defender on Twitter? Wouldn't that be an example of her attacking your lawyers? Yeah, I don't remember if Andrew included that in a briefing or not. But yeah, I think she did tweet that initially, that Destiny got the lawyer who defended, these guys or whatever. Are your counsel or you planning to respond to these motions? No, there's a name for it when you have a right of reply. Where are my lawyer people at? What's it called? Like a right to reply. Like we've already given our response to their motion, and I think this is their response to our response to the motion or something. Let me check, hold on. We're not entitled to file a SUR reply. SUR-reply. I'm guessing it's like a required response to a thing, so we don't have a right to respond to the response, basically. You could explain why they sealed it. For laymen, it looks like it's the court siding with them because they have reasonable arguments to seal it, rather than being standard operating procedure. Well, they haven't sealed it yet. It's just sealed until the judge makes a ruling on it. I think generally when you request things to be sealed, they'll be sealed until the judge makes a ruling on it, because if it's open and then they make a ruling to seal it, it kind of defeats the purpose, right? But I'm pretty sure that I think it would be exceptional if they agreed to seal that after it was already an open court and they really didn't have any good legal arguments for it. So it explicitly applies to all trial participants, including plaintiff, and prohibits only that public commentary which disparages, threatens, or intimidates parties, counsel, or witnesses. Disparages? Like what? I can't say, like it's so crazy. Discloses sealed identities or confidential attorney communications. You don't need an order for this. It's already not okay to disclose sealed identities or confidential communications. That's why the identities are sealed, and that's why these communications are, if they're confidential. So I don't know why you would ask for an order about that. Misrepresents legal filings or court orders. How, like, are you allowed to be recorded? If you think I'm incorrect about how I'm representing something, then fine. But I mean, like, I want to protect order against misrepresenting. Like, what does that even mean? Okay, but discloses sensitive personal allegations or private details of the parties or witnesses. Like, all of these people are constantly talking about me and just feel server. Like, I can't say anything about any of these people ever now. And also it applies to every single person, like potential witness. I don't even know what a potential witness is in this case. Apparently anybody can be a witness ever. Trump could jump onto this case, I guess. Such restrictions are well within constitutional bounds. Defense reliance on this case and this case for his contention that the proposed order violates his First Amendment rights is misplaced. Both cases are inappropriate.
She got a couple lawyers to help her out with this case that have no experience with these sort of, civil disputes. I can't remember what type of lawyer they were. I think they were like property lawyers or something. And they're clearly doing this for free. They're not charging her any fucking money for this crap. So there's just never-ending horseshit where they're just saying stupid things constantly and doing nothing. I don't know, why they don't just give it up. They're clearly doing this at this point just to waste Destiny's money because they know this is going fucking nowhere.
Or inopposite, since they involve broad restraints on the press, not on trial participants. The Supreme Court and other courts of appeals have recognized a distinction between participants in the litigation and strangers to it, pursuant to which gag orders on trial participants are evaluated under a less stringent standard than gag orders on the press. Oh, cute. Are they actually trying to read through the cases now and cite them in their, in their motions? Am I inspiring them on stream to do their job? Good job. I'm too lazy to dig through these cases, though, so. Nebraska press is further distinguishable because the prior restraint was struck down due to the lower court's failure to consider less restrictive means or measures. CBSing is also distinguishable because 1, there was no evidence of actual or potential prejudice to the proceedings, and 2, it was a white-collar crime case where the courts have found a less significant danger of prejudice compared to cases involving lurid subject matter, which carry a more significant danger of prejudice. In contrast here, 1, less restrictive measures would not suffice, and 2, plaintiff has presented evidence of actual and potential prejudice, and 3, the lurid subject matter of this case carries a high risk of prejudice. 3, plaintiff has demonstrated substantial likelihood of material prejudice. Defendant contends that plaintiff has not demonstrated a substantial likelihood of prejudice to the proceedings because 1, this case is an early pre-discovery posture, and 2, plaintiff has only demonstrated speculative harm or generalized discomfort. Both of these arguments fail. First, this case is not in early pre-discovery posture. Discovery has already commenced. Written discovery requests have already been exchanged by the parties, and responses are due. However, the parties agreed to wait or await the court's ruling on plaintiff's motion for a protective order governing discovery before exchanging responses and documents. I don't know if there's like a formal distinguishing thing between pre-discovery and whatever. We haven't turned over any discovery yet because we're waiting for the court to rule on some motion, so I don't know, but... Moreover, the case law relied on by defendant in support of the argument is an opposite. In Calhoun v. Invention Submission Corp., the defendant requested that the sanctions imposed on plaintiff and her counsel were posting the allegations of the complaint on a website. Discovery had not yet commenced and no trial date is scheduled, let alone on the horizon. Here, in contrast, plaintiff has not moved for sanctions but for a protective order, and 2, the defendant has not just posted the allegations of the complaint but instead has harassed and vilified plaintiff, witnesses, and her counsel and threatened bodily harm to witnesses. Okay. And discovery has commenced in a trial that has been set, nor is Constant v. Cosby helpful to defendant, since there the court entered an order imposing limits on attorney speech. Second, defendant's argument that plaintiff has shown only speculative harm is clearly belied by the record. As detailed in plaintiff's motion and supporting declaration, defendant has publicly threatened to kill potential witnesses. I'd kill them if I could. I want someone to kill named witnesses. Again, Driscoll and Queeman are not witnesses in this case, but as long as Kiwi Farms continues to post it, I guess they'll continue to copy paste it. I don't know how long you can just lie about something over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. Maybe this will just be the lie that they carry if they get there all the way to trial. Maybe, who knows? Disclosed plaintiff's legal name in violation of the court's anonymity order. Again, this happened before the protective order came out. Since then, not disclosed the person's name. And clearly the plaintiff didn't really care because they withheld that like the name was in the video for months so that they could have it in a motion, 6 months into the case, I guess. But okay. Published confidential meet and confer communications. Published confidential. I don't even know if these communications are supposed to be considered confidential, but okay. And engaged in a pattern of disparagement and ridicule directed at plaintiff, her witnesses, and prospective witnesses, and plaintiff's counsel. I mean, plaintiff has done the same to me. I mean, like when you've made a public Substack that is unhinged and contains like a fuck ton of lies in it, and then you cry that I think that you're a crazy person, like this is just so ridiculous, but whatever. Plaintiff provided specifics regarding Bonnell's vitriolic public commentary and prospective witnesses' reactions to it. Where? I went through all of the declarations, and I think I only saw one person who said something, but it wasn't even... yeah, I don't know where these filings are. Somebody can look at it if it's there somewhere, I guess. See, ECF 44, 84.1 and 84.4. I guess we can look. 84.1 and 84.4. Plaintiff provided specifics regarding Bonnell's vitriolic public commentary and prospective witnesses' reaction to it. This is 84.1. I, Jane Doe. Oh, so this is just Pixie. I'm over 18 years of age. I'm guessing I come to provide testimony. Oh, the personal knowledge. This is so fucking retarded, dude. She's still running with this is just hearsay. This is double hearsay. One of the individuals whose screen name was William Link. When was this filed? I don't even remember when this was filed. June 2nd. Oh, right before the hearing. So her evidence of people feeling threatened by me are one of these individuals whose name was censored told me that the defendant sent the video depicting me to their sister just a few months ago. This individual and their sister, as well as other individuals who had initially contacted me, completely deleted their accounts after Destiny posted his video on the YouTube entitled Destiny vs. Lawsuit. So keep in mind, just to be aware of what this incompetent part is doing, right, is she's filed a lawsuit against me and she didn't get statements, declarations, affidavits from any of the accounts that supposedly DM'd her. Like, what the fuck how fucking stupid do you have to be? What are you even doing at this point? Why would you not get a single one of these in writing? Why would you not get any names or any statements or verify that any of this information is even fucking true?
Happy belated Mr. Gaines.
Thanks for the donation, CDG. Appreciate it. Let me take a look.
Did you know? Babies kick pregnant women all the time. But when
I'm gonna have to stop you right there, Knuckles.
Yo, guys! Have you seen the spinning cat, by any chance?
Why don't you try calling it like you always do?
You mean when he does the...
Stop it, dude.
But, that didn't work. You don't look like a cat, but it sure killed it, though.
Then where could it be?
Can't believe I'm in this fucking place again.
Did you know? Baby...
Well, he makes a very good point. If babies can kick pregnant women, I don't know why I can't. Thanks for the donation, though, SV. Appreciate it.
But then she keeps throwing it over and over and over again in all of her... Like, hello? In this video, defendant further violates my privacy by publishing to his almost 1 million followers out of context private messages. The three women that provided declarations under seal and supported plans motion for preliminary injunction expressed fear of being publicly targeted or doxxed. This is hearsay. Make them submit an affidavit or declaration saying it. You can't just speak for everybody. That's not how this works, little bro. You can't just say like somebody else said this. You have to, they need to sign that. They need to attest to that under oath. They have to sign a thing saying that I promise this is my sworn and true statement, because maybe you're misinterpreting things, or maybe they'd say they wouldn't say that. I don't know why they keep doing this. I know why. It's because it's malicious is the actual answer, but the three women that provided declarations under seal in support of plaintiff's motion for preliminary injunction expressed fear of being publicly targeted or doxxed by defendant and/or his followers indicated they were unwilling to participate in discovery or testify unless their identities remained confidential. For this reason, the witness declarations were filed under seal. Like, that's not in any of the declarations. But besides these three witnesses, there are 4 additional witnesses I have contact with, but they told me that they are afraid of speaking out or testifying against the defendant because of his likely retaliation and harassment. Attached here too, as Exhibit A, is a true and correct copy of one of these witnesses named, who has communicated to me her fear of defendant. Thus, he tried to repeatedly dox one of these witnesses whose screen name is blank after he publicly expressed his support for me. That's not a witness. Somebody who expressed support is not a witness. The potential witness will not testify pertinent information regarding the case unless his information be protected. Blank has expressed fear of providing any further information after the defendant publicly called for his death on the defendant's YouTube channel. Wait, have I? Or are they talking about on Willie Mack's YouTube channel? I'm pretty sure that was the thing that Willie Mack published of me. I don't think I ever said any of it. I don't remember if I did or not. I don't, to be honest. But the 3 other potential witnesses also believe that the defendant has committed crimes against them by disclosing intimate images of them. The 3 other potential witnesses are your 3 current witnesses. But they are afraid of pursuing legal action because of how he's publicly harassed and insulted me and anyone who has supported me, including my counsel. 3 of these witnesses have expressed to me their fear that their physical well-being could even put at risk if they attempt to pursue justice. Like, how does this even make sense? If you file it under seal, I still get access to the name. You think I'm willing to have these people like physically attacked? But if you file it under seal, I won't do that? Like, what? Why am I Destiny in the court filings and not Steven or something? They go back and forth because they're mentally retarded. Almost every individual I've communicated with expressed not only their disgust for defendant's actions, but also their reluctance to speak out publicly due to their concern and fear of defendant retaliating against them. Wow. Wasn't that statement about Disco before they were mentioned as potential witnesses in this case anyway? Yes, yeah. It was like months ago when Willie Mack interviewed me for a YouTube video. Yes. And it wasn't on my channel. It was on Willie Mack's or whatever. Oh, this text message. I'm sorry. I just remember this one. My bad. They did submit this. I just forgot about it because this is the most obviously fake message I've ever seen in my entire life. Stephen Bonnell has abused his position of power and community to gain favor and harass people in the past. I find his actions deplorable and terrifying. I will never feel comfortable being a witness in this case against Stephen unless my identity is protected. I fear for my family, friends, and my current and future careers. Without protection, I am almost certain I will receive harassment and doxing from his community. Nice, based. And it's the first text message they got from this person. Good one. Okay, so those are the 2 things that they submitted for evidence of prospective witnesses being afraid. Gotcha. Wait, surely there is some official affidavit from this person that they should have filed instead of this weird written text message screenshot. No, because they don't have any witnesses for this case, because this entire thing is fucking bullshit, and they know it's fucking bullshit, which is why all of this is like either hearsay from Pixie. It's 1 through 4, not just because it's 81-4 to 81-4-4. I see.
SV donate 666.
What you listening to, son?
The most dangerous man is the one who smiles too much. A man who flatters you too much, who always agrees, who never challenges you. He is not your friend. He is waiting. The most dangerous betrayals do not come from enemies. They come from the ones who stood beside you, smiling, nodding, hiding their true intentions. A monk once told me, "The snake that coils around your wrist is warmer than the one in the grass. Never forget that." 3. People will show you who they are. Believe them. A mistake people make? Ignoring the signs, excusing behavior, thinking they can change someone. The Godfather never needed second chances.
Okay, well, thanks for the donation, SV.
It's just I don't have money for a lawyer or anything. Once he knows my name or something, I'm afraid he's going to harass me or get others to do so. And then, like, what? Jessica doesn't even have any info. What the? What is? He doesn't even have any information relevant to this case. What is the claim that I'm sending him video? Like, we're jerk buddies? Like, what? It's so fucking crazy. But okay, my jerk mate duo. Yeah. Contrary to defendant's blithe contention that plaintiff failed to tie her alleged harm to any specific statements or conduct attributed to Bonnell, the evidence presented shows that defendant's actions have caused multiple prospective witnesses to refuse participation and has hindered evidence gathering and thus prejudiced these proceedings. When was my first YouTube video response published? What was the date on that? Wait, I thought there was a YouTube video linked in here. Am I crazy? Is the link just not in a different color? Purpose. Destiny addresses his lawsuit. This is February 20th. That text message was on January 22nd. Had I said anything publicly about this yet? How are my statements in the future scaring defendants in the past? Because that text message that they cited here, first of all, this just was not relevant to this case at all. He has no discoverable, there's nothing relevant at all. This person said that they were afraid of me on January 22nd. Had I even said anything yet about this? When did Pixie drop her thing on January 20th? Like, they're already afraid? Like, what? Seriously? Okay. Time moves in one direction. Don't forget. Oh, she's the one that linked my YouTube video on February 20th. Okay. The evidence presented has shown the defendant's actions caused multiple prospective witnesses to refuse participation and has hindered evidence gathering and thus prejudiced these proceedings because they have no evidence, so they have to evidence gather after making the public substack and after filing the lawsuit in the hopes they're like praying that somebody comes forward with some magical piece of evidence. But okay, this is precisely the kind of conduct that the Gentile standard was designed to address. See also Shepard v. Maxwell. Defendant falsely argues that plaintiff's evidence is vague and unsubstantiated and relied on unnamed and or yet unidentified witnesses. This is true. In fact, plaintiff's declaration and supporting evidence show that she specifically identified 4 potential witnesses that have communicated their reluctance to participate due to their fear of defendant's doxing and vicious attacks.
Who cares? The Godfather was a shit movie regardless of what anyone says.
I don't know why that's considered like one of the best crime dramas ever made. It was just fucking boring. It wasn't that good. It didn't have much of a story. The whole thing about Michael Corleone kind of being this sleeping beast that ends up getting awoken, it wasn't done very well. That basically just sums up the movie. It just wasn't done very well. I don't know why anybody really likes it. I'm not a big fan. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. SV donated $6.66.
Come here.
Oh.
Come here.
Oh my goodness. Oh. Roly poly kitty.
Oh my god. One more step. You got it.
Oh my god.
Come here.
That's a good cat. That's nice. Thanks for the donation, SB.
The ECF 85. What is even I'm just curious. I should have unredacted versions of these, right? Is that your fault if they're afraid of you? Don't they need to show actual proof that something happened? Kind of, yeah, it has to be. It can't be generalized. It has to be like specific and traceable or some bullshit. Okay, wait. What are these? Hold on. Give me a sec. I'm sorry. Dun 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 dun. Wait, not this. They sent me. They sent the versions that they sent me were redacted, so I don't even know personally who these. What the fuck? Seriously? I have the same document. Okay. So there are people who are afraid of me, and I don't even know who. Okay, based. Absolutely based. Oh, this image is redacted, so I don't know that one. This is redacted. I don't know that one. Oh, and that message is redacted. Cool. All right, cool. That's good. Based. Okay.
They're trying to hide who these people are so that Destiny has no ability to defend himself against any of these claims. So he can't, like, look in his DMs and cross-reference something else they've said to prove they're lying or anything. It's really scummy.
So I don't know. I have no further information. I wouldn't be able to tell you guys publicly. It'd be nice to know for my own case, so I could, like, defend myself. But that's cool. That's fine. I don't have to know any of it, I guess. In fact, plaintiff's declaration supporting evidence show that she specifically identified 4 potential witnesses. What does that even mean? That have communicated their reluctance to participate due to their fear of defendant's doxing and vicious attacks. The names of these witnesses were redacted in the declaration. The evidence submitted in a motion following seal was submitted. Moreover, the 3 witnesses who have agreed to testify and provided declarations would only do so under seal due to their fear of defendant's retaliation. See, but they leaked basically the names for all these people anyway, so good one. Also, I read all of these declarations. I think only one of them mentioned anything about being afraid or wanting to remain anonymous. The declaration of Brooke, she doesn't say anything about being afraid or wanting to be anonymous. That was the first one that was submitted. The declaration of Abby MC, she says she doesn't want her real name revealed, yet they leaked and they keep referring to her over and over again as Abby MC, which is stupid. For docket entry 49-4, they're not even a witness to this case. I don't even know what this person is doing here. None of the witnesses are even relevant to this case. Like, here's an anonymous witness. I am above the age of 18 and competent to provide testimony under oath. I have personal knowledge of matters blah, blah, blah. Okay. Beginning on May 25th, 2024, I began exchanging messages with the defendant, Stephen Cabanel, on Instagram, Signal, and Discord, where engaging with as a fan. Shortly after beginning late May 2024, our conversation progressed, became more personal. We began exchanging private sexual content with one another, and exchanging sexual content of himself alone, as well as private content depicting others, himself and other individuals engaging sexual acts. Destiny shared some of these videos with me directly via Discord messages, but the majority of them were shared through a Google Drive link, which he sent me via Discord for the first time on or about June 2024. The graphic sexual content he shared with me was mostly digital videos, although some were digital photographs as well. I ceased contact with Destiny on or about November 5th, 2024. I subsequently became aware of the allegations that had been online leaks of Destiny engaging in sexual acts with individuals on or about January 21st, 2025. I became aware of Jane Doe's post on Twitter, where she alleged in part that Destiny shared the videos with them engaging in sexual acts without her consent. Shortly thereafter, I reached out to Jane Doe on Twitter and informed her that I was concerned that Destiny had been sharing private sexual content without consent, stating in part that, quote, back in spring/summer, he had sent me videos of other girls. I assumed that he had consent for these, but I realized he likely didn't. Although I had access to the message between Destiny and myself at this point, sometime afterward, I discovered Destiny deleted the message between him and him in Discord, and subsequently discovered that I no longer access the Google Drive containing the graphic sexual content, which would be deleted. This is, like, what is this? This person isn't even claiming that they got anything from me of Pixie, number one. And then number two, they don't even have any context on, like, oh, well, I think these other videos weren't okay. Like, what even is this? It's not even relevant to this case. Let's see, that's one, and then is there other quote-unquote witness? On or about April 2022, I reached out to the defense team, we kept on the second via Twitter. Shortly thereafter, we get to arrange together in blank where we began a sexual relationship. Thereafter, Destiny and I ran in contact, asking me friendly with his wife at the time, Melina. At some point, Destiny asked me if I was comfortable with him sharing videos or pictures of sexual content involving himself, as well as himself and his wife. I told him that I did consent to him sharing these videos with me. Thereafter, we began sharing pictures and videos of sexual nature with one another. Most of these descent for him alone, although at least one of these videos included himself and his wife. On or about mid to late April 23, Destiny invited me to blank, where he was saying briefly, while at blank, Destiny recorded himself and I engaged in sexual acts. Recordings made with my consent, and I authorized Destiny to share the recordings with his wife exclusively. I did not authorize Destiny to share these recordings with anyone else or otherwise make them public. Thereafter, I continued to communicate with Destiny online. In late November 2024, I was harassed by multiple individuals on Discord who informed me that a video of Destiny and myself leaked online. After confirming this was the case, I confronted Destiny. I don't know if I'm allowed to speak to our. Well, I'm not revealing who this is. So, who told me that he was sorry that any videos involving myself had leaked because of him. Destiny also told me that he only shared this content with a single individual who went by the screen name Rose. I don't believe that's true. Following this conversation, I received messages from multiple women on Discord and Twitter who'd been in contact with Destiny, who told me that Destiny shared with them sexual content depicting myself as well as others. Sometime after the November 29th leaks, I discovered Destiny deleted messages between himself and I related to the
Destiny's not on Discord.
So the ironic thing is, and I can bring this up right now, but I won't because I don't want to reveal what it is. They deleted their messages with me, which is funny because we had talked after this and we're still friends after this. And then I looked at my Discord one day and I noticed, oh shit, they deleted all of their messages with me. But I also found out that they were hanging out in a certain Discord. But also, regardless of all of that, this has nothing to do with this case. Why is this even here? Like, this person has nothing related to the actual complaint filed by Pixie. This person's not making an allegation. Like, there's literally no point for this even being here. They have so much random shit. So the fact that they're trying to say that, oh my God, these witnesses are intimidated, they're not even witnesses. These aren't witnesses to this case. These are like literally, these are like random statements that you've collected from people to just throw on that literally have nothing to do with any of this. Like, I don't even know what I can respond to for these. Like, it's not even the subject matter here. But defendant's attempts to ignore or downplay the harm he is causing falls flat in the face of the overwhelming evidence presented. Defendant declared the following about two potential witnesses. Potential witnesses? That's why people like Jessica and Queenman, if I could put their balls in a vice and crush them and then feed it to them and then slice their arm and kill them. See blank at minute 56:42. When did I even do this interview? I feel like this interview was done in like January or February. Does Willie say? 1, this interview was done a long time ago. 2, this isn't even published on my channel. 3, these people are not parties to this case. These people are not witnesses. They have nothing to do with any of this. And none of my commentary about them here has anything to do with this case. So it's like, it's so fucking stupid. This commentary is not merely uncomfortable or critical, as defendant absurdly claims, but rather violent and extremely prejudicial. This commentary undeniably deters witness cooperation and undermines the fair administration of justice. Both of these people, Queenman and Gisticle, have talked about me incessantly for months after. Clearly, they're not deterred, and clearly they're not afraid. So, like, what are we even talking about here? Like, these people talk about me almost daily. In another defendant's income-producing streams, I love how they say that, he recently accused the plaintiff and her counsel of fabricating evidence. I love also how we're being honest now. Thank you. We're just taking straight rips from Kiwi Farms. https://uploads.kiwifarms.st, data/video/. Also, their links are broken half the time, so I don't even know. I'm sure the judge will figure it out. Like, actually in clown show that they're literally just control F5ing my Kiwi Farms thread every day for their next legal argument. But that's cool to just waste my time and destroy my life and my reputation and everything else over this. That's nice. Thank God my prior circle of friends is respectful enough, though, to not make any commentary about this at all on the other side of it, but only on mine. Very spine-possessing people. Defendant tells his hundreds of thousands of followers, I bet this is a fake message, and clearly opposing counsel and plaintiff are dumb enough to fake this in the stupidest way possible. Oh, is that about the declaration that I'd already read? I think it is a fake message. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. And I'll say it again. Put me in your next filing. Defendant has failed to refute the overwhelming evidence consisting of his vitriolic and threatening public commentary, its impact on witness participation, and its actual and ongoing harm to these proceedings. To allow defendant to continue with his unfettered public commentary.
Again, all these people are talking about him on Discord, so claiming they're afraid to talk, even though they'll blab about him constantly online, is just fucking retarded. The only reason they're putting this in here is because they have nothing else to say.
You know how some poepel have gambling addictions? I have like that except donating to VG and not gambling.
It's a bit of a weird donation, or a weird addiction, but I guess that's better than gambling. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Commentary will jeopardize the integrity of these proceedings and impair plaintiff's right to present witnesses. Saying all of this while even temporarily sealing the transcript where we spoke in front of a judge is the ultimate in cuckoldry, in spineless weaponization of the legal system, and in weaponizing of the white woman status to seal the transcript where we're both under oath. And we have to answer honestly in front of a judge. And it's not just the unhinged, deranged, and incoherent ramblings of a schizo lunatic that can apply to either plaintiff or her counsel. Like, it's subhuman behavior. Like, protective order is the least for means. Defendant contends that voir dire, I don't know what that means.
And they basically said you can use either one. However, it is based.
Dodo donate $2, but don't worry I'm not poor like the plebs in chat. Also, I like to donate because I can send you links and tell you things which I cannot do it in chat. Alright, well that's good, Dodo. Glad you're not ruining your life donating to me. Appreciate the donation, Dodo. How is that in library? Does this all come with RetroArch?
On Arch Linux. And so RetroArch is probably the more correct pronunciation. We've also got a ton of video scaling options, a lot more robust than most applications. There's also a ton of different shaders and filters you use. To start, we're going to go into the Downloads tab, which you can find on their main web. Edition is
It's doing it again. Yeah, I don't know if that's Gummy. It was doing this earlier too. Is that gonna... There we go. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
because it will pre-populate a bunch of folders where I can put all of my games inside of. So as an example, as soon as I start up this app, it says that it wants to create all of our game ROM directories. So I'm going to use this as a way of organizing my collection. So under here, I'm
Happy belated birthday, Senor Ricardo Vegano Gaines. I had my vasectomy on your birthday. We are not blood brothers, no. Something much stronger, we are brothers in balls. To my ball brother, may you spew loads of jizz all over hot booties. Good day, sir.
All right, well, congratulations on the vasectomy. Appreciate the donation, my vegan vasectomy twin. SV donated 666. Oh. Cats are hilarious. I love cats. Thanks for the donation, SV. 21st, donate $2. What do you notice? Yeah, these people are annoying as fuck. Good question.
That's my fucking mayor! That's my fucking mayor right there!
Yeah, they're all white college kid gay twinks. Would you go up to him and punch him?
Ah, te l'ho fatta. Liberalo.
Yeah, I'd punch him. Fuck that dipshit. Thanks for the donation, dude. Let me see. Trying to find Battletoads ROM. Oh my god. It's a file path. Not sure if I have to unzip this. Thanks for the gifted membership, Street Vegan. Appreciate it. Oh wait, crap. Should connect my controller. Fuck. 21st donated $2. What is this? That's some very bad dancing. Get ready to see 10 times more of this. Yep. That's what they do in France to assert dominance. Yeah, New York's cooked. Black, donate. Oh, wait, black.
Problem!
Don't put your hands on me, my nigga. Don't put your hands on me. Exactly. Hold their fucking ass over ancestors. I just who held me to chill. I'm a war.
Stress of the N-word equals fat. Yeah, they're fat. Thanks for the donation, 21st. Oh, there it is. It appears to be working. I'm not sure if my controller is set up properly for this. Oh, it is. Wait. Why is the audio so fucking loud? I think do I have to do this literally every fucking time? Holy fuck. fuck?
Young turds.
This is gonna be rough.
The headline is chilling. IDF soldiers ordered to shoot deliberately at unarmed Gazans waiting for humanitarian aid. It seems everyone, including ordinary hungry civilians, are deemed to be targets.
The IDF is actually communicate the Gazan population by fire, by fired live ammunition.
As you saw right there, we're learning horrific new details about the IDF's recent conduct in Gaza thanks to a damning report from Israeli newspaper Haaretz. And as the journalist was saying right there, the IDF was ordered by their leadership to communicate with totally unarmed, peaceful Palestinians by firing at them with live ammunition. As
Yeah, sure. So they were told to fire up in the air and make warning shots because they were being stupid. Okay, yeah, I gotcha. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Yeah, my mom's in chat. Hey, Andrea. What the hell is that thing? Oh, fuck. Oh, no! I think the flies are health.
The young turds for all I care can first go out of business then go to hell.
Yes, I would agree, Dodo. Thanks for the donation. What in the hell? Battle jerks. Shit. Oh, damn it, I keep missing those flies. Oh, shit. No! Yay. No, fuck. Shit, I missed a fly. Damn it! Damn it! Ah, fuck! Fuck! Son of a bitch. Okay, we're fucked. I'm being a little too impatient, I think. Fuck! How did I die there? No! Ah, fuck. Ah, jeez. For an old NES game, the controls are actually really good. Damn it! Fucking pussy. Fuck! Shit, I keep thinking it's gonna do the thing, but it doesn't. What the fuck? That should have hit the fucking bird. God damn it! Fuck your mother. There's so many of these fuckers. Thee than thou donated $2. Oh, that's a cat eating corn. Oh my goodness, cats love corn. Oh, look at that cat enjoying his corn. Oh my goodness. Oh, kitties love corn. Thanks for the donation, thee than thou. Ugh. Hell yeah, bitch. Ah, what the fuck? That was some bullshit. Damn it! Ah, fuck! Ah, the speed bike level. Okay, that NES graphics, dude. Fuck. Ah, shit! Fucking bitch ass. Here we go. Son of a bitch. You can only attack one at a time? Fuck you. Damn it. Yeah, apparently this is difficult and confusing. Damn it! Fuck! Ah, shit. And now we're starting over. Yeah, I played Cuphead, I liked it. Fuck off. There we go. Eat shit. Oh, fuck off! What? Eat my ass. Fucking flying pig. What a load of horse fuck. Shit, I missed the one up.
Durian Rider Durian Rider donation.
Fuck off. Bullshit. Bullshit! Great, yeah, the game fucked me. Fuck off! There we go. One character reminds me of Princess Slug for a Butt. What the fuck? Fuck you, you fucking game. Damn it! Ah, shit. Fuck. Fuck! Fucking game can make you fall off the edge by doing an attack? Suck my fucking dick. serious? Okay, buddy. What? This is fucking relentless. Holy shit. I'm sorry, what the hell happened there? Dude, fucking NES games. We're fucked. Bullshit. Dude, that's just fucking horseshit. That's just straight up horseshit.
Hi there dumbass, it's nice to see that the pro gamer is yet again struggling with another child's game. How about you steer around the walls instead of slamming into them with your slow bitch ass reaction times? You suck cock, get good retarded dummy.
Alright, well thanks for the donation, faggot. Appreciate it. Ah!
I found a bug.
You did find a bug. That is a bug. Thanks for the donation on Wib. Come on, I dodged that. Fuck you. I dodged that. That was perfect. That is fucking bullshit. Fuck you. Eat shit. Suck my ass. What? Okay, dude. Go fuck yourself. That is some bullshit. I know I fucking timed that right. Oh, give me a break.
I'm just in time for Gamer Baby Rage. Tard gains.
Alright, well, thanks for the donation, dude. Appreciate it. Fuck right off. Shit. Fucking pig. How did I not get the one up? Heard. Oh, the game cheated. Me flies. Shit! Oh, you're fucking kidding me! Fuck! No, I missed the flies again. Fuck! I'm getting too impatient. I don't even know how the hell that happened. I know for sure I dodged that. There's no fucking way, dude. There's no way. I timed that perfectly. Fuck off. I don't know if you can fly off the thing while you're jumping. There's no way. I'm timing this perfectly. Fuck off. Son of a bitch. Should be flies here. What the fuck?! It's just bullshit. There's no way. I don't know if you, like... I don't know if I'm missing the ramp sometimes? But it's, like, impossible to fucking tell because, it's, like, 2D. You have, like, no sense of 3D space. Like, what the fuck is this? There we go. Yay, thank you. Absolute fucking dickhead. Like, it's inexplicable. There's no reason I didn't make that jump. Well, we're done with that. Fuck you. You just inexplicably, for no fucking reason, just don't make some fucking jumps. I was right in the fucking center, timed it fucking perfectly, and then, no, you just, no. Fuck right off, dude. Suck my fucking monkey dick.
Good job. Voir dire. Voir dire. A preliminary examination of a witness or a juror by a judge or counsel. Wait, wasn't this a public hearing? How can they make it private? It was public. I don't think they can make it private. Hopefully the judge should rule against that, but we have to wait for the judge to rule on it. But I contends it. Voir dire. That's what he said, right? Voir dire. Voir dire. Contends that voir dire. Jury instructions or confidentiality orders are sufficient alternatives. They are not. This case is still in the pre-trial phase, and voir dire does nothing to address ongoing harm to witnesses, witness intimidation, and or the risk of future disclosures of confidential material. The proposed order is narrowly drawn, addresses only the harmful conduct already documented, and preserves all rights to file pleadings and argue the case in court. Moreover, all the protective orders governing discovery are standard in cases such as the instant one involving sensitive personal information. Not only did defendant refuse to cooperate with plaintiff's efforts towards a stipulated confidentiality agreement, but he has actually opposed plaintiff's motion for a protective order governing discovery. And although that protective order would serve to protect confidential, sensitive information of the parties, it would not prevent the defendant from continuing his public doxing and threatening and false commentary. Defendant contends that the proposed protective order will somehow restrict or impact his right to defend himself. The narrowly tailored order does no such thing unless his right to defense involves attacking and threatening plaintiff, witnesses, and counsel. It does not. The First Amendment does not protect speech that interferes with the fair administration of justice. The fair administration of justice, my God. Defendant's attempts to construe plaintiff's motion as nothing more than an attempt to restrict public access to this court is nonsensical. The pleadings are available to the public, and nothing in the proposed order seeks to alter public access. That's literally what a seal does. Or unless you're talking about that's what a protective order, if they're filing to protect names and stuff, that's literally what it does, is to keep stuff off the public record. But okay. Say the judge sees this bullshit. Is it possible for the plaintiff to be forced to do like a full public retraction or something? No, they would never. I would have like counter seal or something like that, or counter seal or something. But the applicable precedent supports the entry of the narrowly tailored proposed protective order. Defendant fails to distinguish the controlling precedent relied on by plaintiff in their motion. Indeed, the opposition fails to even address or attempt to distinguish the primary case relied on by plaintiff Hernandez, in which the Southern District of Florida imposed restrictions on trial participant speech after finding likelihood of prejudice and no less restrictive.
Learn French so we can make fun of you sounding stupid. I think I'll pass.
Means when the opposition fails to address the critical distinction between constitutionally protected commentary and targeted speech that threatens the integrity of judicial proceedings. You get the vibe that Doe's lawyer hates you personally because she's seen all your negative comments. I think they do because it's a personal friend. That's what I'm pretty sure it's a personal family friend. Particularly through the intimidation or silencing of witnesses, restrictions on extrajudicial statements by trial participants are both lawful and necessary. The evidence submitted showing the defendant has publicly threatened, disparaged, and attempted to dox potential, specifically identifiable witnesses demonstrates precisely the kind of conduct these authorities contemplate. The Southern District of Florida recognizes Hernandez, when witness participation is chilled by public attacks, courts may impose narrowly tailored speech restrictions as the least restrictive means of safeguarding proceedings. This motion does not seek to silence one party or prevent any valid defense. It is about protecting vulnerable witnesses from intimidation and ensuring that testimony may proceed free from retaliation.
Hank Hill turned black.
Hey, you, get back here! Give me that wallet!
Okay.
I ought to tear your head off. Yeah, you better run.
What happened?
A thief just tried to walk off with my wallet.
Really? But wait, I have your wallet in my purse.
What?
You left the house in such a hurry, you forgot to take it.
Oh my God, Peggy, I'm a mugger.
Yeah. Thanks for the donation, Calum.
From fear or retaliation. Defendant misleadingly claims that this is a low-profile civil dispute. Opposing thing, page 11. It is not. I wonder what this was in the context of. I mean, it's a civil case. It's not like a huge corporate litigation thing, and it's not a criminal case, but there have been numerous press releases and articles about it, and hundreds of thousands of people tune into defendant's streaming platforms to hear his distorted version of the proceedings and allegations, as I just read the court documents, but okay. And to listen to and encourage, with financial remuneration, his abuse of the plaintiff, her witnesses, and her counsel. They keep bringing this up over and over and over again, despite the fact that I've lost money on this. And they know that too, because that was also part of our hearing, which is probably another reason why they want to keep it sealed. Do you think this woman could have had law school paid for, but want this one instead? I think she already took the LSAT one, so she probably took it and got like a 70 on it and was like, hey, we'll just play lawyer instead. This is not the run-of-the-mill civil dispute, but rather a high-profile dispute with lurid content and a trial participant, the defendant, who has his own streaming platforms with almost 1 million followers. This scenario only exacerbates the high risk of prejudice to these proceedings due to defendants' threatening, harassing, and false commentary. Plaintiff's limited public comments do not warrant denial of the order. Defendant argues that plaintiff's own public statements undermine her request. This is false equivalence. Plaintiff's posts consist of announcements of procedural rulings, for example, sealing of witness identities, a fundraising effort, defendant should certainly not object to plaintiff's GoFundMe page. It's a Give Send Go page, got him. Since he has been profiting immensely from this case by streaming on a regular basis about it. My lawyer's fees are up to about $200,000 so far. I have not made that much money talking about this case. Not to mention canceled shows, reputational harm that will likely never go away, and everything else involved in this. But that's cute to say this over and over again. They really, really, really like to run with this argument.
Dude, 200 grand because some dumb bitch just said a bunch of stupid shit online. And she doesn't even have a case. Like, she's literally just making up crap. It's so fucked.
This profit revenue is evidenced by the number of views on his videos about the case and the number of comments and questions. For example, streamers such as Defendant receive revenue from their YouTube channels based on memberships, AdSense revenue. Streamer gets paid based on number of users viewing ads, and super chats. The user pays to have his or her message highlighted in the live chat during a stream. The more money is paid, the more likely the streamer will read the message aloud or respond to the question. A fundraising effort in general calls for information relevant to her case or witnesses. Again, I'm sorry, little bro, but if you want to be a big boy or big girl and you want to be an adult and you want to file a court case, then you should file the case with your affidavits and everything in hand. If you're filing a case with nothing on pure lies and copium, which is what she's done, and she knows that she's done that, and then you're praying to God that after attacking my reputation as hard as you can, after going after everything I have as hard as you can, praying that somebody comes forward to substantiate your bullshit case, that's on you for being sorry.
Karis Salavi's vegan in chat is giving me a boner right now.
Okay, well, that's nice. Thanks for the donation, Justin.
ECF 992 to 95. In stark contrast to defendant, none of plaintiff's posts involve threats, harassment, vilification, saying that I lying about her age over and over again, saying that she was 19, saying that I purposefully wanted my sexual content to be leaked and spread all over the fucking internet. All of that, none of that was vilification. Seriously? Exposure of sealed identity, and again, it wasn't sealed yet, it was the same day, but, or publication of confidential materials. I don't know what they're even referring to there. Plaintiff has not doxed, intimidated, or mocked any party or witness. There is no evidence that plaintiff's limited posts have deterred witness participation or jeopardized trial fairness, while there's ample evidence that defendant's posts have done so. See above. Further declarations of people that aren't even relevant to this case based. Defendant distorts the request for relief by arguing that the prosecutor order would allow plaintiff to broadcast their message while sensitive position, but it is patently clear that the request for relief would apply equally to both plaintiff and defendant and seeks only to silence threatening, harassing, and false commentary. See ECF 845. I forget. Did their thing allow them for her to keep her stupid fucking GoFundMe up, her Give Send Go up? Is it just me, or does this feel like it hinges entirely on the premise that you leaked everything to Kiwi Farms intentionally, despite you being the one most... Yes, it does. I think that's one of the overarching narratives that kind of got destroyed at the hearing, which I think is one of the reasons why, another one of the reasons why they wanted that transcript sealed. And it was funny, this is one of the things that I was like happy about, is I could see the, because the judge kept asking questions where he's like, wait, so he published that to Kiwi Farms? And then she's like, well, no, someone else. And he's like, oh, okay. Or when she was talking about, when I found out that she'd sent all of our videos to her ex, and the judge was like, wait, he sent all of your guys' videos to your ex-boyfriend? And then she's like, no, I sent our videos to my ex. I was like, oh, like he was, like I could see the lights turning on the judge, and he was like, wait, what? Or like, this, wait, really? But hopefully we can read the transcript soon. Prohibited content that harasses, threatens, or intimidates the parties, or publicizes or repeats any sensitive personal allegations or private details underlying the claims, publicizes or repeats any confidential settlement discussions or communications, protected by Federal Rules of Procedure 408. You're gonna wait, is this even real? Protective order, and part of it is misrepresents or mischaracterizes the content of legal filings. What? Rule 408, compromise offers and negotiations. Prohibited uses. Evidence of the following is not admissible on behalf of either party, of any party, either to prove or disprove the validity or amount of a disputed claim, or to impeach by a prior inconsistent statement or condition, furnishing, promising, or offering, or accepting, promising, or a valuable consideration, a compromise, or attempt to compromise the claim, and conduct or a statement made during compromise negotiations about the claim, except when offered in a criminal exceptions. Wait, what? I'm sorry, am I not understanding this? This Federal Rule of Civil Procedure, it sounds like it has to do with whether or not, like, things that you say during negotiations for like a settlement are admissible as evidence towards the validity of the claim or whatever. This doesn't sound like it has anything to do with protecting communications. Am I looking at the correct Federal Rules of Civil Procedure 408? Compromise offers. Okay, I'll just keep reading. I'm sorry. As a matter of general agreement, evidence of an offer to compromise a claim is not receivable in evidence as an admission of, as the case may be. Okay, yeah, this makes sense. So like, for instance, if I like, this makes sense. Let's say that I'm like, okay, let's settle. Let's have a discussion, right? We've had discussions on settlement. Oh, I'm leaking more information. Let's say that I was to say, okay, fine, I'm going to settle. I'll give you X dollars. You know, we make a statement or whatever, and then that's fine, right? And you're like, and then they're like, no. And then let's say that like later on in the case they file. And by the way, I know that he's guilty of this because when we were having discussions of settlement, he offered me X amount of dollars, right? That's what it sounds like Rule 408 is governing. Not like evidence, like you can't submit evidence to prove or disprove the validity or amount of a disputed claim based on the settlement discussions. As with evidence of subsequent remedial measures, so in Rule 407, conclusion may be based on two grounds. One, the evidence is irrelevant, since the offer may be motivated by a desire for peace rather than from any concession of weakness positions. Two, a more consistently impressive ground is promotion of the public policy favoring the compromise and settlement of disputes, whether it was ordinarily phrased in terms of offers or compromise. I'm sorry, okay, this is why I don't read reading their citations is painful. I don't know why this was cited here. Sorry, 20 euros. Mandami has said that he wants the city to run supermarkets. Do you agree that it's idiotic? The profit that capitalists make in supermarket products are already low. Thanks capitalism will not bring down prices. I mean, yeah, personally I think it's a dumb thing, but I mean, we'll see what happens. But remember that they described this order as incredibly narrowly tailored. So they're saying this is a narrowly tailored order. And the order is, no person covered by this order shall make or cause to be made any public statement, including on live streams, podcasts, social media platforms, blogs, or to the press, that disparages, harasses, threatens, or intimidates the parties, witnesses, potential witnesses, or either party's counsel. Oh, okay. What does that even mean? What is a potential witness? Like somebody named in the like pre-trial disclosures? Publicizes or repeats any sensitive personal allegations or private details underlying the claims of the action. What does that even mean? I can't even talk about the subject matter of the court case? Like, publicizes or repeats any confidential settlement discussions or communications which are protected, they're not protected by this, or any meet and
I held a bug.
Yeah, that is a bug, and it is in your hand. Good job. You held a bug. Thanks for the donation, non-wib.
for communication counsel. What, so I can't bring up the fact that she was, what, threatening to kill herself if I didn't pay her off? Or that they were asking for $15 million from me initially? Publicly identifies the plaintiff or witnesses whose declarations have been filed under seal, or speculates about the identity of witnesses or potential witnesses, particularly in derogatory, demeaning, or inflammatory terms. So I can't even say if I think somebody's lying. I can't say that like the allegations against me are false. This is not true. What? Misrepresents or mischaracterizes the content of legal filings, discovery, court orders, or the position of any party or attorney. Wait, what the? This is supposed to be narrowly tailored. This is basically a 100% gag order. Like, so I just can't say anything at all about the case anymore. Like, that's basically what this is looking at. To call this narrowly tailored is insane. But okay. Okay, sorry. That was the first meme. And then the second meme is, I think we filed to have the one that Abby MC shit completely tossed because it was just for, I don't remember. It was a ridiculous submission. But is that their proposal for a gag order? Basically, yes. They call it a protective order. But that's basically what it was. Plaintiff Jane Doe's reply in support of motion to file redacted evidence in support of the declaration of Abby MC and for leave to file under seal. So first of all, when they filed Abby MC's declaration, they should have attached the evidence to it. I don't know why they didn't. They probably didn't even have it at the time because they don't give a fuck if any of the people talking to them are even making real allegations against me or not, which is evidenced by the fact that they were relying on DMs from people whose identities they hadn't even ascertained before filing the complaint and then groveling in front of the judge for a temporary restraining order 2 months after filing the case, and then trying to blame their cancer treatments on their late filings. It's just so ridiculous. Don't take the fucking case. If you can't balance chemo and motions at the same time, why you like, I don't even know if you're competent to practice at that point, but whatever. Defendants attempt to strike the evidence corroborating the declaration of Abby MC reeks of desperation. The evidence corroborating? This is not a corroboration. This is her initial claim that should have been included. It's not corroborating evidence to include a text message. Also, by the way, just to be clear, this is the evidence that she submitted that she gave to the attorneys. By the way, Destiny sends me sex tapes all the time, and he thinks, I don't know, the girl's in them, but I have videos of him fucking Cherry and Pixie, like Limfeo. He just sent me another one. Haven't opened it. Let's see who he's fucking this time. He should be more careful, basically. Limeo. This is the totality of the evidence that this person has that I've ever sent them anything, which I haven't. Because another thing they admitted in the hearing that they said very clearly, I think on 2 different occasions, was this person never gave them any evidence whatsoever that I actually sent her anything. There was no evidence of that ever submitted, ever. They admitted that they hadn't seen evidence of it at all. And I also know this is the person who I showed was apparently taking pictures of my computer when they were at my house. So I don't even know what they've seen or haven't seen on my computer or what, because like this video doesn't even exist. This isn't a real thing. This is not even a real thing. Also, I like how they also edited part of a redacted filing too. What, you couldn't redact the person's message, but this is the totality of evidence that this person has. It's like this, in case you're not aware, this is the one thing right here. This is the entire case is built on this one message. The entire motion for summary judgment that we're filing, right, on whether or not the case will get tossed, whether we have to actually try, all of it will come down to whether or not the judge thinks that this is a factual dispute that we need.
When was the last time James made you twerk? Do you miss those days? Do you miss James finishing to you twerking?
I think it's been a little while. I don't miss twerking for an entire hour. That's kind of excessive. But, you know, occasionally here and there is fine for like a few minutes. Thanks for the donation, Eckirk.
Need to be settled in a jury trial. It will all come down to this one singular message. I don't know how judges ordinarily rule on evidence stuff like this, but y'all should depose Abby MC, you mean? Because I don't know who the other person is. Yeah, maybe if it gets up for me, we'll do a deposition. Does the judge differentiate between loaded words and their actual meanings? Like when you say corroborating? Oh, I don't know. I'm just saying that like they're acting like they're submitting more and more evidence that's corroborating this person's statements, but it's not corroborating evidence. This is just the text message that they referred to in their first declaration. It should have been submitted with her declaration, but I don't know why they didn't. I thought I tried to serve them and they couldn't be found. Yeah, we're trying, but that text doesn't even prove you sent the Pixie one before October 2022. You mean after? Yeah, no, it doesn't prove anything. And like I said, I've gone through my messages with this person. I haven't done, it's just not true. The person's lying. It seems like there's just an endless back and forth of filings between plaintiff and defendant. When is it going to be ruled? Well, these motions should be ruled on soon. And then hopefully we get something from the magistrate judge soon relating to the preliminary injunction. But like judges are busy. They're not going to be like proofreading every single motion or going through all this. You know? Do they need proof of this part of the trial? Well, I mean, you could argue that their proof is her testimony, right? The proof would be her saying, he sent me those videos. And so, I mean, if it was a very conservative judge, again, I don't know what the standards are, like the strict standards are for summary judgment. Like an incredibly conservative judge, I guess, could theoretically rule and say, well, this is a material fact dispute, and it's not up for the judge to make a ruling on that. So then the entire trial would basically be putting Abby on the stand and then having her testify. But she must agree to be deposed and answer any questions before MSJ. Oh, motion for summary. Oh, maybe that's true. Maybe if she refuses to be deposed, then maybe it gets tossed, I guess. What reason? What would be the reason for you to not show publicly all the DMs with this person? Because technically, why not? Wait, was there a reason for this? Oh, I don't know if it counts as like revealing the person or whatever. So I don't even know if I would need to. Also, I'm not dumping my whole DM history. It's fucking gross. But I mean, like I said, like I went through and I looked at the particular date, and I know which 2 videos I was talking about. Both of them refer to. I know exactly which 2 videos were, and it was nothing to do with this complaint or any of the people involved in this complaint. It's nothing related to that. Like I know exactly what they were when I was referring to on that date. And this person probably should know as well. Like you can even tell by reading their responses to me that they know what it was. So this is just it's a total fucking lie. But I think this person is. I could say much about them, but they have their own set of problems. But defendant's attempt to strike the evidence corroborating the declaration of IBMC reeks of desperation. See defendant's opposition. Blah, blah, blah. For months, the defendant has been gloating on his platforms to his hundreds of thousands of followers that despite his heinous acts, he will not be held accountable because he allegedly shared the video prior to the effective date of Cardi. No! I have not said that I think anything wrong happened or that anything was done, non-consensually, whatever. That would be an argument that we could have if they have subject matter jurisdiction. But the first argument we're going with is, of course, is you're trying a case that you don't even have the authority to file in federal court. You chose to file in federal court, and you chose to file under the statute, and you chose to deliberately lie in the filings. 1, claiming that you had evidence from people that didn't exist or that you hadn't gathered evidence from, and 2, by lying and misstating the date of a submitted text message in order to bring it in range so you could file this in public court, in federal court, so that you could have your fun day parading around on the internet like you meant something. So that's on you. Sorry. Indeed, to date, defendant's entire defense has hung its hat on this alleged lack of subject matter jurisdiction. That's wrong, and that's a lie. But I can't read the court transcript where we talked about this in front of the judge, so I guess you got me there for now. But despite defendant's harassing and threatening commentary intended to prevent witnesses from coming forward on plaintiff's behalf, a brave witness did come forward and provided a declaration evidencing the defendant shared the video with her after the effective date of Cardi, thereby defeating defendant's only defense. Okay, that's not my only defense, but even without the IBMC testimony and evidence, however, there are strong legal grounds for finding subject matter jurisdiction under, inter alia, the ongoing distribution doctrine. So there's another Kiwi Farms argument where they're saying, well, if you send a link to a thing, technically you're always continually and forever sending it. But again, my counter argument there is that means that every single thing you ever send ever is always being continually forever sent. That would be true of every single digital platform ever, which is stupid. I've never seen a court case ever that uses this standard to determine ongoing distribution, but they're welcome to cite one if they can find it. Although actually, I think in the hearing, I think they admitted that they had 0 case law to back that claim up as well. Defendant's opposition relies on false and misleading statements, a mischaracterization of the evidence, and inapplicable case law in its futile attempt to strike the corroborating evidence. The very premise of the opposition is false. The evidentiary hearing on plaintiff's motion already occurred. Now, on the eve of the court issuing a ruling on her motion, plaintiff seeks to submit new and untimely evidence in support of her motion, depriving Bonnell of an opportunity to respond or to challenge the declarant in open court. The actual facts are that 1, IBMC's declaration was submitted on May 2nd, 2025 in support of plaintiff's reply to opposition to motion for preliminary injunction. Yeah, but not her actual text message. How are you allowed to talk about stuff in the hearing when it is sealed? I mean, it's just the transcript that's sealed. I should be able to talk about the hearing. I was there.
Turkey Tom made a video
In
on
mid-2010s
iDubbbz,
YouTube,
right?
no name was more respected than iDubbbz, who, through his content cop videos, became the executioner of content creators. Leafy, Rice Gum, The Fine Bros, Tana Mojo, Keemstar, you name them, and he either successfully glassed their online careers or severely damaged their reputation. So much so that many of his targets aren't even remembered. Fast forward just a few years, and he's debased himself to the point where anyone can take a shot at him free of consequences. As hard as it is to understand how an outsider to the influencer sphere was embraced by the public as their judge, it's even harder to understand why he chose to self-destruct in such a pitiful way. Unlike many people whose demise comes as they fall out of mainstream appeal and get tangled up in controversy, iDubbbz was the opposite. He diligently grew his audience by engaging in the most vile and offensive antics imaginable.
Say Nick. I'm gay. Oh, it's a single piece of paper that says Nick. Everyone type now. It's the stupid.
I could honestly go on and on compiling clips of that sort because those were his bread and butter. And he wasn't only liked for it, he was loved for it. A good comparison, which will become pretty apt when we get to their falling out, is H3H3, who used to do a similar kind of content where he dunked on low-hanging fruit targets, sometimes going as far as to make fun of cringy kids. However, H3 simultaneously did serious attempts at calling out situations he saw as injustices, not only on YouTube, but in general, pivoting away from content that was just meant to be comedic and trying to legitimize himself as a social commentator by punching up. As this pivot gradually took place, H3 decidedly became part of the greater community, and for the most part, became a lot less controversial, at least for a while. Meanwhile, iDubbbz brazenly made fun of anyone who wandered into his crosshairs, whether they were disabled.
My name is Pisces Sakono, and I'm here to say, you iDubbbz with your ass cockamamie bullshit!
Or schizos.
Hey, welcome back to another episode of Schizophonic TV. This is Loose Sick Diamond Eyes.
Dude, he literally cannot help the beatboxing. It's like his Tourette's.
None of it mattered. No target was too low. No joke was too offensive. And he didn't just do it, but he was also good at justifying it.
Straight off the bat, I want to let all the newcomers to my channel know that I'm perfectly fine with bullying. Make fun of someone because they're fat, autistic, or riddled with acne. I don't care. Make fun of them. I think my only stipulation with the bullying is that you also have to not be a pussy. But you can't say that one because it's got sort of it's guttural. Either all of them are okay or none of them are okay. It's either all okay or none of it's okay.
All of this really set iDubbbz at a different class from people who were just simply edgy for the sake of it or because they were looking to grift off of a more edgy edgy, or in some cases, more conservative audience. Up until 2020, iDubbbz was one of the few people who stuck true to his original audience, without diluting it or trying to have his fan base admire him parasocially. He made very funny, even if offensive, YouTube videos without dumbing down his content or engaging in unnecessary drama, something most people would see as integrity. But as the decade approached its end, there were some signs that the times were changing. Ian's uploads not only slowed down, but they became much more vague in theme. His tried and true formats like Bad Unboxing and Content Cop increasingly gave way to casual iDubbbz complains videos or things like the fast food tier list. Granted, even in this slightly reduced form, he still managed to post videos like his documentary on Airsoft Fatty, Full Force, which now sits at nearly 25 million views.
Airsoft
But if you were an
Fatty
avid viewer and you
documentary
paid
is
attention to the tone of the jokes, there was a vibe shift underway, although no one could predict how devastating its ultimate consequences would be. You see, all the way back in 2016, at what was safely iDubbbz's peak in online hype, he began dating fellow content creator Anissa Jamha. By merit of clicking on this video, you probably know who Anissa is from her current online infamy. But long before that, she was a small League of Legends streamer under the alias Rainbow Kids, although that description hardly tells the whole story. In March 2016, Anissa's first big claim to fame came in the way of a video titled A Day in the Life of a Booby Streamer, which racked up hundreds of thousands of views in a matter of months. Although it's no longer available, the title is pretty self-explanatory, and it was released at a point in time where booby streamers were taking their first steps toward the full-fledged domination of certain streaming platforms through trends like hot tub streams. Just by looking at the videos recommended on the side, you can figure out that this was Anissa's hustle at the time, with channels like Sexy Gamer Girls or Cute Twitch Girls uploading clips of her streams where she did risque things, as well as commentary channels of the time criticizing the kind of content she made. But despite her already being somewhat infamous for sexualizing herself at the time, her day in the life video was attached to an announcement that she'd be moving away from that kind of content, which she later clarified through a series of Reddit posts. This public pivot got so much traction that it earned itself an article on Kotaku, where Anissa actually contributed and gave a quote. "I would play ranked games on stream, and I would lose every single one because I was just so focused on the fact that my straps on my push-up bra were digging into my shoulders, and I would look over at chat, and like every second comment is calling me a slut and a whore. It's just not fun for me anymore. I'm not saying that it's wrong to do this. If you are a female and you feel sexy doing this, all the power to you. I just wanted to explain to everybody why I personally am sick and tired of doing this, not comfortable doing this, nor do I..."
Yeah, and then she made an OnlyFans. I'm assuming what actually happened was she wasn't making any money. Either that or Ian was covering her bills. It's one of the two things. So why put in the effort if you've got some dude covering your bills or she wasn't making money doing it to begin with?
I feel like it's right for me to do this. Despite this article focusing on how merciless and toxic the community could be, Anissa's decision was met with plenty of support, with people saying they preferred her non-sexual content. Other people, like Brittany Venti, immediately cast doubt on the sincerity of Anissa's pivot, claiming her content hadn't changed as much as she suggested it would. However, the clips that were shown as proof of the content not changing weren't really hard-hitting evidence, as they consisted of Anissa showing off a t-shirt and walking around in her room, a far cry from her extremely sexualized streams from before. About a month later, Anissa uploaded a video where she criticized feminism.
"I don't feel like I need to be a part of a movement in where I can dye my hair blue and become 500 pounds overweight and claim that I'm still beautiful. Like, I don't get it. And I'm not saying that I disagree with what feminism actually is. I'm not saying that I disagree with what, the OG movement of what feminism is. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying that you can't even, like, claim to support feminism anymore without it leaving a bad taste in people's mouths because of third wave feminism."
This kind of video was pretty common around that time, with huge content creators like Shoe1Head making similar content, both in format and theme. Regardless of how on the rise criticizing feminism was at that point, Anissa didn't seem like she was being dishonest or grifting, especially since she continued to make those points even after it clearly didn't net her any popularity. Later on, she slightly disavowed the whole anti-SJW movement, but didn't overall change her opinions, signaling that they weren't just a product of being influenced by other people.
What are your thoughts towards SJWs? I feel like this the SJW thing has kind of just been beaten to a pulp at this point. I think that anybody that's on any extreme point of anything is wrong.
In July, a month before her and iDubbbz started dating, she made a video giving dating advice for men, where she provided a mind-bending amount of foreshadowing for the rest of the story.
"I have dated a lot of dudes. I will not lie to you. Nice guys do finish last. I wish that I could, meet a nice guy who was right away emotionally available and committed and just be like, holy shit, I want to date you forever. But there's something about it that is an extreme turnoff for a lot of women. In my opinion, when a man opens himself up emotionally fully and commits fully, it is essentially like a woman sleeping with a man. It's on the same level of, like, giving. But if a girl slept with you on the first date, chances are you wouldn't be very interested in having an actual relationship. If you give a woman your full emotional availability, they will take it for granted. And they will not value it to the same extent that they should. And by not valuing it, they will also not respect you to the same extent that they should. And that opens you up for disinterest and...
She's literally admitting to the female psychosis. Why is she even... It has to be money, then. So she's just taking advantage of iDubbbz for money.
In worst case scenario, abuse. Because you will be abused if you're not respected. It's just the way it is. Being a nice guy means that you're a selfless human being and you want to put others in front of you. And I know it's extremely hard, but it's something that if you just throw yourself at that person, chances are you're not going to get out of the relationship what you want. A lot of guys, if you find a woman that you think is worth your time and you think is interesting and you think is deserving of the world, you will immediately put them on a pedestal and think that they deserve everything. And It has happened to me before, and as soon as you put that woman on a pedestal, you are asking for trouble, especially in the gift market. Things that are just instant
So she's admitting she takes advantage of vulnerable dudes. So that's what she's doing with iDubbbz, obviously.
turn-offs for women. Crying. A good rule of thumb, if she is not crying, you should not be crying. Period. It shows overall emotional weakness, and later on in life, you wonder how they're going to handle serious, actual, legitimate issues. Crying at really stupid shit is a really good way to make a girl not like you really fast.
It truly fills one's mind with contemplation to see her saying this stuff, knowing how it all ends. In the same month as this was published, another Kotaku piece went up, this time reporting on the fact that Anissa's mother, Maureen, was one of the moderators in her Twitch chat. Interestingly enough, here it's mentioned that both of Anissa's parents are quite conservative and religious, and despite being quite protective over her, Maureen was respectful of her wishes to let the chat come at her and only moderate when things got super out of hand. According to her, Anissa wasn't hurt by anything said online, as she didn't take it seriously and understood people were just trolling. In January 2017, a few months into her relationship with Ian, Anissa did an AMA wherein she spoke about how their relationship began, explaining they met after TwitchCon 2016 and immediately hit it off and never stopped talking to each other. On the surface, this seems completely innocuous, but even at this point, some things didn't add up. Although she doesn't at all mention this in her AMA for obvious reasons, not only did she have a boyfriend when she invited Ian to hang out after TwitchCon, her boyfriend went with her to TwitchCon and only broke up with him a week later. Additionally, another aspect of the timeline here that was broken later on is that Anissa went on to claim she was still a booby streamer by the time the two got together, which is verifiably untrue. While it is small, these establish a pattern of slightly bending the truth whenever it's convenient to do so. Just like her relationship with Acadian, within a year of being with Ian, she was telling random people on her Discord server that they weren't doing well. And not only were they close to breaking up, but they'd already previously experienced a relationship scare. Around the same time, Anissa was both privately and publicly signaling she was becoming closer to YouTuber Chris Raygun, saying he'd be more willing to defend her from online hate than Ian. With these things being discussed online, Anissa was becoming increasingly disliked. And however gratuitous some of it may be, she really put in an effort to say insanely bad stuff in public for seemingly no reason.
Lion Maker, whatever his name was accused of pedophilia. Like, it gave me a lot of anxiety because I feel like a lot of it is based on a lot of fiction and not a lot of fact. And like, if the person really isn't as bad as people think it is, which most of the time they're not, then you're just watching people rip apart somebody that maybe doesn't deserve it as much as, like, I don't know, it's just sad seeing somebody get ripped apart.
Simultaneously, her content was floundering. You see, Anissa's videos around this time were focused on things like her suffering from body dysmorphia and anorexia, her negative experience with sending nudes, her fitness journey, how Instagram models are deceptive, all of which kind of echoed the same theme, handling her insecurity with her appearance, and how the need for validation from strangers can lead to compulsive, self-destructive behavior. Then, in March 2020, she made an OnlyFans. I can't really say enough to highlight the irony of this, so I hope it's self-evident. Overnight, the undercurrent of people who were aware of Anissa's existence and disliked her suddenly became mainstream, as multitudes of people began to ridicule both Anissa for joining OnlyFans and iDubbbz for continuing to be with her as she explicitly sexualized herself for strangers for money. To be fair, this feeding frenzy for trolls only really reached a fever pitch after iDubbbz made a video about the situation, wherein he claimed his audience simply didn't.
Dude, that is a huge fucking red flag when a chick is talking about her relationship problems in like a public Discord and talking about breaking up with you. Like, Ian has absolutely zero fucking self-respect. And I think the reason she probably did that, talked about them breaking up in like a public Discord, was to see how Ian would react to it. And she realized, oh, I can literally do whatever I want, and I got this guy wrapped around my finger.
Know him well enough if they ever assumed he'd have a problem with not safe for work material. The thing is, he kind of sidesteps the point, which isn't adult material itself, but the fact that his girlfriend was making it. For the majority of people,
everything reminds me of her.
This is a leaf of the giant water lily. It expands by over 20 centimeters a day and eventually measures more than 2 meters across. The leaves float high in the water, and their surfaces are dotted with tiny holes, drains, that help them ensure that rainwater doesn't accumulate and sink them. Over the next few months, the lily will produce some 40 or so of these gigantic leaves. And
okay, that's good. Thanks for the donation, SV.
People, even just consuming that kind of thing while in a relationship is bad. So one would imagine that when Anissa proposed posting explicit images online for any stranger to engage with, that idea wouldn't even be considered tolerable, let alone actively supported.
And I think all of it is cool. Yeah, I know. I didn't think it would be a controversial opinion either. A good amount of people are just doing the reasonable thing and just making jokes and laughing about it. But there's a whole nother group of people who feel personally devastated and betrayed. You lied to us.
To play a bit of devil's advocate here, the debate gets heavily sidetracked by people saying he was a hypocrite, which doesn't really apply since Ian hadn't ever expressed being against it on a moral level. But while accusations of him being a hypocrite or a simp miss the mark, obviously the average person is going to have a problem with sending nudes to other people while in a relationship and find it objectionable, whether it's to one person or to your parasocial gooner army. He makes a point here about how someone cranking it to your girlfriend doesn't affect you and wouldn't constitute cheating, but that's not exactly comparable to your significant other actively inviting people to do it. Lastly, Ian remarks that this decision wasn't Anissa stooping to that level for money, but again, her own Discord messages show that she strongly resented not getting enough attention and not making enough money online. Even during the period she was already with him and didn't technically need to make a living. Anissa herself admits that the financial reward of doing OnlyFans was extremely important for her and went toward helping her family, so that absolutely was a factor. The thing is, 3 years prior, Ian had offered to pay for her to go to college, meaning she could have done something else to make money, but instead opted to do OnlyFans. Why? Well, it's all but made explicit that Ian's attention wasn't enough for her, as she admittedly wanted attention from strangers online, even if it came from terminal gooners. Oddly, in her video about it, Anissa's stance on the wave of hate they got once this situation erupted was that she didn't care about other people's view of her. The thing is, you can't really have it both ways, and clearly, validation from online strangers does matter to her. Otherwise, what's the point of posting her pictures online? You could say money, but again, Ian himself offered her alternatives years before, and she turned it down. What's rarely highlighted when this topic is covered is that Anissa's OnlyFans is directly related to her often discussed issues with her body image. However much Ian and her try to pretend that posting not safe for work content is empowering or is somehow healing her. Regardless of how you feel about it morally, I strongly doubt that showing whole online is the cure for a mental illness. If it is, I'm looking forward to the OnlyFans and BetterHelp partnership in the future. While OCD and BDD aren't necessarily tied to sexualizing yourself, there is a condition called histrionic disorder, which is. Other symptoms include compulsive oversharing about one's private life, even to the point of embarrassing friends or family, dressing in a provocative manner for attention, being strongly opinionated about things they don't know much about, being easily influenced by peers and emulating them, and the list goes on. Given that this condition typically manifests in girls in their early 20s, right around the time Anissa became a booby streamer, there may be some reason for concern. But regardless of Anissa's issues, even after this pivot, Ian was developing his own problems. In 2021, Ian's new documentary was recorded, wherein he spent a few days with comedian Sam Hyde. But the actual contents of it weren't seen until early 2022, when Sam, allegedly due to not getting any communication from iDubbbz for months and growing frustrated due to having spent 15 grand on it, became suspicious that Ian wouldn't release it at all, and released the footage he had gotten. Over nearly 2 hours of video, it's revealed that most of, if not all of that 15 grand Sam mentioned, had been spent hiring actors and renting things in order to create the appearance of a bizarre lifestyle. For example, a paid actress played the part of Sam's cracked out girlfriend, with him verbally abusing her and drinking her breast milk. To go over each and every one of the hundreds of little gaslighting pranks Sam and his crew ran on Ian would take a long time, so hopefully that one example is enough to represent them. However, the actual moment where Sam reveals to Ian that most of what he experienced in the first couple of days there was just an elaborate prank isn't actually in Sam's footage, and it would only appear a month later when Ian uploaded his version of the documentary.
I'm curious about your relationship with Danny. Has she been on drugs since she met you?
She's been on drugs since before she met me. So if you're implying that I've driven her to drug use, you are incorrect.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, that's what I wanted to sort of get out of the way.
Good.
Yeah.
Glad we got that out of the way.
Have you tried to get her any help?
No, seeing as she's a girl I paid $500 to shave her head and pretend to be my girlfriend, no, I haven't tried to get her any help. Do you want me to try?
Wait, okay.
I don't know her that well. It's probably not my business to get her off drugs. Also, I think I told her to put her hand in your pocket and pretend to be on drugs.
Shut up.
You think are you serious? You think I'd date a girl that has her hair shaved like that?
Yes.
Is it a mental case?
Yes.
You think I would spill rock stars and Legos all over my office like an animal and have 20 people in a dentist's office? You know this is a converted dentist's office, right? That's why there's like paintings of like whales on the walls and shit. Ian, you silly guy.
So you're punking me?
I'm not punking you. I'm trying to make I thought it'd be funny for your fans. I thought they'd like it. Also, the slingshot's a rental.
We did get duped by Sam. We didn't get pranked in quite the way we thought we were going to get pranked. It's not easy to say that I'm like happy with the conclusion because I'm still wondering kind of what's real and what's fake.
Given Ian had the documentary ready to go within a month of Sam's video, it's unlikely that he had decided against making it altogether for the past year and slapped it together as a reaction to Sam uploading the footage he had. However, that doesn't change the fact that neither party was fully transparent with their intentions and plans for the documentary. Obviously, to some extent, it must have been Sam's intention to disturb and make Ian look like a fish out of water, with no chance to see through the facade. But at the same time, Ian's approach to the documentary was clearly meant to be uncharitable. He wasn't making some unbiased gonzo journalism attempt to capture the strange life of a controversial alternative comedian. He was, in his own way, trying to make Sam look bad. This becomes perfectly clear in perhaps the most dreaded section of this entire documentary, the circle of irony.
This is why it's so difficult to be around Sam, try to understand him and ultimately make a documentary about him. He lives here. Sam is drenched in meta-irony constantly. He intentionally doesn't make it obvious when he is or isn't joking about something. Why he does this is up for interpretation, I guess, but after seeing how much he appears to involve himself in political ideologies, it seems he prefers to use meta-irony as a shield.
Here, Ian spends around 5 minutes doing an ironically roundabout explanation of how Sam and people like him only pretend.
I'm doing good, Chef Poppy, just chilling, you know.
tend to be ironic when they say extremely right-wing things to avoid suffering any consequences. But if you're at all familiar with Sam's non-sketch content, whether it be his earlier Hide Wars episodes, or if you happen to be active on the now-defunct $1 Million Extreme subreddit where Sam frequently posted through his Reddit account, Sam has no issue copying to being genuinely right-wing, and especially no issue with being framed as such. As a matter of fact, he seems to find it funny. For example, when a BuzzFeed journalist reached out to Sam to ask about his social media bans, he simply responded with a racial slur, and I swear there was a screenshot of this, but I couldn't find it. The point being, while Sam has no issue talking about politics, when he can sense that someone is trying to trap him into saying something, he deliberately flouts it to annoy them, which is exactly what he did during Ian's documentary. But going back to Ian's negligent approach to all of this, if he had simply taken the time to do his due diligence, this would become obvious to the point where asking Sam, or even trying to structure the documentary around it, is a complete waste of time, especially if his objective was to make an entertaining video. Lastly, if Ian truly believed Sam was a far-right extremist who veiled his beliefs through a thin veneer of irony, then why would he make a documentary effectively platform?
Can you encourage more females to join your chat? I'm getting tired of masturbating to the same old skanks over and over again daily.
Yeah, I don't know how to go about doing that, but I'll do my best. Thanks for the donation, Chef Poppy.
Forming Sam and giving him a wide berth to get hundreds of thousands of new eyes on his content. Even if you look at this from Ian's perspective, it still makes no sense how all of this was carried out, which only adds to how terminally negligent he continued to be, even after beginning his pivot to his new identity. In all likelihood, Ian probably thought that this documentary would be an easy dunk on a guy who was widely known for having his show canceled for being overtly far-right and being blamed for every mass shooting incident in the previous decade. But the exact opposite was the case. While Sam was already experiencing a resurgence in popularity at the time due to one of the original members of MDE, Nick Rochefort, returning to do a podcast-style show with him called Perfect Guy Life, iDubbbz' blunder of a documentary ballooned to well over 6 million views, ironically sending Sam back into the stratosphere. With this documentary backfiring to an unbelievable extent, within a few months, Sam reappeared on Ian's radar, this time as the boxing trainer of Harley Morenstein of Epic Mealtime. In 2022, another one of Ian's creative ventures was Creator Clash, extrapolating from the extremely popular wave of influencer boxing events and turning into a full card of YouTubers boxing each other. It's important to mention that outside of the YouTuber gimmick, Creator Clash was held with the objective of raising money for a variety of different charity funds, which will become much more relevant later on. While Sam himself wasn't invited to take part as a fighter, Ian didn't take issue with Harley making content out of Sam's involvement with his training. And for the time being, this signaled that there was no ill will between Sam and Ian. However, when the date of the event approached, it turned out that Sam had been blacklisted from the event, meaning he wasn't allowed to go, despite supposedly paying over $11,000 for 5 front row seats. In a Twitter space, Keemstar asked Ian and Anissa, who was in charge of running the event for some reason, about the situation involving Sam.
We worked with Sam Hyde for a period, and it was tough. You know, he was wanting to put on his own show, and he did, and it was funny. But he's not a super cooperative guy. He's very unpredictable. So involving him in our events just isn't a good idea. I think most people would.
It's just a massive business risk.
I think most people would understand that.
Yeah, it's a huge business risk. I mean, we're getting guys signing to agree to be within like 7 pounds of each other. I can't trust it. I mean, you can't really trust it. It's just hard to have trust there. Also, on top of that, it's like we've put way too much money and time into this to have one person. Also, like, do you think Dr. Mike would box on a card with Sam Hyde?
While I have no doubt that there could be people, whether it be fighters or potential sponsors, that would pull out if they were aware of Sam's involvement, it's kind of weird that Anissa mentioned Dr. Mike of all people as someone who would pull out of the event. Due to this claim on the Twitter space, Sam was quick to antagonize Dr. Mike in response.
There's not one real person following Dr. Mike.
Assuming that Anissa was telling the truth. But when Brandon Buckingham did an interview with Dr. Mike and asked him about it, this is what Dr. Mike had to say.
Did you hear that he banned Sam Hyde from entering the event?
I did not. Why is that?
I don't know. I have no idea.
I have no idea either. Sorry.
He had like front row $10,000 seats, and then he said he couldn't come to the event.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. I don't know what to say about that. That wasn't my call.
Sad Sam Hyde at home watching this. Want to say shout out Sam Hyde?
Yeah. Sorry, Sam Hyde, that happened to you.
Clearly, based on his response, not only did he have nothing to do with it, but he wasn't even familiar with the situation. Obviously, based on their shifty behavior, especially later on when Sam joined the Twitter space, they just disliked Sam specifically for his political opinions and didn't want to give him a platform for him to promote himself through. Instead of being honest about it, they pivoted to talking about how hard it was to ensure all of the YouTubers they had on the card were being properly trained by real coaches and wouldn't miss weight, citing Anissa's supposed background in kinesiology to legitimize the importance of overseeing these things, which was met with a laughing emoji reaction by Sam.
I have a kinesiology background, nutrition background, so I'm able to kind of like
She was guiding me the whole time, tell me what to eat, when to eat.
It seems they took an approach that put an unusual amount of weight on making everyone involved with the event as comfortable as possible. And in an episode of the H3 podcast from 1 month prior to the event, this was elaborated on mostly by Anissa. But here we have a pretty interesting moment. Legitimate boxing coach Michael Briggs highlights how genuine and generous Ian was when it came to things like pay, only for Anissa to butt in, talking about how fighters are exploited the same way sex workers are. But she laments that there is no equivalent of OnlyFans for them to be their own agents.
It's very similar to like the porn industry for women, the way that fighters are treated.
That's interesting.
Yeah, it's very exploitive. They get them young, and they don't tell them all the consequences, and they don't pay them properly, and they don't represent them properly.
That's really interesting comparison.
Yeah, and there's no unions or anyone helping them.
No one's protecting them at all.
Yeah.
What's interesting about the porn industry lately is how women have been, or well, anyone in the porn industry can go, like there's so many people becoming like multimillionaires by going and making OnlyFans and doing their own thing.
Yeah.
but the boxers can't do that.
We've actually joked about it a few times, making like an OnlyFans for fighters.
Only boxers?
Yeah.
First off, it's kind of frustrating to see how compulsively Anissa has to make everything about OnlyFans. Michael just made a compliment to her husband, and she absolutely had to divert it into some gibberish about exploitation and how fighters should unionize to make more money.
Yeah,
Secondly, it's not true
weird.
that you can't make money in fighting being a free agent. Not only are there people like Kimbo Slice who grew an audience by fighting people online before YouTube existed, but nowadays you have plenty of small, amateur, and otherwise makeshift fighting promotions operating mostly out of YouTube, such as Street Beefs, which has already succeeded at producing extremely popular fighters, like Death Sentence, who went on to become a web celebrity. Last but not least, it's only fitting that she's giving this fair pay spiel as a response to Michael Briggs, who has recently come out to say that he, along with his wife, Kate, who was recording the training process, had accepted reduced training fees from Ian as they'd been promised exposure from the documentary that was supposed to be made out of the lead up to the first Creator Clash event. But this exposure never happened because the documentary was never made, and the Briggs couple was never reimbursed.
And he said his job was to go around and like film Anissa having interactions with everyone. So we didn't know if that meant they were gonna make the second documentary about how, or the actual documentary about how like Anissa was responsible for the event, because she did put a lot of work in for the first event and she did put a lot of work in for the second, but at the same time, in the first event she didn't get credit for it, so she felt like she deserved all the credit.
If that wasn't bad enough, Michael added that during their time training Ian, Anissa tried to control what kind of music played in their gym. The thing is, plenty of other people who had nothing to do with Creator Clash were also training at that gym. So Anissa was basically demanding favoritism just so that indie music would play in the background of training footage that would never even get released, when we all know what kind of music really belongs in the gym. Worst of all is that Anissa went above and beyond being petty about Creator Clash related endeavors and developed a personal grudge against Michael. At one point, Anissa went directly to Kate and said she had no idea why they were together, saying he didn't respect women, clearly trying to drive a wedge between them for seemingly no reason. Their relationship only grew more strained as time went on, as after Kate didn't respond to Anissa's attempt, Anissa discovered Michael had some Jewish ancestry, and according to them, she became more distant, keeping them in the dark about the post-fight gala events, and eventually expressing they didn't need to be there, suggesting she specifically didn't want them to be there. Then, when the Briggs couple reached out to them for their support for a bill to end child marriage, which was relevant.
So she's just an anti-Semite. Wow. Well, like, we already knew that, but geez.
Since Ian and Anissa knew Kate was a child marriage survivor, they were simply left on red. We'll eventually come back to the topic of the generosity of the Jamhas, and yes, the Jamhas, because Ian took her last name when they got married in 2021, apparently just because they
wow, what a cuck.
agreed that Ian's last name sounded bad.
The only reason why we chose my name over his last name is because his last name is like just objectively ugly. It's just like an ugly last name. Like Washburn sounds horrendous. Like Anissa Washburn definitely stormed the Capitol.
For the time being, everyone got to watch the unspoken but explicit transformation of Ian, from a guy who had regrets about how insensitive he'd been in the past to a full-on
D's vegan nuts toe.
Walnuts or almonds? Thanks for the donation, Hairy Nuts.
masochist. Another milestone of this metamorphosis is about a month after the first Creator Clash, iDubbbz appeared on Hassan Piker's stream, and of course, he was with Anissa. Again, if their objective was to be simply neutral and not take any risks, Hassan would probably be out of the picture due to his overtly political online presence. But interestingly enough, that didn't seem to matter here.
We were shitting on the most like right-wing content creators of that era. Maybe not like officially positioning yourself as that, but it did feel like, I mean, you were like, you dogged on Keemstar, Rice Gum, like obviously these are apolitical people, but they're still like very heavily slanted to the right. Leafy.
Regardless of how much online hatred they were attracting on an individual level, the first Creator Clash was a success, raising over $1 million for charity.
Since you went full-on red pill, would you be a guest on the Fresh and Fit podcast?
No, I fucking hate them. They're like anti-Semitic fucking retards. Like, they have insane, bizarre, extremist views on literally everything. Like, I don't agree with most of their shit on dating and relationships. They're just crazy whack jobs. They're pretty much guilty of the same thing they accuse women of doing. Like the kind of vapid, attention-seeking, catty, emotional behavior that they say they're fed up with women doing, they do that. So I don't agree with them on, like, literally anything. Thanks for the donation, though, Buttman.
Charity, selling over 100,000 pay-per-views, packing the entire arena, and having pretty much every person who attended compliment how well run and organized it was, especially compared to other influencer boxing events. The same could not be said for Creator Clash 2. In January of 2023, the second installment of the event was announced for April, which kicked Sam's online badgering of iDubbbz into high gear, to the point where people were making entire compilations out of it. However, Ian and Anissa weren't the only people in his scope, as he also began notoriously targeting Hassan Piker. In late August of the same year, Sam took part in a boxing match and dedicated his victory speech to Hassan, saying he was looking for a boxing match and maybe a little more.
Got anyone you want to call out in the heavyweight division? Oh, you know it, lad. You know that Hassan Piker? I'm coming to kill you in Los Angeles at your house. Or in the ring? No, in real life. I'm going to stalk him and become obsessed with him and wear his makeup and his dresses and use his skin as a coat. like the ancient Irish did.
While this was pretty successful at disturbing Hassan, it didn't get him any closer to his goal of getting to Ian, so he changed his strategy. While Harley was also slated to fight in Creator Clash 2, this time Sam connected with Froggy Fresh, a YouTuber who got big over a decade ago with comedic rap videos. Froggy was set to fight Chris Raygun, another channel that, while still active today, peaked during the 2016 anti-SJW era. All in all, a good matchup that made sense. A few minutes after Happy Punch would tweet that photo, Anissa's mother, using a sock puppet account titled The Pied Piper, replied to some tweets referring to Froggy, saying she hopes they would replace the imp. Froggy retweeted and replied to her tweets, referring to her by her real name, and joking about iDubbbz being a pimp. And just like that, her account was deactivated. Just one day later, the official Creator Clash Twitter account announced that Froggy would no longer be fighting at the event, which left a bad taste in everyone's mouth. Most notably, YouTuber Jadion offered a 100.
Why in the hell did Anissa's mom get involved in this, for one thing, and then for no reason antagonize Froggy Fresh?
$100,000 donation to Creator Clash if they reinstated Froggy, which wasn't even considered. And none other than Moist Critical tweeted, urging them to reconsider the decision. With that many people pitching in on the matter, you'd imagine that there'd be some better reasoning for Froggy's removal made public. But instead, it was radio silence. At this point, people had already bought tickets for the event, and despite changing the lineup, Ian and Anissa felt they didn't even have to justify their decisions to their paying customers. Of course, there are plenty of problems with other fighting promotions, but you can easily find dozens of examples of fighters who got in pretty extreme trouble with the heads of their promotions and still were allowed to continue fighting. In this case, even with little to no information, it was clear what was happening, although it seemed like they wouldn't admit it. They developed a personal grudge against Froggy due to the things he had said, and the fact he was training with Sam probably did no favors with the Jamhas either, leading to his removal from the event despite the months of work he'd put into his training up until that point. As public pressure mounted, and people were widely perceiving the organization of Creator Clash as the unreasonable party, they decided to release another public statement. As you may be aware, we recently announced Froggy Fresh would be leaving the Creator Clash 2 ticket. We wanted to provide some additional information around the rationale for this decision to help clarify some of the online chatter. We have a legally binding code of conduct that each of our Creator Clash 2 fighters are held to, the violation of which is grounds for termination. Unfortunately, there were several violations made by Froggy Fresh during his tenure with Creator Clash this year. The Creator Clash 2 team, inclusive of the production company, takes violations seriously and made several unsuccessful attempts to address them directly with Froggy Fresh in the hopes we could work together to get things back on track. When it became clear that the exhibited behavior wasn't stopping, at risk to the other fighters, fans, and others involved in the event, the Creator Clash 2 team made the collective decision to move forward without Froggy Fresh on the ticket. Our #1 priority is ensuring Creator Clash 2 is a positive, safe, welcoming space for everyone. While their statement ended with a note about how much money had already been donated to charity, this did very little to satisfy people, including Froggy, who replied saying that he still hadn't been told what he did to warrant this treatment. He later retweeted this statement and claimed to have been threatened with a lawsuit if he spoke out about what was going on, and was asked to return the $15,000 he was given for the previous 5 months of training, which had already taken place. Oddly, after taking every opportunity to emblazon themselves as the face of the event, suddenly Ian and Anissa were nowhere to be found, and everybody was getting stonewalled by the faceless and robotic answers of the official accounts. Despite this hang-up going pretty much unexplained, the event went forward, and according to Anissa herself, the arena was packed, despite Taylor Swift holding a show simultaneously, which, in a reply, Anissa claimed made the hotels for the fighters a lot more expensive. Although Froggy's absence didn't seem to make that much of a difference for the majority of the people who attended, it made a huge difference for Chris Raygun, who he was supposed to fight. Instead of 5'2" Froggy, 5'4" Chris got matched up against 5'10" William Haynes, who was almost 10 pounds heavier than him. Unsurprisingly, he was TKO'd in the second round pretty brutally. Finally, after the event had ended, Ian revealed the real reason for Froggy's removal.
The main reason Froggy was kicked from the card was for collaborating with Sam Hyde. And, for anyone who's been following the story, that's fairly obvious. Froggy has explained, his side of the story multiple times. And unfortunately, he's been perpetuating a narrative that it's about OnlyFans or that it's about Anissa's mom. And that's extremely deceptive because he knows why he was kicked from the card. The one indication I gave him was Sam Hyde, and I wasn't unclear about that.
Additionally, he claimed through a series of text messages that Froggy knew exactly why he'd been terminated and had been pretending otherwise for attention. While it is a bit odd that the announcement of the termination only came after Froggy's interaction with Anissa's mom, it was made clear in the text that he was given fair warning to not work with Sam in relation to his match in Creator Clash 2, but he proceeded to do so anyway, claiming that Ian had no power over who he was friends with. In this specific case, even if the reason for the termination can be considered frivolous, it was clear Ian was telling the truth, and Froggy had been omitting it. However, in the same video, Ian claims that they had no interest in suing him and that he had been lying about that. But as it turns out, he had actually received a letter that not just notified him of his termination, but also demanded that he cease and desist from speaking about the event, and asking for the refund of the $15,000. Now, there are only two possibilities here. Either Ian knew the contents of this letter and lied about it on his video, or this section was included by someone without his knowledge, which led him to make this video not knowing that they had, in fact, threatened Froggy with a lawsuit. But neither possibility made Ian, Anissa, or the event at large look very good. Regardless of the details of the situation and their back and forth, it was just one aspect of the event, which up until that point wasn't signaling any issues, until, well, it signaled every possible issue. On the 3rd of July, iDubbbz posted a video titled The Harsh Reality of Creator Clash 2, where he revealed they had lost $250,000 on the event.
For Creator Clash 2, despite it being a fun event and despite good fights and a lot of creators sacrificing a lot of time, money, and energy, we lost $250,000 on the event.
It's unclear here if with we he meant him and Anissa, or he meant them and Real Good Pouring, the company with which they work to host the events. There's also Mike Leonardi, the silent co-founder of Creator Clash, so I wonder if he's included here, which matters because although there may be an overall net loss, it's deceptive the way it's not specified how exposed Ian and Anissa were to it, meaning we don't know how much of that $250,000 is their personal loss. Immediately after, Ian says they weren't even able to pay off the minimums, which include the money for everyone's traveling, hotel, and training expenses.
Unfortunately, we didn't even reach the break-even point, right? We're $250,000 in the red. I foolishly thought that the success of last year would should be a minimum, a minimum for what we are able to do this year. And that wasn't true.
While I can't comment on the cost of each of these things individually, since they haven't been publicized by Ian, it's been pointed out that paying thousands upon thousands of dollars for each participant's training is an insane thing to do. And it's surprising that he doesn't even consider this maybe was an issue. If you actually watch the event, only 5 of the 12 fights even went the distance, and no one looked good as far as being a technical boxer is concerned. Clearly, they were all people who only took up the sport recently, and the thing is, that's not even a problem. Creator Clash and other events like it aren't professional or Olympic boxing events. It's not being watched by seasoned boxing connoisseurs who expect the fighters to be excellent. It's primarily being watched by viewers of the YouTubers who are taking part. And again, if it's not obvious enough, people who are fans of Aaron Hansen aren't fans because of how well he boxes. Their job as entertainers is to entertain, and influencer boxing is one of the venues through which they can do that. But probably due to how much Ian and Anissa emphasized that they had to take the whole thing seriously and dedicate themselves to training, the majority of the people here were not posting content related to Creator Clash 2. As it was pointed out by one commenter, even iDubbbz was guilty of this, as he, the co-founder and promoter in name only of the event, wasn't making content out of the lead up, which is something he actually did in Creator Clash 1. In this harsh reality video, Ian mentions that all of the creators all had to put their careers on hold while training for it, which is precisely the opposite of what they should do. Unsurprisingly, plenty of people didn't even know the second event was happening, and if they did, they had no idea when. The content creators, who were paid a decent amount of money to show up, were incentivized to not do the one thing they can actually be good at, creating content. And even that is being generous, since most of these guys didn't get any significant amount of views, meaning they couldn't promote the event even if they wanted to. I don't want to be disrespectful to these people, but the majority of them are randoms whose names don't get people buying pay-per-views, let alone tickets to the event. And yet, they're getting the same amount of money as the big names, despite bringing in only a fraction, if even that, of the total viewership. Simply put, them being there cost more than it generated in revenue. Ian could have dramatically reduced the costs and increased sales by only having the biggest content creators on the card, and, of course, telling them to actively promote the thing they're doing. Alternatively, if he really wanted to include smaller creators without eating a huge cost, he could do it like the UFC does to prelim fighters. Pay them a small, flat rate for showing up, another small, flat rate for winning, and let them train however they want or not train at all. That way, the rest of the money could have been spent on promoting the event. No matter how much money you turn into ash by giving it to these people for training, it won't change that these are just gimmick fights involving untrained people who will look bad in the ring. With this in mind, they should have forewent everything, even weight classes, in order to make it more entertaining. Other companies have proved this is possible, but Creator Clash deliberately chose not to. If the cost and requirement for having people on the card were cut, I'm sure there would be computer-bound freaks with small followings who would throw themselves in the thresher for attention and the content they could farm out of their appearance. Based on Ian's explanation of it, he believed that simply having more people on the card would generate more revenue, without taking into consideration whether these new people had any sizable following whatsoever.
I thought, okay, we're bringing on more talent, we're bringing on more creators. That should translate to more pay-per-view buys.
Even if he paid them all the same, which he might have been dumb enough to do, it's obvious that the biggest creators will bring in the crushing majority of the revenue, and the smaller ones will end up being a cost. Instead of recognizing his abysmal failure to run his fighting event the same way all other successful fighting events are run, he instead thinks that this is the fault of not having enough anti-piracy measures.
I can guarantee you all of these ideas have come from Anissa. Like, even he said, like, I don't know why I'm doing boxing.
Amongst the 800 pirated streaming sites, there were between 1.3 and 3 million viewers. So even though there were around 50,000 pay-per-view buys, there were around 1.3 to 3 million viewers. But we didn't have any anti-piracy measures we weren't prepared to deal with.
I guarantee that if there were really effective anti-piracy measures in place, the people who didn't pay for it wouldn't suddenly cough up the money. They'd just wait for the fights to be released for free on YouTube. To add insult to injury, he remarks that the event was held in an arena that was twice as big as the previous events, as they bought out a hotel and held events both before and after the fight to process the trauma of being in a fight, which he claimed was entirely necessary and not something he'd consider not doing.
Fighters and friends and family could come together and process their trauma. That was sort of paramount for me.
According to Ian's boxing coach, who eventually defected and spoke out about the event, a month before Creator Clash 2 took place, they were already in the hole for $500,000. And apparently, these costs didn't even include the post-fight gala event, so it's almost impossible to say just how incompetent they actually were. Remember, the whole point of the event, in theory, is to raise money for charities, but it's clearly not as important as having a whole hotel bought out, so a bunch of content creators, most of whom are doing perfectly fine for themselves financially, can, what, hang out?
$20,000 to basically, just be a little bit less in pain after going through all this torment and trauma.
The way Ian repeatedly uses words like torment and trauma to describe the boxing matches makes it sound like he has absolutely no business fighting or promoting a fighting event. And given how he lost both of his matches, there's probably some truth to that. The thing is, people don't get paid for how much trauma they underwent. They're supposed to get paid for how much money they bring to the event. And independent of piracy, there was little worth paying the pay-per-view to see. Even in the face of a $250,000 loss, Ian somehow thinks he's doing the moral thing by paying every fighter the amount he paid them. But if they're not making that money back, then he's just doing charity for the fighters, instead of doing charity for, the charitable organizations that Creator Clash is supposed to support. Lastly, it's impossible not to notice that whenever it's to show up to a podcast or take credit for things going well, Anissa's involvement is unavoidable. But whenever it's to address difficult things and actually communicate clearly, you only see Ian. Coincidentally, the only times things get communicated clearly at all is when Ian is the one doing it, which makes it that much more frustrating that he keeps putting himself down about it while praising Anissa's communication skills.
Yeah, Anissa was the one who solves problems. She is more communicative than me, and she's better at communicating than I am. I fucking suck at this shit.
So where were these amazing communication skills when it came to giving the public the reasons why Froggy was removed? Oh yeah, that was Ian. At the end of the day, the person who has to take these catastrophes to the face is Ian. And given that he's at a much better financial standing than she is, you just know that Ian was covering those Creator Clash 2 losses, as he'd never allow it to cut into her OnlyFans revenue. If this massive failure wasn't enough, about a month before he made these announcements, Ian released a video titled "I Miss the Old iDubbbz," which
I wonder when, like, she's gonna break up with him. Guaranteed. And you can already see the signs of that. Like, she's gonna break up with him, and then you're gonna hear some bullshit story about how he was, like, abusive in some vague way, and she's gonna say he had so much trauma that he was, like, dumping on me, and I couldn't handle it, and da-da-da. Like, I wonder if that's gonna be the wake-up moment where he realizes he's being played this whole fucking time.
Which is just an even more grating remake of his 2020 response to the OnlyFans criticism.
I am responsible for creating a lot of hurtful and damaging content on this channel, and I've also created a culture of apathy and, I don't know, a lot of like cruelty as well.
Here, he announced he'd be taking down some of his content, specifically his content cop videos, which he considered cruel and morally grandstanding. And while this does fall in line with his current worldview, the grandstanding part is simply not true. Even if his older content was mean-spirited in its attempts to entertain, at no point was Ian taking the moral high ground. He made people look stupid, or at worst, deceptive, but he didn't really paint his targets as evil and make himself look like the good guy in comparison. That's closer to what H3 did when he used to cover things like CSGO skins, and it's not what iDubbbz used to make. He also says that he only got up to those things in the first place because he felt his personality wouldn't be enough to entertain people. And although he's right, it's completely irrelevant. Everyone knows IShowSpeed barks and lunges at his computer screen to entertain his audience. That's not his personality. That's just something he plays up for content. To think that this is somehow a crutch or to have some kind of imposter syndrome about it is on the same level as thinking that WWE is real. Later on in the same video, he starts talking about how important it is for him to open up and let his audience see who he really is. But the thing is, that's just not entertaining. Even the most successful streamers whose entire career hinges on the cult of personality surrounding them need to be doing stuff all the time to entertain their audience. Ultimately, the people yearn for content, not support groups and sensitivity lectures, however harsh that may sound. Moments later, he pivots to talking about how bigoted his content was, his responsibility for his entire audience's actions, and how he's ready to begin working toward redeeming himself.
And I just want to make it clear that I am absolutely responsible for my audience. And, you know, I guess if you want to, you know, look out for people who are red flags, it's definitely people who had my mentality that say, I'm not responsible.
The thing is, if it's true that he's responsible for his audience's actions, then he has absolutely no hope of ever redeeming himself. He had tens of millions of people repeating all kinds of unsavory catchphrases, and many of these people didn't even watch his content and just knew him from clips and memes. In order to undo it, he'd have to commit seppuku and light himself on fire like a Tibetan monk. Or alternatively, he could just acknowledge that his content was just that, content. He can claim his intentions were irrelevant all he wants, but at the end of the day, it's clear that he wasn't indoctrinating his audience or sending a message. He was just being offensive for the sake of entertainment. If at any point he was morally grandstanding, that point is right now, as he tells the people who liked his old content that they need to acknowledge that it's irresponsible.
But it doesn't matter. I don't think anyone deserves that level of cruelty or hate. It's also indoctrinated a lot of people into thinking that this is an okay way to behave, and it's not. It's super irresponsible.
Later on in this video, he remarks that his focus as of late has been to retroactively be more inclusive to marginalized groups he feels that he pushed away during his YouTube career, as if moping and self-flagellating would do anything to change that. Additionally, it's not as if he's doing this out of selflessness either. He's clearly doing it because it personally bothers him that his online following keeps giving him and Anissa crap, and he's desperate to secure himself a comfy place in the outskirts of BreadTube, much like H3 had done when he cozied up to Hassan. To add a cherry on top, Ian claims that his newfound worldview is the result of him developing empathy, which is about as delusional as it gets. Not only does that imply that—
Serious question. If your baseline LDL is low, 38, ApoB also below range, and you introduce consumption of pork brain, at a dose where dietary cholesterol is 3 to 5 grams, do you think this would disturb blood lipids to the point of being atherogenic?
You would probably see roughly a 15 to 20% increase in LDL. So, lower is better. Typically with large prospective cohorts, people who can keep their LDL below 70 don't develop atherosclerosis, but there are some exceptions. So lower is better. You always see the lowest event rate and lowest risk of mortality with the people with the lowest LDL. So when it comes to primary prevention, as long as you can keep LDL below 70, in all likelihood, you're fine. And when it comes to secondary prevention, you want to target below 35. So if you've already developed heart disease or already had a heart attack, you definitely don't want to add any cholesterol or saturated fat to your diet. If your LDL is 38, you're almost out of range where the event rate would be expected to approach 0 for secondary prevention. For primary prevention, you could probably get away with it. So hope that answers your question. Thanks for the donation. Interesting hypothetical.
that anyone who disagrees with him lacks empathy, it's interesting that all of his descriptions of his feeling empathy sound more like guilt, although for him, those two things may be indistinguishable. A couple of months after this dark episode, Ian goes for a quick second round of public humiliation as he joins with Francesca Ramsey to be educated. Honestly, these are the only people who get impressed by what Ian is doing. Activists, whose entire life revolve around policing this kind of behavior. The average black person most likely doesn't care either way about what the gay retard guy has been getting up to lately. It's at this point that Ian became such low-hanging fruit that even Sam Hyde completely backed away from targeting him. Ironically, one of the people Ian specifically apologized to, Tana Mojo, would also go on to address the recent developments.
Like, you know, him showing up to my show, him kind of putting me on blast, him inevitably making me kind of canceled and lose subscribers and have to apologize and all that type of stuff. I kind of think I'd like deserved that. I don't feel like I'm owed an apology.
Another previous victim of iDubbbz who came out of the woodwork was none other than the most high-profile content cop target, Leafy, who made tweets mocking him and suggesting that the two fight in Creator Clash 3. The thing is, no matter how much people have dunked on Ian, no one, and I mean no one, did more damage to Ian than himself. Well, apart from maybe Anissa, who seems to never get tired of adding to the public humiliation in whatever way she could.
I just want to ask him if you've always been shitting your pants.
No.
Because since I've known you, you've always had like IBS. You've always been shitting yourself.
Yeah, well.
To bring back a point from earlier in the video, people like Anissa tend to have the compulsion to reveal intimate and uncomfortable things, whether it's about themselves or other people. And here we can see it in full effect. This wouldn't be the last bout of embarrassing situations caused by Anissa in the year of 2023, as in November, Max Mofo, one of Ian's longtime friends, was getting married. But in the pictures, Ian was nowhere to be seen. Eventually, he made a passing remark about it during a stream, saying he had important business to attend to in the States, so he traveled to Australia a month before.
Draw me, bitch. Draw me getting shoved with a big black Sharpie up my ass by Jazzman. Then, I'm screaming I'm getting blacked. In all caps. Get my face right, Chef Cap and the Shades bitch. Oh, then draw a Christian cross tattoo on my ass cheek. Bitch.
Okay, I can do that. Yeah, apparently iDubbbz missed one of his friend's wedding. Yeah, Max Mofo's wedding because Anissa was getting a tattoo. And you know for a fact, Anissa was the one who told him, you can't go to the wedding because I'm getting a tattoo. Uh... There you go. Oh, chef cap. I'll change that. Chef cap. What does a chef cap look like? There you go. Well, hope you enjoyed that drawing. Thanks for the donation, Poppy Chef.
ChatGPT says it would drive up remnant C beyond the modest bump in LDL. Because elevated remnant particle cholesterol independently predicts atherosclerosis, extended exposure could add cardiovascular risk even when fasting LDL looks normal. Thoughts?
Yeah, as long as the most important marker is going to be ApoB, as long as your total particle count stays within the safe range, it really doesn't matter. So it's all about ApoB. If you can keep your total particle count low enough, it's not really a concern. Thanks for the donation, though. Interesting hypothetical.
Can you draw Joey Carp strong fucking Jasmine and then add a...
No. Thanks for the donation.
Or to congratulate him. While it's impossible to know what this important business was that he had to be in the States for, it was later leaked through Anissa's Discord that the real reason Ian went to Australia was to get a tattoo. Now, there are a few things to say here. First off, there's the obvious, which many people have said, which is Joji, who is certifiably a more busy and famous person than Ian, managed to make it to Max's wedding, but Ian couldn't. That doesn't sound right. But beyond that, he could go to Australia for a tattoo, but he couldn't go to his friend's wedding. And lastly, why, after nearly 10 years, is Anissa still telling her Discord about her personal life, knowing that it will get leaked? And to make matters worse, she's once again talking about Ian having IBS and pooping himself, specifically that she thinks she gave him food poisoning by improperly boiling her food. I thought she was the nutrition specialist. How?
Yeah, she has absolutely no respect for Ian, and she just does things for the sake of exercising her control over him.
Can you screw up boiling something? I don't know how, at this point, the issue of Anissa's need to parasocially connect with strangers online hasn't been dealt with. It is potentially the root of every bad thing that's happened to them since 2019. But maybe that's why Ian thinks she's good at communicating. She's just yapping and exposing herself to anyone within listening range constantly, while Ian only speaks out when he needs to. Having learned nothing from the absolute catastrophe that was Creator Clash 2, in February 2025, Ian resurfaced to announce his third installment. And I almost shudder to say he somehow made it worse. Within the first couple minutes of the announcement, he says this.
The theory I had 3 years ago when trying to promote Creator Clash 1 is the same theory I have today. I think the single most important element of an influencer boxing event is the mystery component. Obviously, you gotta have, popular influencers. Maybe it's important to have a little drama, a little beef. But what I think makes influencer boxing interesting at its core is the mystery. Who's gonna train, who's not gonna train, and what does their particular background contribute to the outcome of the fight?
I'm genuinely trying not to be cynical, but mystery is not even in the top 10 things that make an event of that kind sell. Maybe if you stretch the definition of the word to include anything that's even remotely unpredictable, but otherwise, people mostly dish out their money for things they know they want. The mystery of whether some Minecraft YouTuber is gonna train or not for his fight is not a very interesting one. You could get a lot more butts in seats by giving people exactly what they expect. Like if you put a rage bait streamer like Jack Doherty in the ring to get his face blown to smithereens by a featherweight boxer jacked up on steroids. I guarantee there would be plenty of people splurging hand over fist for that. Partly, that's why people engage with boxing events involving Logan and Jake Paul. It's not that everyone is necessarily invested in their abilities as fighters.
I got a wee. I'll be right back. I just got a wee real quick. I go wee and I be back. Oh my goodness. Come here, Gum Gum. Just come sit with me. I got a sweet kitty here.
I am white. Fuck everyone in chat. Unsubscribe because I am shutting the channel down. Fuck Chef Pappy especially. I am gay and I like licking man butt. Everyone leave before I finish pissing.
Well, it's too late for that. I already went, Winky. Thanks for the donation, though, Vegan Gains.
A lot of the time, they just want to see those guys get beat up. Even if they end up winning a match, it's worth it to see them getting some punishment. After opening the video on this buffoonery, Ian moves on to say that his efforts to put together a documentary about Creator Clash and promote the events have failed, and that he's now considering bugging the fighters more, which he hates doing. It really shows Ian is still not taking the time to see how other fighting promotions operate, because that's pretty much the only way a fight gets promoted, by the fighters themselves. I guarantee the crushing majority of people can't even name the big 4 boxing organizations, but they all know who Mike Tyson is. Maybe you know who Dana White is, but you're much more likely to know who Conor McGregor is. Here, Ian establishes that for the past 2 events, he has decidedly avoided having the fighters promote. It's like he's actively trying not to make money. Fortunately,
why did you let Jasmine cheat on you with Joey Carbstrong? She likes to flirt online a lot, I've noticed.
She did not cheat on me with Joey Carbstrong. Thanks for the donation, though, dude. Oh my goodness. Look who I got. Oh, I've got a big, handsome kitty here. Look at this. Oh, you're so big and handsome. How's my big, strong kitty doing? Oh, look at him. Oh, that's a good kitty. Oh, I love my Gum Gum. Oh, my goodness. Oh, you are the sweetest little baby. Oh. I weighed him a few days ago. He weighs 15 pounds. Oh my goodness, Gum Gum. That's a big kitty. He's my 15-pound handsome man. Yeah. Oh my god. Oh, he's so beautiful. Oh, I love you.
he expresses he'll at least try to change that for the 3rd event, which is better than nothing. They also talked about the fundraiser live stream he ran after Creator Clash 2 failed, which apparently ended up raising $160,000 for charity. Again, definitely walking in the direction of redeeming it. While Ian had been on his path, some of his former collaborators, Anything for Views and Max Mofo, had been busy with their show Cold Ones. They managed to run it without pissing off their fan base, and every episode would receive a very respectable viewership. As a result, for old time's sake, they decided to bring Ian on for an episode. It didn't go that well. He seemed extremely
Non-Wib donated $3. Oh. The cat said gup. I left the bathroom door open once when I was taking a shower, and Gummy peeked in on me a few times. I don't think he likes water. I'm not sure if I ever bathed him. I don't recall ever giving him a bath. But he has peeked in on me taking a shower. He's a really good kitty. I love my Gum Gum so much. He's just a good boy. Thanks for the donation, Non-Wib.
low energy in the video, hurting the overall entertainment value. And even if that hadn't been the case, it's likely the comment section would still be what it is, given how Ian had changed. It was so kind of you guys to bring on this freshly lobotomized boy. He almost acts like he's present and living in the moment. You guys are lucky he could fit you in between his wife's tattoo appointments. Bro looks like he's actually banned from having fun. But at this point, Ian had chosen to plunge himself into a crab bucket, and they were ready to pull him back down before he could crawl his way out. In this case, it was due to his past ties to H3H3. Ethan and iDubbbz were previously friends, being a part of 2016 YouTube culture with others like Anything for Views, Max Mofo, and of course, Filthy Frank. They would all collaborate a few times, but Ian and Ethan actually lived in the same state, making it pretty easy to get together and throw together a banger. And I do mean banger. They would do vlogs, a food review parody, they went shooting. It felt like they were genuine friends that got along. To this day, the second most viewed video on the H3 channel is them sitting in Ethan's house making fun of Logan Paul. But since then, things have changed quite a bit. Ethan quit his main channel in favor of podcasting and has had his own series of controversies, many of which I've already made videos on. But perhaps the greatest would come from his ties to Hassan Piker, a controversial Twitch streamer that I'm sure
Would I need to measure ApoB postprandially after the brain ingestion to determine its effects here? Also some random vids of the day.
Okay. So this is an interview.
Well, you'd want a fasting measurement. Postprandially, you're going to get a spike in, like, anything. I mean, if you have ice cream and then measure your blood immediately after, it's going to, like, show you're diabetic when you're, like, not, right? So if you eat saturated fat or cholesterol, you know, your triglycerides, ApoB, all that's going to go up. If you eat protein, you know, your protein's going to spike in your blood. Carbohydrate, you're going to have a spike in blood glucose. It's not going to tell you what your actual normal levels are. Most people only eat like 3 meals a day, so that like hour or two post meal, it's not showing you what's actually going on consistently in your body, right? So it's not going to do anything. Anabolic steroid chemistry with Patrick Arnold.
And then after that...
We've already seen this. Might give that a watch later. Thanks for the donation, Interesting Vegan Gains.
Many of you are familiar with. In 2021, they started a podcast called Leftovers, mostly revolving around political issues. But eventually, the show fell apart as Ethan and Hassan's relationship crashed and burned. As far as I can tell, this was mostly over the fact that Ethan, who is Jewish and critical of Israel, but also married to Ela, who briefly served in the IDF, wasn't sufficiently pro-Palestine for Hassan and his audience's liking. After their final debate on the issue, it went on a hiatus. While they briefly remained on good terms, as Ethan claimed to not just want to continue debating about it, but also donated $6,500 to Hassan's pro-Palestine charity, their fan base was largely behind further inflaming the discussion. Over the course of months, Hassan's fan base grew increasingly cynical and negative toward not only Ethan, but also specifically his wife, Ela, who used to be an IDF soldier. Meanwhile, Ethan's own audience defended him, reiterating his overall support for Palestine to counter-signal any accusations that he was a staunch Zionist. Eventually, this back and forth between their respective fan bases evolved into a back and forth between them, as Ethan began perceiving some people in Hassan's orbit as anti-Semitic and assumed Hassan either didn't mind or actively agreed with them. Ultimately, the brunt of their problems with each other are political, but you can basically summarize it by their positions. Ethan was left-leaning, but Hassan was a lot more leftist, and so was his fan base. And Ethan claims that only after cozying up to them did he realize the situation he had put himself in, having a large amount of his fan base be more radical. A few months after doing a stream addressing his problems with Hassan and his community, Ethan posted his content nuke on Hassan at the tail end of January 2025. Of course, this was not taken kindly by Hassan's fanbase, and about a month later, Ethan returned to announce that, most likely in response to the content nuke, someone called CPS on Ethan and his family, trying to get his kids taken away from him, claiming that their kids were crawling around in and eating dog feces. In his video, Ethan shows a clip of these claims being made by YouTuber Bad Empanada, while Twitch streamer Denims, someone closely associated with Hassan, who shares much of her viewership with him, reacted and commented on the story.
He lets his dogs shit all over his mansion, and he just leaves the shit on the floor, something that is probably related to the fact that his former housekeeper is suing him for a number of different reasons. So I would assume he doesn't actually have a housekeeper anymore, or perhaps he lost his extra housekeeper. So now the house is just like covered in dog shit. And he has kids, and his kids like crawl into the dog shit, and God forbid, I don't know what they do with it. I don't know if they eat it or if it's just from like contact with it with their hands or something, but they contracted a parasite that I had previously never heard of in my life called Giardia from the dog shit that is all over his house.
Dude, how is it that like maybe once a week I look into what Ethan Klein's been up to, and every time I manage to find more and more terrible shit. This is where Ethan tells a story about his family getting Giardia.
We already have Mold Mondays. Now we have Shit Saturdays.
Also, this is not a joking matter, by the way. It can be very severe and deadly to small children. I mean, much like many other illnesses, it's very, very, very dangerous when infants get the same sicknesses that adults get. There are lots of things that you can get as an adult. You're totally fine. You'll be A-okay. No problem. A child, a small infant that has no immune system, shouldn't be catching anything.
While she begins by asking if it's true, and doesn't at any point formally endorse those statements, she proceeds to react to them as if they were, leading much of her chat to follow along and outright say that someone should call CPS on Ethan. While Denims and Ethan were already at odds with each other, so she had every reason to be biased towards him as a person, this clearly crossed a line. There's a whole heap of insults you can throw at a person that don't imply they're committing crimes against kids and putting their lives in danger. Sure, she never told anyone to go call CPS on Ethan, but she did platform someone clearly making those claims, suggested that they were credible, and expressed little to no skepticism about it. To call this irresponsible would be an understatement. And you would think that these people who harp on the dangers of platforming and responsibility all day would be a little more careful with what they signal boost on their stream. Regardless of whatever political issues these people may have with each other, the CPS thing was really the moment that all hell broke loose. 1 month after Ethan's video about it was posted, iDubbbz brought back Content Cop just to cover what was going on, with his specific focus being Ethan, whom Ian saw as having completely lost his mind as a consequence of his beef with Hassan. I wish I could build some gravitas up to his new Content Cop, to hype it up as if it were some comeback, but to put it simply, this video can be summarized as Ian signaling that he is on Hassan's side. Most importantly, Denims is directly featured in Ian's video, which again is a questionable decision from Mr. Responsibility, Ian Jamha. The stance Ian takes is that Ethan was going too far, purity testing all of his acquaintances to ensure none of them expressed even a smidgen of support for Hassan and his orbiters, which culminated in all of his former friends, including Ian, feeling alienated. But Ian goes above and beyond when he compares specifically supporting Denims with being friends with someone who your friend doesn't like. This would be a lot more applicable if this was about anyone else in Hassan's orbit, but in Denims' case, she was directly responsible for signal boosting claims that Ethan was being criminally negligent to his children.
React.
I've already reacted to this. It's not funny, super annoying, and I've already seen this years ago. Thanks for the donation, shitmail.
And seemingly, no one took issue or expressed any problems with it. In his video, Ian severely downplays it, saying this.
People can have crash out moments. People can say things that they don't mean. People can say things because they want internet clout and attention. I don't know, I think they're both probably guilty of saying things that they don't mean for internet clout and attention. Right now, one's a little bit more fucking nasty to me than the other.
Even if Ethan is wrong on every other aspect of his approach, siding with Denims simply because she's being less nasty to him once again highlights what Ian's problem is. He did not suddenly develop empathy. He didn't get ruined by Anissa. He hasn't changed at all. In fact, he remains as he's always been, negligent, pursuing short-term convenience just as long as he maintains a hugbox community who will justify his behavior. Concrete proof of this is that you can watch Ian's whole video, and despite Denims appearing in it, there's no mention of the CPS incident, which is what Ethan pointed out in his response, almost as if he was avoiding talking about a topic which would absolutely make one of the BreadTube streamers he was cozying up to look really bad. When Ian fired back with the H3 content deputy, he claimed that Ethan's paranoia and lack of diligence with his claims made the situation much worse than it had to be, and alienated people who would have supported him during the CPS thing. However, at the same time, Ian remained steadfast in his defense of Denims, reinforcing that she never actively told anyone to call CPS. While that's technically true, it's clear that her signal boost of Bad Empanada's claims was furthering a narrative that could have easily been the cause of the CPS call, even if she had nothing to do with it personally. In probably the most revolting section of Ian's video, he suggests that it was Ethan and Hila's own fault that CPS was called, as they had discussed how their dogs had parasites that caused them to suffer from diarrhea, and their son was in the crawling stage at that point in time. If I were of iDubbbz's, shall we say, persuasion, what he's doing here precisely fits in the category of victim blaming, as Ian is claiming that if he didn't want anyone calling CPS, he shouldn't be talking about his dogs having diarrhea. This is, at best, a dishonest way to sidestep the issue that there was definitely some degree of malice behind Denims' clip, even if it was just irresponsibility. And everyone else involved, or any viewer, has every right and reason to dislike Ethan and antagonize him. But the fact that none of them had the ability to acknowledge that there absolutely was some deliberate and malicious build-up within their community to the false CPS call signals that this game was rigged from the start. As unlikable as many may find Ethan these days, it's clear they're playing dumb and simply don't want to hold one of their own accountable, just because she's one of their own. The worst irony of the video is that Ian concludes his point with this.
Part of my criticisms of Ethan initially was the openness. I think it's a problem that you were that open, Ethan.
Well, you know I'm very open about everything. It's part of how I wanted to conduct myself and how I wanted to relate to the audience, is to be open as possible about every fucking thing in my life.
It is not strictly a benefit to be as open as possible on your podcast.
This guy's wife has been airing out their relationship issues and even detailing his bowel movements to anyone willing to listen online. And now he wants to make a problem out of Ethan's openness. The same person live streamed his own therapy session where he actually cried while expressing he wished he had the relationship that Ethan and Hila have.
You know, I also see the dynamic of Ethan and Hila. I'm like, fuck, like, it's just really, it's really hard to be, a couple online and see people attacking your partner, and it's like, okay, like if you come to their defense, that doesn't always help them, right? Sometimes that makes it worse for them.
This is a self-own so devastating I can hardly believe it's real. It sounds like I'm making it up and this clip is AI, but no, he did this. And that's without even getting into the possibility that maybe, just maybe, your actual wife posting nudes online for anyone to see might fall within the umbrella of unhealthy openness that invites negative attention from people online. Not to pass judgment here, but I don't think you can have credence to make an issue of other people's openness at that point. Imagine if the situation was that after Anissa worried about potentially having given Ian food poisoning, someone called the police and reported her for attempted murder. Or what if, back when she was airing out their relationship issues on Discord, someone made a video claiming Ian was an emotional abuser? Would that be justified? Or would that be considered targeted harassment? Again, Ian has been chronically using the word harassment to describe his detractors ever since the OnlyFans incident in 2020. So he has absolutely nowhere to stand when it comes to downplaying Ethan's situation. Did Ethan attract some of the hate he's gotten online by inviting Hassan into his community? Yes. But most importantly, is Ethan being held to a double standard due to his political stance? Absolutely. And over time, the issue only festered, as people in Hassan's orbit doubled down on it. First, on the 8th of May, Denims made a tweet. Despite publicly acknowledging that I have never endorsed and even denounced calling CPS on Ethan, he has continued to spread this malicious lie. We should hold influential creators like this to the same standard we hold anyone else to. I'm going to do my part. If Ethan Klein doesn't retract his lies about me, I will look into legal avenues and convince him that he should have. She also continued to comment on the situation on her streams, where it was said that the Kleins were milking the CPS situation for sympathy.
I think it's embarrassing for Hila here to be like, this is so traumatic for the kids. You're trying to traumatize the children. It's like, dog, you literally, the vast majority of people are like are not remembering anything that happened to them at 3. It's just sympathy, right? It's just, she's just pulling like the IDF classic card of like, please, my life is so difficult.
Denims ran a GoFundMe page to try and raise $150,000 for her to sue Ethan. But a week after opening it, she had only raised 46 grand and refunded the money and said she would be funding it herself due to the risks involved. Meanwhile, Bad Empanada, the person who, as far as I know, was the originator of these claims, even if he didn't make the CPS call, said this in a stream with Hassan Piker.
If they feel bad, if they feel harassed, honestly, great. I don't give a fuck. Fuck them. Fuck each and every one of them. We need to be mean to these guys. We need to be assholes. They deserve it.
A little while later, Bad Empanada posted a video of himself pretending to call CPS on Ethan, which was reacted to by Denims, who played along and sarcastically condemned the joke. For the record, I've criticized Ethan Klein many times in the past, and I may do it again in the future, but it is quite annoying to see these people go from sanctimonious sensitivity police to edgelords at the drop of a hat, just as long as it's about antagonizing someone they disagree with. Fortunately for Ian, he was only associating himself with people who do the tolerable kind of attacking others online. Since what remained of his fan base all shared his ideology, his online presence was unaffected by this entire situation. What it wasn't affected by was that, before it could even materialize, Creator Clash 3 fell apart, or at least Ian's involvement in it did. For context, most likely due to the Jamha's continued association with the event and their continued infamy and involvement in online drama, people had already been dropping like flies for a while. All the way back in March, there were claims of people who attempted to refund their purchase of digital pre-orders and were having trouble doing so. But as the beef between Ian and H3 erupted in late April, Lena Ayad,
Dodo, don't need tellers, this is amazing.
Survival of the fittest often sounds like a fight to the death. But for two species of dinosaur, the opposite was true. This is the story of how they allied together to fend off predators in their march towards the Arctic Circle.
I'm probably not going to be able to get through this whole video without getting a copyright claim. I'll just watch that on my spare time because I like dinosaurs. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
the executive assistant of the H3 podcast, who was slated to fight in the third installment of Creator Clash, dropped out of the event. Apparently, this was due to it being demanded of her that she promote the event, which would directly benefit Ian, with whom she was at odds with as a consequence of his content cop. Clearly, the problem was Ian and his involvement in online drama. Ironically, the reason Ian pushed Sam and Froggy Fresh away from the event was fear that they would hurt his reputation, only for Ian to do it himself anyway. A couple of days later, the official Creator Clash 3 Twitter account notified that Ian and Anissa had fully stepped away from Creator Clash, relinquishing their ownership of the event altogether. In this announcement, along with Lena, it was mentioned that Harley Morenstein, one of the most high-profile fighters in the event and a pretty decent boxer, also stepped away due to Ian's crash out and his association with Hassan.
I saw a clip of Hassan, and I knew they were going to be doing a fundraiser with him, but he was like, oh yeah, if you've ever said anything positive about Israel, you shouldn't be allowed to even be a dog catcher. You should be treated like a neo-Nazi. And I was like, hey, my family and friends and my community, that's so crazy. All of them? I don't know. But then the conversation was really political, and because I don't know if you guys caught the official Creator Clash fundraiser.
No.
They just did one with Hassan, and it was him reacting to this video that Ethan made about him. So they're just talking a lot about the Houthis and Hezbollah and Hamas, and was there raids on, and it's just all this. And I'm like, what's up with the boxing though?
Of course, as other fighters stepped away, the refund request spiked to the point where the management made an exception to its refund policy to accommodate it. The rest of May went by uneventfully for Creator Clash until on the 29th, they posted a video on the official channel announcing that the new owners of the event were Elena Pierce and Aaron Hansen, who were already technically involved in the event's ownership since they co-owned Real Good Touring, with whom the Jamhas were partnered since the very beginning. Parts of this video were good news, as Aaron mentioned that due to the rescheduling of the event to October, anyone who bought tickets to the previous event would be refunded appropriately. This is a welcome announcement given people's justified concerns about refunds. Additionally, as Ian had spoken about before, they were running a charity fundraiser separately from Creator Clash to ensure that there would always be money going to charity. And at this point, they had already raised almost $250,000. But in this video, there was the mention of Ian and Anissa's financial stake being dispersed to pay the fighters more. You may be asking, what financial stake? This is the first time we've heard about this. Well, if you go to the transparency page on the official Creator Clash website, in the last item of the FAQ, it's listed that on top of the flat rate that the fighters get, they would now get 20% of the net profits and an additional 34% of the total, which originally belonged to Ian and Anissa. This sent shockwaves through the internet, as people understood this to mean that Ian and Anissa were always taking over a third of the money for themselves from the previous events, including the one which failed to raise money for charity. Immediately, Ian took to Reddit and Twitter to explain himself, claiming that this 34% cut was not present in any of the previous events and would only apply to Creator Clash 3, although it never materialized since the event hasn't happened yet. First off, I'd like to once again remark that it's always Ian that pops his head up to take the damage to his reputation, despite him and Anissa being equally responsible for the situation. It's interesting how selective this equality between them is. When things get heated, miscommunication turns into a ghost. Secondly, I gotta say that it's convenient that this 34% cut wasn't mentioned in Ian's Creator Clash's back video, almost as if he knew it would sound bad and opted against including it. Lastly, I understand they're the ones organizing the event, but so far, every attempt of theirs at promoting it has backfired and betrayed the entire purpose. So it's kind of insane to see they were still interested in getting over a third of the proceeds, despite them constantly bringing harm to the event and its reputation. Even if he wants to blame Sam and all the negative attention that whole thing brought to Creator Clash, who's the guy who went out of his way to personally make an inflammatory documentary about Sam Hyde in the first place? Ian. At the end of the day, it's always Ian. In early June, iDubbbz resurfaced on his YouTube channel to once again address the claims being made about his financial involvement with Creator Clash. One of the first issues he covers are the gala events from previous Creator Clash events.
I am so hard right now. Would you draw my Mexican penis?
Sure, I can do that for you. There you go. Thanks for the donation, Chef Poppy.
Which he claims he believed helped promote the events, as it got a bunch of content creators together in one place, so he assumed they would post it to social media one day before the event happened.
You get a bunch of creators to show up to a fucking hotel the night before their fight, and they're going to post about it on social media, and the internet will be abuzz. And the event was successful, so we thought that that strategy of having, you know, a little hubbub, a little hullabaloo before the event and after the event was a good idea. So we ran with that strategy again, hoping that creators will post about it and be excited about it and buzz will be generated, but it didn't happen. Or maybe it did happen, but it just didn't sell tickets.
Yeah, not really convincing, especially since there were also post-fight events according to Ian himself. Even if this was fully the intention, it's a stupid idea, given that the party taking place literally the day before the event would give, what, 1 day for people to hypothetically see it online and purchase the tickets? And what is the expectation? That those people will then purchase extremely expensive same-day plane tickets to fly to Tampa? It's just insane. In the same breath, he expresses he opted for having the gala events over having people do face-offs where they slap each other or engage in fake drama.
You either gotta force people to post about it, or you have to fucking, I don't know, not do it. You gotta make sure that people are slapping.
Stop drawing me. Those are fake donos. I can't. My life. Draw me crying with a big dick getting slapped on my forehead and IT knocked my chef hat off and I'm cowgirling a black dildo bitch.
Fuck. Okay. There you go. Guess I could draw a person attached to the weenie. There you go. Thanks for the donation, Chef Poppy.
Slapping each other during the weigh-in. That's probably what I change it to, because it's cheaper, you know? It's a lot cheaper if people slap each other during the weigh-in. I just wasn't about that. I was just like, I don't want this fake drama.
The thing is, completely fake drama like WWE rivalries between John Cena and The Rock are fun. They're like movies. You know it's all scripted, but they're entertaining nonetheless. What's absolutely not entertaining and not going to help promote your event is real drama where you go...
Sure, we can get a double bicep flex. There you go. Double bicep flex.
over Israel versus Palestine. Later on in the video, Ian claimed that ultimately he would donate his 34% cut to charity anyway, but acknowledges no one will believe this. The thing is, there's nothing wrong with him making money from the event per se. The general public isn't Hassan. No one has any issue with people making profit off of things they put together. I'm sure Aaron and Elena will end up profiting off of Creator Clash 3 if the event goes well, and there's no problem with that. I actually hope the event does well, and I don't care if they just keep their cut. The problem is, this cut was undisclosed by Ian and Anissa, and was only revealed later by Elena and Aaron, who did so with absolutely no ill intent towards the Jamas, and only to be transparent with the public. Ian and Anissa could have done this, but didn't. And although Ian is willing to come out and admit he sucks at communication and is at fault for these mistakes, there's always a person who is conspicuously missing from the picture. I would like to get into the rest of the content of the video, but it can be sufficiently summarized by 1. Ian complaining about concern trolling, 2. referring to Anita Sarkeesian of all people as an authority on the subject, 3. making fun of himself for being a white guy who took years to realize how right she was, and 4. making fun of Tim Pool. Does it matter? Not really.
To my surprise, the scholar on this topic is Anita Sarkeesian. Yeah, it's been almost a decade since like the Gamergate time, and go figure, the white guy 8 years later is like, I think Anita Sarkeesian was kind of onto something. There's a lot of assholes on the internet, and they're kind of misogynistic too, I think. It's crazy what a little CTE or the love of a woman will do to you.
Ultimately, Ian got what he wanted. He lost it all to ingratiate himself with breadtubers, to sate his craving for punishment, his guilt for telling offensive jokes a decade ago. The thing is, Ethan, who now is his sworn enemy, did the same thing. He restructured his entire presence to join the margins of political streamers. And what did he get for that? I wonder if Ian is naive enough to expect him to stay in their good graces forever. I won't actively wish it upon him, but even Anissa could turn on him if the circumstances are favorable enough. I think admonishing him at this point is completely useless. He's not going to do a 180 and become based, even if his wife leaves him and his newfound community turns on him. This is who he chose to become. It's dumb to blame Anissa or anyone else for what's happening. Ian voluntarily chose this for himself, and at the end of the day, everyone has to respect the rule he has decided to subject himself to. The only question is, if the rule you followed brought you to this, of what use was the rule? I've been Turkey Tom, thanks for watching, and until next time.
Yeah, iDubbbz is just fucking pussy whipped to the extreme.
You with a absolutely legendary figure in the steroid and bodybuilding community. I don't know how many people are into this kind of thing. I've always been tangentially interested in it because I see it as this sort of alternate universe of all of the things that I'm interested in. The steroid world has its own gray market, its own research chemicals, its own clandestine chemists, its own forums, its own culture of self-experimentation. It really has all of that, but toward an end that has nothing to do with psychoactivity. So it's something I've kind of watched curiously from a distance and tried to understand, but I don't really know all that much about anabolic steroids or SARMs or other performance-enhancing drugs, which is a vague catch-all term for drugs that are used typically by athletes, although you could have a performance-enhancing drug for any kind of performance. But yes, typically drugs that are used by athletes to enhance their ability to perform. It's my basic understanding that steroids at one time were very normal. They did not have the stigma attached to them that they currently do, right? Arnold Schwarzenegger has spoken openly about his use of Dianabol during his youth, and at one time it was just kind of normal. And then by the time I was in high school, it was actually, not only did I not know anyone that did it, it was kind of unthinkable. It was sort of like one of those things that you encounter in DARE, like barbiturates or GHB, that has this kind of dated feel that seems different from whatever social niche you truly occupy. I mean, I'm sure that in some places there are teenagers that use steroids. I'm sure it is the case. Maybe it's just because I didn't go to an especially athletic school, but I didn't know anyone that was doing it. I didn't know anyone that knew anyone that was doing it. It just didn't really exist at all for me as a possibility. As I got older, I met a couple of people that had dabbled with it. And then there was the emergence of the SARMs industry. SARMs is an acronym that stands for Selective Androgen Receptor Modulators. And these are basically steroids that in most, but not all instances, are not chemically speaking steroids, meaning they don't have the 4 fused rings that typifies a classical steroid. Often these are compounds that are pharmacologically similar to testosterone, but chemically, structurally unrelated to testosterone. Watching the steroid world from a distance has been constructive because it gives me some empathy and some understanding for the way I assume normal people feel about psychoactive drugs. So
I saw a video of you crashing out because people kept asking you about Chromebooks every stream. Richard, sometimes you are inadvertently funny.
Yeah, that's the thing about life. Just a lot of weird random shit happens, and sometimes it's funny. Thanks for the donation, Killian Titan.
someone will write me a message and they'll say, is psilocybin going to give me a heart attack? I'm reading conflicting things. I don't know what to trust. And I think, oh, come on. Obviously, it's not potently cardiotoxic, right? But then you look on Reddit or something and you can find some thread where somebody will be warning somebody saying that 4-fluoroamphetamine carries parachloroamphetamine type toxicity, or that 2,5-C-NVOME has some kind of unique special toxicity, or you have to be extra worried about some bizarre steroidal component of Hawaiian baby woodrow seeds, right? There's huge amounts of essentially bro science, maybe without the bros, but you have a vacuum for any kind of conventional scientific wisdom and people on forums constructing their own folk pharmacology, their own folk toxicology to inform each other about how best to use these things, what is safe, what is dangerous. And again, you have all the same problems. You have people reporting on substances that they have not analytically confirmed in any way. So somebody might be saying, oh, I think that oxandrolone doesn't work, but who's to say that they're even using oxandrolone? And on top of that, like the world of psychoactive drugs, you have substances that are potentially dangerous, but ironing out what is dangerous and under what circumstances and how to mitigate those dangers is really difficult and requires an enormous amount of knowledge. And looking at the world of anabolic steroids has given me a perspective on that, where I think, okay, now I understand a little bit more why somebody might be reluctant to try 2CE or something like that. Because for me, I can look at that and I can think, okay, these are the reasons why I think this is unlikely to pose a serious threat to long-term health, right? It's been used by a large number of people without incident. It doesn't have any structural motifs that are suggestive of high reactivity in the body, like an acid chloride or some kind of perfluorinated substituent. The lowering of my HDL levels is a orchid extract. I actually receptor, which is responsible for the stoning effects of THC. THCP binds with 33 times higher affinity, making it the strongest known phytocannabinoid. I thought that this would remain an obscure scientific curiosity, and I was amazed to find that within 3 years of its discovery, techniques had been developed to industrially produce THCP from hemp. I saw that Canaclear.com was selling it. I independently ordered a sample, analyzed it via NMR, and found that the material was bona fide. So if you are interested in THCP, Delta-8 THC, HHC, or any other unusual phytocannabinoids, go to Canaclear.com. All of their materials are third-party tested for quality and compliance, and if you use the grab a traditional matcha bowl or your favorite mug, a legend in the bodybuilding community. And I have always been really interested in bodybuilders because they represent this almost alternate universe of the typical psychoactive drug world, but it's like often a totally different scene. But you have all the same things happening where you have a gray market, you have chemists that are developing novel compounds, you have people that are self-experimenting.
Wow, he looks different now. Yeah, that's him now. Jeez.
You have the bro science people on forums explaining why something is or is not toxic.
We didn't do much for my birthday. We just got some Chinese food. Just watched some stuff on TV. That's really it. I was gonna do a back workout with her, but I ended up just still being too sore and fucked up from like training too hard.
Or beneficial, and it's almost its own ecosystem that I've watched from a distance and thought, wow, that's really interesting. But it also is something that I simply do not know enough about to have been comfortable personally experimenting with any of these compounds. So I feel like I'm fascinated by it, but also profoundly unknowledgeable. And I would.
Oh, on my mom's birthday? Yeah, I just basically slept.
love to talk with you, of course, about the history of your work, but I think as like maybe a starting point, it would be interesting to talk about the history of anabolic
She's gonna come by next weekend and go to the Veg Fest with me.
steroids, how that began, how we went from the early culture where I think, Arnold Schwarzenegger was using Dianabol and it was permissible, and I think it was considered okay for athletes to do that, and how things evolved. So could you give a kind of a brief historical overview of anabolic steroids and how they've developed over the last century or so?
Sure. Anabolic steroids, well, testosterone, was discovered in 1935 by a chemist that extracted it from a very large amount of bull testicles. And he got maybe a few milligrams from it. And using the analytical chemical technology back then, they were able to characterize it and its chemical structure. And shortly thereafter, I think it was a chemist called Butenandt. A lot of these guys were German back then. German used to be the epicenter of chemistry, and chemical journals were all in German back then. And a lot of this early research was done by German chemists. And he administered it to animals, and he realized that it had an effect upon secondary sexual glands and development, and also an anabolic effect, which in their definition was the growth of skeletal muscle. So they, at that point in time, they differentiated two distinct effects of testosterone, one being an effect they called androgenic, which would be effects that were outside of muscle growth. And they used rats to do an assay, and they used the ventral prostate, the seminal vesicles as a gauge for anabolic or androgenic activity. And then they, of course, used the muscles, the left trianide muscle, to determine anabolic activity. Now, I don't mean to get too much into the details, but that gives you a foundation of what was later on to become the development of anabolic steroids. Now, anabolic steroids, by definition, are derivatives of testosterone with decreased androgenic activity and proportional-wise more anabolic activity, either of the ratio being in favor of anabolic or actually having more anabolic activity than testosterone. And so derivatives such as nandrolone and
Why the fuck did he do the podcast like this? This is hard to watch with the calves.
other ones were developed, plus oral derivatives were developed because testosterone is not orally active. Now, I'll just leave it there. It's the background from which the science of anabolic steroids was later on perfected.
And so when something new is discovered in medicine, there's often this hope that it will solve humanity's problems. And I don't know much about this early era, but I can imagine there was tremendous excitement when you find that there are these chemicals, and if you introduce them into the human body, suddenly people become much stronger. I mean, was the idea then that these would be exclusively used to treat diseases of muscle wasting or things like that? Or was there an idea from the very beginning that maybe healthy people could take these things and get extremely muscular beyond anything that would be possible under normal circumstances?
No, all the literature I've read, there were two main focuses, and that one was to treat men who lost muscle and lost virility, or I forgot they had a certain term, which is now archaic, but basically the male drive, the virility, I guess you could call it. And that would be given to men as they got older. And there was a market early on for that. And then also there was a market or research directed at finding derivatives that were more purely anabolic. And those were meant to cure diseases of muscle wasting due to cancer or due to other pathologies where the body weight would go down, and often survival was dependent upon muscle mass. And these medications, they wanted to give them to children and women in addition to men. So it was very important to minimize the androgenic or virilizing male enhancement effects of these compounds. However, they never were able to get something that didn't have some component of androgenic activity associated with them.
And I'm kind of curious about tracing how people become afraid of these things. Have you ever seen the movie Bigger Than Life by any chance?
No, I'm not familiar with it.
It's a movie from 1956 that is basically about cortisone and the school teacher who starts taking cortisone, and he goes from being a family man to a monster.
Psychotic?
Yeah, psychotic monster. It's reefer madness for early steroids. I mean, not even anabolic steroids in this instance, but I think it's an early instance of how you have the discovery of cortisone and people are already wringing their hands about psychiatric side effects or how these medicines must be too good to be true. So when did that cultural shift start to emerge where people started saying, wait a second,
I don't think my legs
this
look
is
like
not
a penis.
something to play around with?
Well, anabolic steroids, they remained a pretty niche market or area of research for quite a while. And they were used in clinical settings for muscle wasting. And they were also testosterone was used for men that were losing their youth as an elixir, I suppose. But it wasn't until the late 50s that the use in athletics and in healthy people to gain strength and muscle mass that they couldn't using just exercise and nutrition. I think the Soviets were the first ones to initiate this. And later on, the United States developed a drug called Dianabol, which is oral, and people started taking that. but it still remained kind of a subculture thing until I think the Olympics, it might have been the 72 Olympics, where East Germany, the women's team, started winning an inordinate amount of gold medals or silver medals in events like swimming and track and field. And these women had distinctly masculine physiques, and some of them even had little facial hair. So that was when everyone knew that something was up, and it became a backlash. And it wasn't too long after that, I think the IOC made anabolic steroids a prohibited substance. However, I don't know if they really tested for them until sometime in around 80 or 84. And that's when people started to know what these were. And then I think it was in 88 when Ben Johnson was stripped of his gold medal in the 100 meters, where he broke the world record, that it really hit the mainstream media, and people had a very negative view of these substances. And there was a lot of hype and a lot of misinformation regarding their toxicity, and everyone was saying this stuff will kill you. These people win a gold medal and they're dead 5 years later. That'd be an extreme example of misinformation. But in general, people had a very negative view of these. And also, the substances started to be used by weightlifters outside of athletics and just in gyms and in the bodybuilding world as well. They became more and more abused.
This podcast is also brought to you by the Apollo. The Apollo is a wearable bracelet or anklet, whichever you prefer, that produces a vibrating frequency that can achieve a number of different effects. Watt, do you know him by any chance?
Yeah, I know. He's that guy that's really tall.
Yeah.
He's a computer guy. I'm friends with him on Facebook.
Yeah, he's the biggest man. I think he's the biggest man I've ever known. He's like 6'8" or something, just a giant. He turns heads when he walks down the street.
I'm sure.
But I am a real ectomorph. I'm 6'1". I've weighed, most of my life I've been about 120 to 130 pounds. Now I'm a little better. I'm about 140, but I've never been able to put on weight or muscle or anything. And Stephen Watt wrote to me one day and he said, I want to get you jacked. I will train you for free if you want to get ripped. And I thought, well, this is a really bizarre offer. And this guy certainly seems to know what he's talking about. So what the hell? What do I have to lose? So I started going with him to the gym and constantly sore. And I'm also just disgusted by how much food he's asking me to eat. He's saying, you need to drink a gallon of milk. You need to have a jar of almond butter. You need to have this every day in addition to your normal food. And it was totally incapacitating for me to consume this quantity of food. Like I just felt sick and sore all the time. And after maybe a month of this, he saw that I wasn't really gaining any muscle mass. And he said, well, what about anabolic steroids? How do you feel about that? And I said, well, what about testicular atrophy? What about acne? What about hair loss? What about cholesterol dysregulation? What about infertility? All of these issues that I'd heard, isn't this totally dangerous? Why? I don't think I could justify the risk of taking one of these drugs. And he said, no. These are like any other class of drugs, whether it's psychedelics or cannabinoids or stimulants, where everyone has been exposed to enormous amounts of propaganda. And like any other class of drugs, if you use them responsibly and intelligently, there are safe ways to use them. So he asked me to watch Bigger, Faster, Stronger and to read Muscle by Sam Fussell or Fussell, however it's pronounced, and watch Pumping Iron. And so I kind of immerse myself in this literature and come to basically the same conclusion that, yeah, there probably is a safe way to do this, but will I lose everything that I gain? I still couldn't quite justify doing a course of steroids. And I was never able to figure out whether the risk was justified or how dangerous it actually was to do these sorts of things. So my question is, from the perspective of someone who doesn't know anything about this, like, are these risks overblown? I just couldn't figure it out. Like, I know this is a broad question because this is referring to literally hundreds of different compounds with different types of activity, but do you think that there is a safe way to use anabolic steroids that will not cause, testicular atrophy, infertility, all these other undesirable adverse effects?
Yes, I think it's a very fundamental question. And this question has been figured out a long time ago when people realized that if they did cycles, usually a cycle lasts anywhere from 8 to 12 weeks, and sometimes the doses are tapered up, tapered down, and then they took a significant amount of time off, sometimes taking medications to help kickstart your hypothalamic pituitary testicular axis, which regulates your endocrine function, the testosterone production, then you are going to avoid side effects. Now, effects such as cholesterol elevation, they're transient. And you really need to have your...
Faggot gains on retailers, why do their calf have a booty? It's probably because they're very muscular calves. Thanks for the donation, Faggot gains.
Lipid metabolism or lipid dysfunction, LDL, HDL, triglycerides, total cholesterol. These things they only manifest themselves in a chronic fashion. If you have 8 weeks where your cholesterol's off, I don't think it's going to have any effect on your cardiovascular risk in the long term. Liver toxicity is an issue. If you have a healthy liver, you are not going to see anything much more than certain elevated liver enzymes, transaminases. And I've known countless people that have taken steroids in this fashion and have gotten considerable gains and retained some of them. And they went on, they stopped using them, they're completely healthy. And there are bodybuilders in their 70s and 80s that were pro bodybuilders, and they obviously used a lot of them. Sometimes some of them still do, and they're still around. I think as long as they have a doctor that monitors them, a lot of the risks can be seen quite readily in a blood test. So if you're in a condition where they're having an adverse effect upon you, you would know, and you'd be able to go off of them or minimize your dosage But yeah, so the answer is absolutely they can be used in a fashion where you avoid any significant adverse health effects.
And when you started getting into the chemistry of steroids, had you used steroids previously, or was it your first experience steroid that you had synthesized yourself?
No, I had used steroids before, so I knew how they worked. I knew how effective they were. Yeah, I had used them before.
And when you started pursuing the chemistry, was there a question that you were trying to answer, or was there a specific steroid that you didn't have access to that you wanted? What did you feel was incomplete about the existing steroids that were circulating, or what sort of work did you think needed to be done?
I just had a lot of free time at the lab I was working with in New Jersey and I figured if I could make some of this stuff myself, I wouldn't have to go searching around for someone that sold them and wondering if what they sold me was actually legitimate. And so it was a process of me trying to make some of the simplest stuff and really screwing it up, and then gradually learning more and more through my errors, and then making more complicated, sophisticated steroids. And I learned a lot about synthesis that way, about how to plan a synthesis, how to track what you're doing, purification techniques. And a lot of this stuff was just, I learned it by doing it behind the back of everyone at work. So
right.
I was quite motivated. It's very good. I was very sneaky.
Right. And I don't know if you know this about me, but I'm a chemist, and I pretty much exclusively work with psychoactive drugs, phenethylamines, tryptamines, things like that. And I have never done any steroid related chemistry. So I'm very unknowledgeable about this area, but I would still love, I'm knowledgeable about chemistry generally. So I think it would be interesting to get into the details. I mean, even on the level of, most of the compounds that I work with have a basic nitrogen atom. So that is a fundamental component of how the compounds are purified. You do, acid base and then run a column on the base, whereas that sort of chemistry is not possible with many of the steroids that I'm familiar with. Maybe there is one with a basic nitrogen, but it seems like most of the classical steroids do not have a basic nitrogen. So yeah, I mean, could you tell me a little bit about the chemistry, like generally speaking, how a steroid is made?
Well, there are no acid or carboxylate or amino groups on most all steroid hormones. However, just like with the psychedelics that you have synthesized, you have to find a suitable precursor. You don't start from something way far down the line. You find the most commercially available precursor that you can get, and then you do functional group transformations or whatever you have to do to get to your desired product. Now, in the case of steroids, there is a readily available steroid called dehydroepiandrosterone, DHEA, and that could be used as a starting material for a lot of these steroids that are known as C19 steroids, the testosterone family. Now, there's also something called the nortestosterone family, and there's other precursors for those. And there's ways to convert drugs of the progestin class into anabolic steroids. I discovered a lot of nifty ways to get to the endpoint in the most efficient and facile fashion possible.
And so for something like DHEA to testosterone, you're oxidizing an alcohol, and where there's a double bond that needs to be shifted.
Well,
I mean, what kind of stuff are you doing?
DHEA to testosterone, basically what you are doing is protecting the alcohol at 3, the protecting group. Then you're reducing the ketone at C17. Now, you're a chemist, so you can kind of understand this. A lot of your listeners can't. But at first, there's a protection of one part of it, and then there's a reduction of the other, and then there's a esterification of that reduced ketone, which is now an alcohol. And then there's deprotection.
Nick Donatiller's watch 3620. I've already seen this. He just punches the guy, right?
Hello, mate. I gotta keep filming. There's some people. Are they coming up on us? Oh yeah, there's one trying to flank us on the far right. All right. Chill. Yeah, dude, you just...
Yeah, I've seen that. Thanks for the donation, Nick.
And the action called the Oppenhauer oxidation, which oxidizes the hydroxylate 3 to a ketone with simultaneous shifting of the double bond to the conjugated version at 4,5 in the steroid skeleton.
We got the rectal kratom guy right off camera right now. I mean, this is what you're telling me. I don't know. That's boofing kratom. It's become a meme on the internet. This is a kratom tea product. It's not intended for boofing, even if the...
Carissa, you fucking skank, stop giving me a boner right now, please. I'm trying to watch my VG stream in peace.
All right, well, thanks for the donation, CDG.
pH of the human rectum is between 7 and 8, and the pKa of mitragynine is 8.1. That's just not really relevant here. This is a tea consumption. You can get it at top tier.
And there's also a way to make it from an androstenedione, or you can oxidize DHEA to androstenedione, then you could do a selective oxidation or reduction at 17 because the one at 3 is more strictly hindered. But it requires some very unique conditions, very low temperatures and solvents that release the borohydrate very slowly. Anyway, too technical.
So you were doing this while working in the lab. What was the official work that you were supposed to be doing during this period, or you were doing during this period?
I was making hair care polymers.
Hair care?
Polymers.
Oh, like what?
It goes into gels, hair gels, or some of them went into conditioners, specialty chemicals. And basically they're polymer reactions. And I charge a reactor and then add a free radical catalyst every half hour or so. And that's pretty damn boring. And it gave me a lot of free time to go look stuff up. And there was a chemistry library on the floor that I worked at this company that had a whole set of chemical abstracts and had a lot of the most well-known chemistry journals as well. So I was able to get a lot of fundamental research done there. And then stuff I couldn't, journals I didn't have, I would travel to libraries within driving distance. And this was Wayne, New Jersey. And then I would find the articles there and I'd photocopy them. And yeah, really, it was like a second job. It's like more of a job than my real job, actually.
And what were you thinking when you were doing this? Like, I'm going to try these substances and get swole, or like this could be a business?
I was like, well, I'd really like to make this stuff. Maybe it's better than the other stuff. And it just, part of it was just the challenge of synthesizing all these things that I thought were like these wonder drugs. And a lot of these things were anabolic steroids that weren't even known to most people that were in the fitness community where they use steroids. And eventually I took that basic knowledge and went on to do what I did in the future when I got my own company.
Right.
My mom watches my videos, so she's aware of how jacked I am.
And just for some context, because in the world of psychoactive drugs, there is sort of a history and a culture of self-experimentation. You have chemists like Alexander Shulgin, who created a methodology for the evaluation of novel psychoactive drugs, where he would start with an absolutely minuscule dose that was, 1/100th the lowest conceivable active dose, and he would very gradually escalate. And then on top of that, once he characterized the active dose, he typically would not continue evaluation of that drug. And that's possible with psychoactive drugs because you have an immediate effect that outside of placebo is noticeable. But the same is not true for an anabolic steroid. For anybody listening to this who doesn't know, I mean, I've used oxandrolone on one occasion. I've used topical testosterone on a couple of occasions. And as far as I can tell, there is no acute effect that I would say couldn't be explained by placebo. I'm not confident that there's anything that you could tell it's working. So, and correct me if I'm wrong, but if you're creating a novel steroid, how would you even know that this is a good steroid? You'd have to take it daily for long periods of time, right?
There really was no way of determining its effectiveness, certainly not in the way Shulgin did, because of what you said. There is an immediate psychoactive effect that is undeniable. And if you take a steroid, you don't feel a damn thing, and at least not for a little while. And it's my belief that if you take a lot of these steroids, you don't even go to the gym, you might not even know you're taking a damn thing. You wouldn't really feel anything. But it's in combination with going to the gym, especially if you have trained without steroids, you notice that suddenly you're getting stronger. And then that has a feedback effect upon your mind. And there could be some psychological effects directly from the steroids. However, I think those have been much overblown. But you really need more than one person. And you need people that would have to adhere to, similar diet and exercise regimens if you really wanted to quantify the results.
So this makes it seem extremely difficult what you're doing. I mean, people will always say, oh, how could Shulgin have done this? It was so dangerous. And using his methodology, if he had rediscovered strychnine, for example, I mean, let's just
I think he could have killed himself.
No, he wouldn't have, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but because he would have started at very, very lowest.
Yeah, he would have started at 10 micrograms. And then by the time he got up to 900 micrograms, he would have said, this stuff is making my muscles really tense. I don't think I'm going to take any more of this. And he would not have poisoned himself. Right. And you did not have that luxury. You didn't have the ability to make those short-term assessments. And I think this is maybe another reason that there's so much maybe bro science or folk pharmacology in the bodybuilding community, is it seems like these questions are actually harder to answer.
Here's something that should have been mentioned. A lot of these compounds, most of all the ones that I made, well, certainly at that time, were ones that had been synthesized by other chemists in the decades previous. Some of them never made it to market. Many of them did not, but their biological activities were noted.
Right.
Animal models. So you had a general idea of the relative potency of each, and you had a pretty good idea of dosage, because the dosages of anabolic steroids, they don't really go outside of certain ranges, and they are proportional to their potency. And the potency is in the literature. You can look that up. So you kind of know what dose range to take any particular steroid that you synthesized.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. So you synthesize testosterone, you start looking through old literature and resynthesizing other compounds. And I imagine that was a lot of fun. Were you exclusively working on steroids? Were you also interested in psychedelics or other things? I know later you got into some other areas, but from the beginning, was it almost totally a steroid oriented?
Well, I was also interested in some recreational drugs. I wasn't interested in psychedelics because I wasn't very familiar with the chemistry. And plus, a lot of the precursors were quite well controlled. And I also didn't want to get a tiny bit on my finger and then go into a month-long acid trip. So to
right.
Yeah, I never wanted to venture into that area. Although I'm very curious about the psychological benefits and the whole mystical aspect of those substances. It continues to fascinate me. However, with these steroids, there's none of that fear. And after a while, you synthesize all these things, and they're really not, one is not really that much better than the other. After a while, there are a few that stand out, but some of the ones that are really potent have kind of nasty side effects. They're a little more toxic on the liver, or they result in water retention, or they have sort of cross-reactivity with the mineralocorticoid receptors, and they result in massive sodium and water retention that makes you feel like you're going to die. So
Right.
Yeah.
And You mentioned, I listened to an interview with you years ago where you mentioned that you had synthesized methadone.
Right. Yeah.
Was that how you?
Well, when I was looking at making all kinds of recreational stuff, and I was interested in opioids, so I looked into. Obviously, I'm not going to make anything related to the poppy plant opiates, like morphine, because you can't get any precursors for that. However, just stuff like Demerol, methadone, these non-opiate opioids, opiate being opioids that are derived from Papaver somniferum, the poppy plant, the wholly synthetic opioids, yeah, you can purchase the precursors. And I found that methadone was one where the precursors were quite readily available and cheap. And I would purchase them through my business and just forge my boss's name on the requisition form. And it was a 3 or 4 step synthesis to make methadone. And I worked at it for a while and finally succeeded, and then took way too much and I got quite sick, actually. That's a very long half-life. That's a 36-hour half-life. So way too much. And within half an hour, you took way too much, you're going to be horizontal for 3 or 4 days. And if you get up, you're going to puke. That's what happened the first time I tried it. I realized, okay, you got to dose a lot lower.
Right.
But that was a very terrible thing, because I ended up getting a horrible addiction to it, and I had to go to detox rehab center, and it was the worst detox you could ever imagine, really.
Yeah.
Measured my calves in a flex, and they're 16.5 inches. I actually found my tape measure. Oh, I have gum here. Oh, there goes gum. Let me see, what are my calves at? Yeah, mine are just at about 16.5. So you've got some pretty big calves for a girl. I don't know if you can see this. I don't know.
Yeah, no,
I had developed an incredible tolerance.
Right. Yeah. And was that the only opioid that you synthesized? You made methadone and then that?
No, just methadone, because the other ones I looked at and they were too difficult to make. And there was one, I don't know if it was meperidine, which is Demerol, or something very similar to it.
CDG donators, be honest with us, Richard. You at least took a quick glance at Jasmine's fat ass while she was picking her stuff up, didn't you? Didn't lie to us, Richard. Be honest. It would be weird if you didn't. Like, I don't find her attractive anymore. Like, she gained a fair bit of weight back, too, so... Didn't really look at her. Thanks for the donation, though, CDG.
But if you screw the synthesis up, you get an isomer, which is extremely toxic. It's called MPTP. And they actually use it for experimental Parkinson's in rats. And you know the story behind MPTP?
Of course, Barry Kidston. Yeah, it's the greatest scare story of all time. I mean, it's true. Yeah,
people were taking this stuff and they were coming down and they're locked up. Yeah, it was horrible. So
yeah, I mean,
I did try to make that once. I did have access to GC Mass Spec at the time, and I looked at it and I was like, got kind of big. And the library showed up methyl. What I forgot what it stands for, but it was MPTP, and I was like, oh shit, don't touch this stuff.
You were trying to make
favorite muscle groups on women. Well, yeah, aside from well-developed glutes, chicks with, like, strong quads. I do like girls with, like, a strong back and shoulders. And, I think it's also hot when girls have, like, developed pectoral muscles.
Jas wasn't good for you. Let me suck her dick.
Maybe later. Thanks for the donation, Ashley.
Yeah,
I think it was MPPP was the target molecule, but it's just way too easy to screw it up and make MPTP.
Right. There's like a competing elimination reaction.
Right.
Yeah. It's scary. I mean, I'm thankful that, as terrible as that is, that does not seem to be a common occurrence, that there is a horrendously potent neurotoxin that can easily be produced as a side product of a synthesis.
Yeah, but you never know when something funky like that may be at the other end of a synthesis that you're just trying for the first time.
Right.
I mean, whoever was making this stuff had no idea what he might make something that would turn people into these paralyzed mannequins.
Of course not. No. Yeah. I mean, he didn't even know that he made this error in the synthesis. Sure. I don't. Yeah. So you became addicted to methadone. You detoxed. You lost your job. Then what?
Well, I had been going to graduate school at night, and I went back to Connecticut from New Jersey, and I started to go to graduate school at University of Connecticut. And more and more, I started doing research into the same kind of stuff that I used to, but more so into the supplement side of things, because I had an idea for nutritional supplements that no one even conceived of. And I really thought to myself that I would love to get a job where I can market some of this stuff and maybe even get back to synthesizing some of these steroids that no one has ever heard of that have much higher activity on paper. I know that people go crazy over that stuff. And I was on the internet at the burgeoning of social media, which back then there was something called Usenet news groups, very awkward form. But I would throw out little teasers about stuff that I've learned, and people were like, "Whoa, what's he talking about? Who is this guy?" And that's where I piqued the interest of Dan Duchesne, who at the time was known as the steroid guru. He had written a book called The Underground Steroid Handbook. And I started to correspond with him. And I ended up doing some research for him, and he'd use it in his articles to look really smart. He would just put in the layman's terms of some of the things I told him. But I eventually got a job at this. I left graduate school. I got pretty much all my coursework done towards a PhD, but I never got into the thesis part of it. And I went to work at a company called EAS, which is a very big company, and they were just starting to grow really big at the time. And I was the director of science research for 2 weeks. And I left. And I got fired. I didn't. But my ideas and plans were way too sophisticated for what they wanted from me. So then I went back home and eventually ran into somebody that knew somebody out here. And it's a long story. I don't want to waste too much time about that, but it was a very strange hookup that I had. And with a guy out here who had nothing to do with fitness industry, nothing to do with steroids, but he, was interested in any business idea. And he ended up being a perfect fit for me because I was allowed to kind of build a lab here. And he was able to buy used equipment. And then they had a machine shop. We had a machine shop where we were able to modify that equipment to do reactions on a pilot or manufacturing scale. And that was the basic, that was the foundation of our business. And later on, we got our own supplement line and all sorts of things. We ventured into other stuff too.
And what I find interesting about this as well is with most psychoactive drugs, no one is even thinking about using them as supplements. There's some exceptions, of course. You have kava and kratom and things like that that are plant-based. But if I discover some new dopamine reuptake inhibitor, there's no way that I'm going to say, oh, this would make a great supplement, because I just know from a regulatory perspective, there would be no way to get away with it and it would be dangerous. What made you think that you could do that with steroids? Like, was it just easier? Were there no regulations? Are there still no regulations? Can you just come up with a new steroid and sell it? I actually just don't know.
No. This was in 1994, a law was passed called the Dietary Supplement Health and Education Act. And that really opened up the supplement industry for novel compounds. It was very vaguely written, and it could be interpreted as anything that's naturally occurring could be sold as a supplement. And I knew at the time that DHEA...
What do my quads measure? I'm not sure. I don't know if it makes a difference if I measure it on my chair or not. It says 23.5 when I'm on my chair. No gum. Oh no. He likes going after the tape measure. Where are you, Gummy? What are you doing, silly kitty?
It was being sold as a supplement. It was being sold as a supplement around 96. And my first idea was, okay, well, that's a steroid, albeit it's not very effective as far as anabolic activity, but it's two hydrogen atoms or minus two hydrogen atoms away from androstenedione, which is direct precursor to testosterone. So I figured, well, androstenedione is not controlled. It's naturally occurring or present in animals, so it's present in food, hypothetically. Well, I mean, it is, but not certainly at very small amounts. So I decided to test the market with that to another guy, and there was no reaction from authorities. Actually, I thought that there was going to be. I didn't know how things were going to end up. And then I went on to introduce another testosterone precursor, which was even better, which was a 4-androstenediol. And then other people started to get into this whole, it was called pro-hormones because they were precursors to actual active hormones, in this case, testosterone. And then other people came up with other pro-hormones like a nor-androstenedione. And then I finally came up with just one androstenediol based upon a very obscure metabolite, androgen metabolite, that was quite potent. One testosterone was very potent steroid. And I developed the precursors to that, the pro-hormones to that. And that ended up, we finally settled upon one androstenediol, which was known as 1AD. And that was a very effective product. I mean, it was up there with a lot of traditional anabolic steroids. And that made my company a lot of money. I worked very hard in that synthesis. It was not easy at all, but I perfected it and it just flew off the shelves. So that was good. We built a large facility in another part of town and so on and so forth till everything changed. Well, eventually.
And you say you made a lot of money. So what was this? It was a pill that was being sold?
Yeah, it was capsules. I think it was 100 milligrams per capsule of one androstenediol. And
did it have a brand name or what? This is at supplement shops?
we trademarked the name 1AD, and that was a very easily remembered name, and people still come up to me and say, oh man, 1AD, that stuff, it took on a life of its own. It's got kind of a legendary status. Of course, in 2005, it was made illegal. As made it turn into a controlled substance, as were most all pro hormones at that time. But there were loopholes, and people went on to sell other stuff that weren't even natural, outright synthetic steroids, and it was pretty ridiculous. But eventually, they clamped down on that so hard that no one dares sell anything of that variety now.
And this could be due to my general ignorance of the industry, but I've always found the regulation of steroids kind of weird. It always seemed like, from the typical war on drugs, Nixon, Reagan era drug scare, people really cared about psychoactive drugs, and seeing anabolic steroids lumped in as controlled substances always seemed a little weird to me. Do you know how that even came about? I mean,
yeah.
When did that become a concern was it ever a conceivable public health risk beyond long-term effects of continuous use among athletes?
The criteria, as you know, for something to be scheduled,
I don't want
it has
calves
to have
that big.
one of two things or both. It has to have addiction potential. And a lot of people thought steroids had addiction potential. They may have psychological addiction potential like marijuana does, but probably even less so than marijuana. But it also has to be a danger, a public health risk. And yes, you could abuse them, and yes, they can have toxicity associated with them. Certainly not, you're not going to overdose like you would with opioids or anything like that. But the reason why they got attention like they did, and there was such a push to make them controlled, to schedule them, was because of all the stuff that I referred to earlier that culminated in Ben Johnson being stripped of his medal and people being outraged that steroids were such a game changer in sports and that they completely ruined the level playing field, that they had to be. That was a first and foremost reason why. And then they came up with it, they're toxic and they're addictive too. But it was a pretty easy thing to do. And it did. In 1989, a bill was passed. In 1990, it was signed into law. And it was the Anabolic Steroid Control Act. And they were made Schedule 3, which is, trying to think of other Schedule 3 compounds. Maybe benzodiazepines are Schedule 3. I don't remember.
Yeah, they are. And ketamine is as well.
Ketamine, okay. But that has medical, obviously has medical utility. But they left out, they didn't have like a catch-all in there. And there is the Analog Act. I'm sure you're familiar with that.
I certainly am, yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't apply to Schedule 3. So that's one reason why I was able to do what I did and not have it automatically pinpointed or listed as an analog.
Right.
And so eventually they had another Anabolic Steroid Control Act updated version, and they made the same damn mistake as before. They just added more compounds, but they didn't add all of them. And it became a joke. And now they have like a catch-all phrase saying that if it's marketed for muscle growth or something like that, then it's considered, and it has a steroid structure, then it's considered an anabolic steroid by administrative action, blah, blah, blah. And that kind of shut people down from coming up with new analogs, because you can't sell something unless you say, oh, it builds muscle. You just can't put the steroid out there and say, hey, I got this. I'm not going to tell you what it does. It doesn't work.
Right. So you had this blockbuster compound and made a lot of money from it. And where did you go from there?
Well, one really interesting part of my experience, which is probably one of the things I'm most well known for, is while I was doing all this stuff through my business, the pro hormone stuff, I was also manufacturing wholly synthetic steroid derivatives that could evade drug tests. And there were 3 compounds that I came up with. One of them had been synthesized before, and I almost made it to market, or it did very briefly, and that was called Mebrolithone. However, it was not on the list of stuff that they tested for, and I knew that it didn't share any metabolites with anything that was on the list. So I started to sell that to the athletes and trainers, and they would use it and pass drug tests, and would give them a huge advantage over other people that didn't have access to that technology. And I later on went on to actually make a new chemical entity, a completely new compound called tetrahydrogesterone, which I synthesized from an endometriosis drug.
Right, clear.
Yeah.
And so I don't know how testing is done under these circumstances, but I assume they collect urine from the athlete and then they run GCMS on the urine sample. Is that correct?
Well, they collect urine, they isolate out the fractions that would contain steroids, and they do a derivatization to make the steroids more volatile, and then they run them through.
DHT Gains donate $2. Let me see.
Hey, I was trying to keep it civil by only hitting the nuclear sites and shit. But these motherfuckers hit civilian areas. Now I'm about to make it rain on these bitches. For real, I'm about to Chernobyl these bitches. I'm about to ram a missile so far up Khomeini's ass, he'll turn into a crispy fucking kebab. Their future generations will still be shitting uranium. Need to park your camel? Park it in Iran, cause I'm about to turn that bitch into a friggin' parking lot.
Based.
Team deathmatch. Show no mercy.
Friendly Harriers inbound.
Yeah, those were the days, man, when Call of Duty used to be good. I got quite a few nukes in MW2. Yeah, that's a strong ass back squat. And that is a nice butt. Thanks for the donation, DHT Gains.
GC mass spec. However, if the compound that you made is not on their list and their computer program is not tuned to pick up that compound and or its metabolites, then it's going to not be seen because they're testing thousands and thousands of stuff of urine samples. So no one analytical chemist is going to look at every test. It's going to be automated like that. And
I see.
The clear had a very unique property to it, and that after derivatization, due to its chemical structure, it's high degree of conjugated double bonds, in addition to an ethyl group right next to a hydroxyl group that is then derivatized by, I think it's turned into a triflate, a protecting group. That was put into the GC mass spec, and it just flew apart, disintegrated.
Interesting.
Yeah, and so that not only was it not picked up in any program that would look for specific compounds, but even if it was, it just would disintegrate. So eventually they had to switch to liquid chromatography mass spectrometry, which, as you know, is run in solvents and doesn't use high heat and vacuum. And they were able to come up with a method to detect it. But the guy that was head of the UCLA lab that discovered that tetrahydrogesterone was being used, because somebody snitched and sent him a syringe of the stuff.
What snitch?
Oh, his name was Trevor Graham. He was Marion Jones' coach, and Tim Montgomery. They were sprinters or track and field athletes. And they had a falling out with the guy I was working with in San Francisco. His name was Victor Conti. And when they had a falling out, they sent a sample of this stuff to the lab because Victor was going to shut them off from access to it. So it was tragic, stupid stuff. But he noticed that it did. So they actually characterized it from the little sample of the stuff in oil and reverse engineered it and made it, and then put it through their protocol of testing using derivatization techniques. And he noticed that it just did not show up at all. And he thought that I had engineered it to do that, which is kind of funny because Bob Costas came to interview me once. And part of that interview, he talked to Don Catlin, who was head of the lab. And Don's like, well, I usually don't like to call someone that works for the other side brilliant, but this compound was really, I was like, well, you believe what you want, but I didn't expect to disintegrate.
Right. And out of curiosity, do any of these compounds have interest? I mean, is it like colored or anything? Do the conjugated double bonds give it an interesting color? Are they all just...
Well, the clear or the tetrahydrogesterone had 3 double bonds that were conjugated, and they were also conjugated to a ketone group. And yeah, they were yellow in color because of that, the delocalization of the electrons and everything that has to do with light absorption. And trenbolone is also an anabolic steroid that's available. It's mostly used in animals, and that's also yellow. Because anything with high conjugation is going to be not white. And the more conjugation, the further down the electromagnetic spectrum of visible color you're going to get, as you know.
It's really interesting. I mean, when people talk about steroids, it's almost always in terms of their androgenic activity, but I'm also curious about off-target effects. I mean, there's obviously this concept of roid rage and the idea that some steroids exert some kind of psychoactive effect. I mean, have you noticed any steroids that have potent psychoactive properties?
Yes, there are some that kind of stand out in that regard. And it's more like they make you very irritable and kind of little impulsive. And at the same time, you hyper-focused and vigilant. And
hey, Wandering Mason,
ones
what's
that
up?
stand out to me are halotestin or fluoxymesterone, trenbolone's one as well, anadrol, which is also well known for its water retention effects. That one can have a psychological effect on you. And there was one that was made that was called methyl 1 test that was really bad in that regard. And it also, I don't think this has ever been demonstrated, but that stuff was so strange that you would take it and you would gain so much water weight. I thought that maybe it interfered, or maybe it had a cross affinity for mineralocorticoid receptors, which would have resulted in sodium and water retention. But yeah, that stuff would make you feel like you're going to have a heart attack while it's climbing the stairs. But at the same time, your strength just went absolutely insane.
Well, that's what I wondered is, when I would read about anabolic steroid associated aggression, I wondered if it would be possible to disentangle the influence of getting muscular, because that in and of itself seems like it could cause some behavioral psychological changes that could be mistaken for psychoactivity. Like if you are bigger and stronger and more threatening, could that in and of itself change your confidence in the way that you interact with other people because you feel more dangerous, essentially?
Yeah, I've always believed that to be the case. And you have to disassociate that from any direct effects a steroid might have on the brain. And the only way you can do that is by giving these compounds to somebody and also giving a placebo to another cohort, or just giving it to someone and telling them it's something else and not having them work out or do anything. And then if they exhibit aggressive tendencies, then you know it's a direct effect on the brain and not secondary to feeling suddenly enabled and hyper masculine.
Right. Yeah. I mean, and of course, there are also neurosteroids that are conventional psychoactive drugs. I think it was just 2 years ago that the FDA approved allopregnanolone for treatment of postpartum depression. Is that an area you ever investigated?
Yeah. Yes, I have. I made allopregnanolone. It's kind of difficult. It is not orally active, and it is active parenterally. However, you still need a lot of milligrams. But there have been synthetic derivatives of allopregnanolone which inhibit the metabolic deactivation of the compound by putting a methyl group adjacent to a hydroxyl group and turning it from a secondary to a tertiary hydroxyl, which then cannot be oxidized, and then that extends the lifetime. Then it has to be metabolized via other methods. And I read some research on some of these derivatives, but I didn't know that allopregnanolone itself was approved. I don't know how they deliver it, because you really need a pretty massive amount to get that GABA A enhancement effect.
Yeah, it's my understanding that it's administered as an IV infusion.
Yeah, that would make sense. Probably for acute effects, maybe anti-seizure. I don't really know.
Did you achieve any interesting effects from it? Did you find it relaxing?
I did. Yeah, I mean, I felt like like someone gave me Versed. I forgot the name of that benzo. It begins with midazolam.
Yeah,
it was very transient, but quite noticeable.
Right. Were there any other neurosteroids you investigated?
No, but DHEA is known to be a neurosteroid. It actually has an antagonistic effect upon the affinity of the GABA A receptor to GABA. So it does the opposite of the progesterone metabolites. And I wonder if some of the anabolic steroids that seem to have a marked effect more so than the other ones on psychology, I wonder if they don't have direct access to the brain via GABA receptors also. I'm not sure. But there are many steroids that are quite anabolic that actually make you quite mellow, like Dianabol. People generally report feeling quite good on it and not aggressive at all. So it's not a black and white area.
Right. Right. And it seems that the industry now has moved away from steroids toward SARMs, and that has created a whole new world. I imagine that you have investigated those as well.
Yeah. So a professor here in town developed one of the SARMs, and a chemical company here in town that I'm familiar with, that our friend Justin Kirkland actually worked for a while. He was a salesman there.
Yeah, Justin Kirkland. I met him one time at a conference and he seemed extremely interesting. He is very much involved with psychoactive compounds. How do you know him?
Well, he actually lived in the town Seymour, a very, very tiny town where my lab started. And he knew that I was there. He was a chemist. And at one time he just came over and said hi. And then he disappeared. And then he reappeared at that Obiter Research in town, which is a chemical company that does custom synthesis. And he was a salesman there. And they actually helped us out with some syntheses. So I got to know him through business. And eventually he left Obiter Research and went on his own. And he needed a lab. And I said, well, you can share the lab with me since there's an empty desk here. And he had a bunch of glassware and other things that he contributed to the lab. And he stayed there for about 2 years. He would travel, come back. He didn't really do a whole lot of work in the lab. He didn't do any lab work. He said he was going to, but he didn't really do that. But he was more a salesman guy. He just definitely had the gift of gab when it came to sales. And I think he has landed himself quite decent position working for a Canadian chemical company that is going to embark upon manufacturing MDMA and eventually LSD.
Is it Cybin?
But I know that they have a license from the government, or they have something like that. And he said a whole list of these psychedelic compounds that they're going to try to synthesize. And they're going to be used for research around the world, and eventually maybe to be used clinically for actual patients if they get approved somewhere. So he's got a very interesting job. I wish I can go work with him, do some of the synthesis, but I have a felony background through the Belko.
It's actually fairly easy to get LSD here.
Thing I mentioned earlier, and I can't go to Canada. Well, I hate places in Canada.
And so tell me about that. So this was associated with Clear.
Yeah. Yes. Eventually the drug testers caught up with Victor Conti, who was one of the trainers that I was selling this stuff to. And he had a big mouth, and he worked with very, very high profile athletes. And one of them was Barry Bonds, and a IRS agent had been after Barry Bonds for quite a while for tax evasion. And he stumbled into Victor Conti, and then it changed from tax evasion to this investigation of supplying steroids and other things to athletes, Barry being the primary one that this guy was interested into. But it just exploded into a huge, huge scandal. And it made all the sports pages. It was all sports news for a long time. And I was the guy that made the undetectables. So I was considered a huge target. And other people got caught in 2003, but it took 2 years for them to actually raid my place or the business that I was in, that I owned. And by that time, all evidence of anything was gone. But nevertheless, I was indicted and convicted and had to go to prison for a period of time. And so I have a felony conviction, which has caused me a lot of trouble.
How long were you in prison?
Just 3 months.
And the crime that you committed was what? I mean, what were you
Well,
charged with?
it was something I wasn't guilty of. But they said he's got to plead guilty to it anyway, because what I was selling were compounds that were not controlled. Because we had the discussion before where Schedule 3 substances are not bound by the Analog Act. So I was not, there was no distribution of controlled substance of anabolic steroids. But the lead prosecutor said that I had to plead guilty to that anyway because of the case being so high profile, and any other crime that they can come up with would be very minor felonies or misdemeanors. So I pled guilty to that. There was no point in fighting on the wrath of the federal government. And at that time, they would have done anything to nail me. So I just said, okay, just be nice to me. So I got 3 months and some house arrest, no fines. So.
And so they were saying that the clear was a controlled substance when it wasn't. I mean, were they
Exactly. And my attorney had written like a huge document, whatever you want to call it, explaining why what I sold was not a felony in the context of the Controlled Substance Act. And the prosecutor said, well, Rick, you make a very good point. That's all well and good, but Patrick is going to have to plead guilty to this felony regardless, because that's the only way we're going to have it. And he does not have the means to fight this, nor is it a wise thing for him to do so.
What a nightmare.
Yeah. I mean, it's not a big surprise that they took that stance.
Well, I mean, it's just completely unfair. So, I mean, they didn't charge you with a different drug. They just said this uncontrolled substance that you were distributing is controlled, and we're just going to pretend that is the case, and you pled guilty.
Yes, and actually there were 3 versions of the clear, and the third one, which had never really never got into the hands of athletes, was listed on there. And after I pled guilty, some people started selling it as a supplement. I mean, even though I was charged with a felony for just manufacturing it and selling it in very small amounts, people sold it as a supplement and until 2005 when that was added to the list of controlled substances. It's craziness. It was arbitrary, and I was just a victim of the incredible exposure that this case had all around the world.
And it's my understanding that the clear was not a commercially available substance. Is that correct?
No, that's correct. And it never was. I mean, I was the first person, if you look in the literature, this stuff had never even been synthesized before. I was the first person to synthesize it. But I knew from its chemical structure and similarity to other steroids, it was kind of like a hybrid between 2 very potent steroids. And it ended up being very potent in its own right.
So how did this get into the hands of Barry Bonds?
Well, I was selling to a lot of people, athletes, and to a lot of trainers. And one of them was this guy, Victor Conti, who had a place in San Francisco. He had a supplement, a mineral supplement. And he liked to hobnob with all the big athletes. And he would always get some kind of an advertisement article in Flex magazine, or he was big in the bodybuilding scene. He had all these famous athletes coming in and out of his facility. He would do all this blood work on them and say, you're deficient in this mineral, that. And then he was like, okay, I got this program of drugs for you to take. And at the center of the program was the undetectable steroids. He also gave him growth hormone, insulin, thyroid, a variety of other things.
And I also imagine that you were not the only person doing this. I mean, it's certainly assumed that in many of these professional athletic spheres, everybody is using something. I mean, is that an exaggeration?
Everyone is using something, but they're using stuff that everyone knows, stuff that is out there that you can get. One of them was methyltrianolone, which was a drug that you could get from China, and people were taking in very tiny amounts, but they'd have to go off of it. No one else was making anabolic steroid analogs that were undetectable. I was the only one. And I don't know if anyone that has ever done it since either. I mean, I had everyone in the world coming to me if they knew about me. And there was no one else in the world doing this.
And how did it work?
Here are vids of your favorite beautiful not retarded looking actress in the whole world and lying chat GPT.
Do you think Ellie wished she could have said to Joel before he died?
I think that Ellie and Joel are so caged in with their emotions. Like, they're so afraid of emotion and vulnerability individually, and then together, like, they're just, I don't know, quite repressed, I think, as people. And I think that, I don't know if they'd ever, like, had a proper conversation about, like, the fact that I felt like you were my dad. Like, I don't think those, like, words were ever really brought up. So, I don't know, I guess that Ellie wished she probably just could have, like, told Joel everything that, like, how much he meant to her. Like father, like daughter.
I hate her so goddamn much, dude.
GPT just straight up lies about the law.
Which explains why there are all these news stories about lawyers getting sanctioned for citing fake cases in their briefs and motions. Even attorneys at huge firms like Morgan & Morgan, literally one of the biggest personal injury firms in the nation.
And now I've experienced it myself. See, I recently bought premium ChatGPT to experiment with it for researching the law for our video. Bad move.
In our last video, we examined whether it was legal or not for ICE agents to pretend to be public utility workers in order to get consent to enter someone's home. Because this is allegedly happening in Tucson, Arizona.
So I explained the issue to ChatGPT and asked what the law said about it. And the results got me super stoked. It's like, yeah, there are cases where law enforcement has pretended to literally be utility workers as part of a ruse. And these cases even explore the Fourth Amendment concerns over doing this to enter someone's home. That sounded dope as hell, so I looked at the cases that it cited and described. And it said in US v. Sinclair, law enforcement posed as utility workers to get into someone's door and arrest them, and ruled that that was legal. Holy crap. I thought, it's legal for ICE to do this? There's case law on this already? No. If you practice even a modicum of diligence and actually look up this case, you'll find it has nothing to do with what ChatGPT says. So I tell it that, and it just says, oh yeah, oops, you're right, and then gives the real facts of the real case. So okay, I'm like, that's really problematic, but let's try one more time. This case here sounds super on point also, with DEA agents pretending to be utility workers. But again, it's wrong. The case has nothing to do with what ChatGPT said. And when I call this out, it basically just says, sorry.
We're sorry.
And thank
Wonder why it's doing that. Really weird. Well, yeah, don't rely on ChatGPT for legal advice. Thanks for the donation, G.
Such a limited fashion that it didn't really make a big difference.
I mean, I find this very interesting. So could you give me an example? Like, what did some Olympic coach say? Send me a vial of... Could you go into detail about how it works? I understand it's like somewhat incriminating.
I would, at the time, my lab was in a small town named Seymour, and I would synthesize it. I would synthesize gram quantities, and then I would dissolve it either in an oil or propylene glycol at a certain concentration. And I would put it in a nondescript bottle, and I'd ship it off to whoever. In the case of the guy that got me in trouble, we worked with the famous athletes, I would ship it to San Francisco, to Victor Conti. And then he would take it and then put it into his tiny little vials and say that it was his own convention or whatever. I don't give a damn. But then he would give it to all these athletes, and they would reap the benefits.
And they knew what was going on as well. There was no pretense that this is...
My arms are 18 inches now, so my quads are a fair bit bigger than my arms. I do want bigger quads, though.
Well, I have no idea what Victor said to him. I knew he would say words like, this is I think he told him it was a steroid, but only a few people around him knew that he was getting it from someone, a chemist out there. And he would try to treat me as this mystery man. Only Victor had connections with him. Whereas in reality, I was selling to people in Europe, and I could get into some wild stories about, I was selling to the people that Victor's athletes were competing against. Yeah, actually, Marion Jones ended up getting her gold medal taken away because they found out she was taking one of the clears in 2000. And the woman that came in second place was from a country on the Mediterranean. I don't want to divulge it.
Booty come donate $2.
It's good to be back. Oh, it feels so fucking good. It feels so good. Oh, where'd you get that drink from? No way. That's so cool. Let me see that. That's fucking dope. Holy shit.
Oh.
Wow, it's good. Wow, babe.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, what's your question, babe? How you doing?
Turn the camera off, please.
No, what? I was wondering if I could get your number. You're beautiful.
I have a boyfriend, sorry, but can you turn your camera off?
For what I'm recording is a vlog.
Yeah, I don't want to be in any vlog.
You have a boyfriend, it's me, right?
I just don't want to be in any vlog, please.
By the way, are you gonna finish that? Because if you're not, I'll take it. You know?
Well, I'm not gonna drink it because you're not wearing a mask. But
I'll take it. Thank you.
Can you I'm sorry, sir. Can you just turn that off?
Minds and studying sociology, and I'll videotape anyone that I want. See, like the public.
Not to be videotaped. That's all. I just don't want to be.
Right, like park right now. Do you want to come hang out with me? Let's kick it. Identify. Oh, TikTok. You keep asking me the same thing.
I don't want to be on camera, so I'm gonna stand here on camera.
I said that though. I could edit you out. That's what you don't.
I just.
Travis Bickle, aka King Smooth.
Yeah, this dumb bitch just wants attention.
Travis Bickle. Mwah, mwah.
Please. No. Okay. Just let me do.
Okay, that's gay. Thanks for the donation, Bootycam.
anything, but she was taking it too. And she got the silver. And when Marianne was stripped of the gold, she ended up with the gold. So it's funny that the anti-doping administration thought they were righting a wrong when the person that was given the gold was also did the same violation.
Wow. Is that publicly known?
Well, if you read between the lines, people know. I've mentioned it on other podcasts. I wasn't as coy in my description. I came right out and said it, but it's not publicly known to the general public. And I only mention it on these podcasts like this, and I don't think it's not going to go on ESPN or anything like that.
Right.
So
that's pretty amazing to think that Marion Jones was stripped of her gold and then it was given to somebody who was using the same drug.
Correct. And I have a lot of stories like that.
And was the issue that Marion Jones admitted to having used it, or was she caught?
Oh, she ended up getting, I don't remember exactly how. I don't think they had a sample of her urine. I think it came down to where she was forced to admit it. I don't quite remember how she was caught, but she was vehemently denying to the press and to Oprah. And eventually when she got caught, she went back on Oprah and was like, I'm so sorry, but I'm a better person. And everyone's like, oh, Marion, it's okay. It was disgusting.
I think the overarching question with all of this is if everybody's doing it and it's just a question of who's getting away with it, what do you think the appropriate regulatory strategy would be?
Well, in the case of Olympic sports, the regulatory body would be the World Anti-Doping Association and its affiliates in other countries like the United States. It's the United States Anti-Doping Administration. They have to take a zero tolerance approach. Now, you're right. It's, at least at the upper echelons, it's a battle of chemistry. However, what I did by making these undetectable analogs available, it sort of changed playing field because everyone was sort of doing the same stuff with detectable things and just taking them at certain dosages and getting off them at the same time. But with my stuff, the people that had access to them had a decidedly big advantage over people that were using their old techniques. So when you say everyone's doing the same thing, that wasn't exactly the case once my stuff got on the scene in sports.
Right. But I mean, in terms of a regulatory strategy, do you think that it would make more sense to allow people to use whatever sort of chemical enhancement they want? Do you think it should be free for all, where this is something that is just at the discretion of the athlete in the same way that the specifics of their exercise routines are at their own discretion?
I don't have an answer for that. If you advocate acceptable use, then how the hell do you do that? I mean, you say, okay, you could use, but you can't use too much. And then how do you avoid the terrible message that you're going to send to amateur athletes in school, elementary school, high school? Say, okay, well, they allow these athletes to take drugs. So I guess drugs aren't that bad. So why can't we take drugs in high school? It's one of those dilemmas that's, I think, the only way, and it's certainly.
What's the average squat a natural can get without powerlifting training? I don't know what you mean by powerlifting training. You can look up, what is it, like testyourstrength.com or something? They have averages based on gender, height, weight stuff.
Certainly not the best way or a good way is for these anti-doping associations to just have a zero tolerance policy. And they do, but if they go beyond that, they're almost aggressively trying to catch people, and people with actual legitimate excuses, they get shot down in arbitration. I've known many people that got screwed by them. They almost have a hatred for athletes in a way, and a hatred for drug use. So, but that's not my concern. I'm not a trainer of Olympic athletes. I'm just a chemist.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I don't have an answer to the question either. And I certainly understand what you're saying, that if you make it a free for all, then the results could be dangerous. People might start dying. Young athletes could develop unhealthy habits. That all makes sense. But to maintain a true zero tolerance policy also seems like it will be difficult because of people like you, people that are interested in discovering new things and pushing the boundaries and in finding new and interesting loopholes, which I, by the way, think is valuable. I'm not saying that in a critical way.
Well, someone like me would not be in trouble with the law of the land, the feds or anything like that. What we're talking about here is are the people that police the athletes. And you got to figure this, you're talking two different things. Now, not that I would ever, or I think there are any undetectable steroids left, but if you were to make one, why would you make an undetectable steroid unless you had designs to give them to athletes to beat drug tests? And in that case, you're going to piss off the drug testers, who also have a huge lobby in Washington. And what will end up happening is that you'll have to plead guilty to controlled substance. It's like I did, because you just piss the people off, piss the government off so much that, no, I mean, the rules, they've done the rules to get you.
Right. I actually, when people ask me questions about, what they should do with various drugs, I always find it somewhat obnoxious, like in that I don't want to be responsible for advising other people in terms of what they should do. But could I ask you some questions about that sort of thing? Or is that just...
Yeah, you can. That's not what I do. That's not really my gig. I mean, I know enough about what people take and how long they take them and what doses, but I'm not a trainer. I've never really trained a bodybuilder. Girl I dated did. But that was a long time ago. Hey, you can ask me anything, but I'm certainly not the authority. And it's kind of, I mean, I have a very unique and specialized set of skills and knowledge, and you're asking me pretty pedestrian questions. But if you want to...
Well, that's the point, is that you're very knowledgeable, and I trust your opinion on these things. But yeah, it's a basic question, but I'm curious.
You have to understand, just because I understand the chemistry of these and the pharmacology of them on a more sophisticated medical level does not mean that I am an expert or the only expert or any kind of on the casual use of them for bodybuilding purposes. That's more that's more of an art actually than a science.
Yeah, because if you look on forums, there's this proliferation of conflicting advice about how to use various SARMs or various supplements. And because most of the scientific literature is oriented toward treatment of disease, it becomes difficult to find authoritative advice or authoritative information about how a healthy person could responsibly use a steroid in order to better their life in some relatively innocuous way.
Yeah, any scientific study on the use of anabolic steroids to build muscle in a healthy exercising individual would be ethically unsound and would never occur.
Right. Yeah, exactly. So let's say, for example, somebody wants to, they're not a professional athlete, they're not a bodybuilder, but they want to gain some muscle mass without damaging their tendons or doing anything bad. What is the do you think SARMs are like the state of the art? No.
Actually, SARMs are kind of dropped out of the picture. They never got too far in clinical trials and the drug development pipeline. And I think the pharmaceutical companies have given up on them because they just ran into the same problems that were apparent with anabolic steroids, the same toxicities and everything. I mean, it was a great noble endeavor to use drug design, receptor ligand interaction software, and the map expression of genes involved in the anabolic response and the androgenic response. Much more sophisticated than any stuff they used in the development of anabolic steroids. But they ended up not really making much improvements on the technology. You just can't seem to differentiate the side effects or the virilizing effects from the muscle building effects or the toxic effects.
Right. So do you think a sort of conventional course of oxandrolone with some PCT and maybe, how do you feel about co-administering finasteride to avoid hair loss? Do you think that that's a dangerous path or that will?
No, I mean, if you are susceptible to androgenic alopecia or male pattern baldness and you were to take testosterone, you might want to take finasteride so that the DHT conversion at the scalp is blocked. However, it would only work with testosterone or with steroids that are very similar to testosterone. But a lot of steroids aren't, and they do not undergo 5-alpha reduction to more potent androgens. Like, for instance, nandrolone. If you took finasteride with that, you'd actually have the reverse effect. It would actually make it more of a issue with male pattern baldness. It would actually stimulate the destruction of follicles.
Okay, so back to the pedestrian question, if you would be so kind to answer it. I mean, what do you think would be the kind of entry-level way to go about this based on everything that currently exists?
This is assuming a perfect world where you can just go to your pharmacy and, hey, I would like some oxandrolone. And
Yeah. Assuming a perfect world. Assuming, forget legality, forget everything.
I would just get testosterone and take that. And it's the natural hormone. And if you're a man, take testosterone at 250 milligrams a week. If you want to go beyond that, then you can add other things into it. But I don't think there's any magic mix of steroids that's going to do anything more than just break your wallet. And not everyone is looking to win a bodybuilding contest. So I don't see why you should be too elaborate or sophisticated with it. Just take something basic, like testosterone. And if you want to take something else with that, take growth hormone with that. But be careful and make sure that your blood sugar is under control. Testosterone and growth hormone is about as good as you're going to get, really. And it's probably about as safe as you're going to get because you won't be taking anything oral.
Right.
Disappointed you. I don't have a magic stack of all Winstrol and Anadrol and Masteron and Deca. No. And you want to go that route, you're just going to end up wasting a lot of money and injecting yourself a bunch of times when you don't have to.
Right. And then I'm also very interested in stimulants. This is an area that I have done a lot of chemistry related to, and you are equally famous for methylhexanamine. This is like an immensely popular supplement. Could you tell me the story of how you developed that or how you rediscovered it?
I rediscovered it. I just stumbled across it. I don't remember what I was looking for, but I was just going through hundreds and hundreds of abstracts. And I just saw something Russian, and they mentioned this compound, and they mentioned something to do with norepinephrine level increases. And I said, well, that might be something interesting to look into because ephedrine had just been banned. So there was a big vacuum in the pre-workout fat loss supplement area of the supplement market. So I ended up finding someone that sold this stuff as a research chemical, and I bought some, and I put it in little caplets and gave it to some people, and they said, wow, this stuff is great. And I was like, interesting. I looked at the structure, and I noticed that its structure was it had like the side chain of
amphetamine.
Yeah, but instead of having a phenyl group at the end of it, it had a little alkyl branch chain alkyl group, ethyl, methyl, whatever. So yeah, it definitely had some structural similarities to amphetamine, but it didn't quite have the same feel as amphetamine. I think it may have been more of a norepinephrine uptake or reuptake inhibitor type of thing. And I don't think it had the dopamine effect that amphetamine does, which is a good thing because that is what ends up making you a little psycho. And ends up making it addicting.
And I remember around the time that I met Stephen Watt, there was a supplement that had just hit the market called Craze, and it was immensely popular. And I bought a sample of it. I tried it. And I really liked the effect. I brought it to the lab, and I found it difficult to analyze because it contained so much junk. There were like vitamins mixed in and all these different additives and flavor agents and colors. And it was, attempting to separate all.
Sometimes I think, what's the point of getting any stronger once you're big and strong? Like, if you can bench 400, what would you get out of benching 500? Or getting your arms from 18 to 19 inches? It's all arbitrary. What point is it enough? Give you thoughts.
Everything is pointless and arbitrary. There's no difference between benching 100, 200, 300, 400, 500. We're all gonna die. Everything's pointless. It's just whatever you're interested in doing, man. Just go for it. So just follow your desires. Simple as that. Thanks for the donation, though, CDG.
All the different components was so tedious that I didn't have time for it. And I remember thinking, okay, well, I don't know, maybe it is some kind of orchid extract that is really responsible for this. And then it came out that it was the alpha ethyl and ethyl phenethylamine. And that was an immensely popular compound as well. So it seems like there is a huge demand for these stimulant pre-workout products.
Yeah, that was, you could basically call it it was definitely an amphetamine in its structure. Ethyls instead of methyls.
I'm eating about 15 to 1700 calories per day.
At alpha and on the nitrogen atom. Now, I had extracted that product craze also, and I ran the extract through the GC mass spec, and I got some very distinct peaks. And one of them, I was really curious about, but I couldn't figure out exactly what its structure was. And its molecular weight I could figure out, because M plus ion was apparent. But I didn't feel like going into all the fragmentation and doing all that work to unravel what it is. But someone else that eventually did that work. And it was that peak that I saw that was the amphetamine analog that you just mentioned. And that was put in there. That was not a constituent of any extract. That was quite obviously a synthetic product that was put in there on purpose to get this desired effect. And I didn't do stuff like that. I mean, the DMAA, or methoxylamine, what we want to call it, I based that upon an article that it was found in geranium oil. It gives some justification for its sale as a supplement. But to spike something with a wholly synthetic amphetamine analog and then say, oh, it's a secret constituent of, I don't even remember what.
It was an orchid.
Or some kind of an orchid, yeah.
Dendrobium.
That's the easy way out. That's criminal, in my opinion. Because then how am I supposed to compete with that?
Yeah. Did you continue working with stimulants, or was?
I tried. I found another analog of DMAA that was natural, and I put it in a product, and within a few weeks, I got a call from this guy, Ron Kramer, who said he heard from this guy, Oliver Catlin, who's the son of Don Catlin, who I mentioned about, the guy at the UCLA lab that had edited up the doping testing. He said, we know what Patchwork is selling now, and it just scared me. I stopped selling it. But it worked. It worked almost as well as DMAA. But I'm like, I'm not going to be able to ever sell the damn stimulant ever again, because they'll come after me. Because I'm just a target, because they know I'm clever enough to come up with these things. That pisses them off. So as soon as I come up with something new, someone like the Catlin guy is going to take it. He's going to analyze it. He's going to figure out what it is.
Agreed. But couldn't an argument be made that it's useful to bench, deadlift, or curl a certain weight? Benching 100 is weak, but if you can bench 200 to 300, you'll probably never need more strength than that for everyday tasks. Thoughts on having base strength?
Yeah, but why would you just want to be average or just be able to do complete daily tasks? So, yeah, for basic well-being, you want to have a certain level of strength, but, it's not fun or interesting. Thanks for the donation, though, CDG.
And then he's going to call the FDA and say, do something about this. Stop Patrick. So I'm not even in it designing. I don't even have a business anymore right now. I'm kind of looking for the next thing for me to do. It's kind of difficult with a felony background, but I would like to get back into chemistry. If I can't do that, then perhaps I can do some technical writing or something, but I don't know what the kind of hard finding any interest.
I'm probably wrong about this, but I would think that people would be sympathetic to the specific nature of your felony. This is a felony that occurred in the context of valuable research. Is that still a deterrent for supplement companies? I'm surprised that they would care.
There are no supplement companies out there. First of all, none of them manufacture their own ingredients. Second of all, it is impossible to come out with any novel ingredients now, unless you are way under the radar and you sell off the Facebook or something. The FDA has made it completely impossible to introduce new dietary ingredients.
Well, I imagine there's also, in fact, I know that there's a big industry for research chemicals, for SARMs and these various peptides. Is that something that you ever wanted to get involved with? It's a fully gray market.
I'm not a peptide chemist. And plus, there are dozens of labs out there that have peptide synthesizers that are already cranking these things out. I don't know anyone I don't know what I could make that would be I don't know, to tell you the truth. And it would have to be someone that doesn't have a problem hiring a felon. There are other things. I also owe the government quite a bit of money from a separate issue that was also complete BS, and my wages would be garnished. But I don't know.
What would you be working on if you could? Assuming that these barriers didn't exist, what would be your next target if you had the freedom to pursue what you wanted?
What would I synthesize? What kind of thing would I synthesize? I have no idea. I'd have to. Well, first of all, I nothing that would be sold as a supplement. And second of all, what do you have any ideas? I don't know.
Well, I'm just curious where this industry is heading. It seems
what industry?
The supplement.
Agreed once again. Just was curious what you thought. Okay, another question. What would an elite bench be for a 5 feet 7 inches 5'8" at 150 to 160 pounds? And what would an elite bench be for your height and weight? Do you know? As far as I can tell, 2x body weight is elite.
Look it up on Google. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of people, at least men, in the 150, 160 poundish weight class that are benching well over 400, so... But just look it up online, Google it. Thanks for the donation, C2G.
Industry. I mean,
Well,
obviously,
as I told you, you can't introduce any new dietary ingredients.
well, the gray market one. It seems that there's a ton. I mean, they're even advertising openly on Instagram and social media. There's no question that there's a huge industry for.
Yeah, the gray market people, they buy finished products from China. I don't think that they have a fully equipped lab to do chemical synthesis that I could waltz out into and start making stuff. The gray market by nature is a very small market, and they don't have the money to support chemical manufacturing facilities. So I appreciate your throwing out suggestions out there. I've given this ample thought, and I don't really know a solution. I haven't figured it out yet, but I'll find something.
I mean, you're a legend. I would think that there's a lot of people that would be excited to work with you. But yeah,
Well, maybe someone has a lab in Mexico. I can do crazy things down there.
I'm sure. I mean, I never thought I'd be in a position where I could make psychedelics all day as a job, and that.
Well, you at the right place at the right time. I missed out on the whole psychedelic thing. It's too bad, but I wish you the best of luck at that. And Justin's, he's on the vanguard of that as well.
And in terms of, the pedestrianness of the questions, are there things from a chemistry perspective or more technical things that you think would be interesting to discuss that you're typically not asked about? Because I do imagine you get a lot of the same questions. Is there something on the chemistry side that you think is cool that listeners should be aware of? It could be, technical aspects of synthesis that you developed or anything really.
I'm drawing a blank, man. I mean, you want to get into it?
I had one question though. You mentioned that it was like one of the steroids had a hot flavor, like a spicy, like capsaicin type of thing.
Yeah, that was 1-testosterone and the precursors thereof. And could never figure that out. At first I thought it was an impurity, but no, I mean, you could purify that stuff to the nth degree, and it still has a very irritating burning sensation that lasted quite a while on the mouth. And it would and if you took too much, it could also cause a little bit of stomach distress. I don't know. I mean, that's just like what we were talking about before. You make a new chemical, and you just don't know what activities it may have beyond the intended activities. It could be something completely unpredictable. So there must be some sort of receptors in mucous membranes that cause this irritation, hot sensation.
Right. And it's like a capsaicin type heat, like a spicy heat, or more of a...
That's the closest I could describe it. It's capsaicin-like, but a little bit different. It could be the same family of receptors as capsaicin. And that's a distinct possibility. Certainly doesn't have a structure even remotely related to capsaicin, which I'm sure as a nitrogen ex-partners. I think that they're going to start selling some prototype nutrition products. I don't know how quickly they can get that going or even
Well, there you go. The government getting in the way of innovation.
So right as this biker turned his motorcycle on, there happened to be a cop right behind him. The cop heard how loud his exhaust was, and he let him know that it definitely wasn't legal.
Don't forget a legal muffler.
Legal muffler?
That is not legal, by the way.
That's what came on the bike. That's why I only...
I should not be able to have to yell over it while it's idling.
All right, I didn't know that. Well, at least now we know what to change on it.
That's what you may have bought it with. However, if I can hear your bike 300 feet away, it's a ticket. But like I said, we can't have a conversation.
All right, I'm going to go nighty-night. I might do an afternoonish stream tomorrow if I end up having free time and try to get through more of Battletoads. I think with enough practice I can get through that weird speeder bike thing level. But hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. I'll see you all tomorrow, and